Hey again, tankers, I'm Captain Taito, and I'm back to give you the lowdown on what's coming this month. Last Stand returns, we have some international celebrations on the horizon, and there are some major Onslaught competitions to keep an eye on too. Update 2.3.1 arrives in mid-July. We'll have more details and exact release dates closer to launch, so keep an eye on the portal as we get nearer to release. If you're planning on tuning in to World of Tanks streams around the launch, there will also be Twitch drops available. But there's already plenty happening across the battlefield in the meantime. This time the action moves to Nordscar, making its debut as a Last Stand battlefield. You'll also encounter new enemy types, and several gameplay improvements, while the core experience remains unchanged. Strong teamwork and smart decision-making will go a long way.
Thanks, bro.
Last Stand returns later in the month. If you've played the mode before, you'll know the drill. Team up with other players, hold back wave after wave of enemies, destroy obelisks, and try to survive against increasingly overwhelming odds. Think you have what it takes to survive? I've seen some of you tackling brutal difficulty in the past. Maybe I'll join you. July also brings celebrations between the 3rd and 15th, inspired by both US Independence Day and Bastille Day. Throughout the event, you'll see themed missions, Twitch drops, discounts, and special offers inspired by both nations. Whether you're flying the Stars and Stripes or the Tricolour, there'll be plenty of opportunities to join the celebrations and earn some rewards along the way. As a Brit, I feel contractually obliged to remain neutral on at least one of those celebrations. Speaking of celebrations, a quick reminder that the football-themed web event, Road to Glory, is still ongoing. As the tournament reaches its final stages, this is your chance to back your favourite, make your prediction, and earn rewards. Simply head to the World of Tanks portal, join the event, and complete in-game missions to score guaranteed credit rewards and more. There are plenty of themed rewards available, including customizations and a set of unique 3D attachments. I write these scripts ahead of time and can't predict the future, but maybe there's still a chance it's coming home. Me personally, I was just happy to see my home nation in the roster. Either way, now is the time to lock in your prediction. Final rewards, along with winner and consolation bonuses, will remain available until July 22nd, so don't leave it too late. If competitive World of Tanks is more your thing, there are two major events you'll want to keep an eye on this upcoming month. Firstly is the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena, sponsored by AMD and Alienware, bringing together top teams from Europe, the Americas, and China. It's our first real chance this year to see how the regions stack up against one another, with live playoffs taking place on July 11th and 12th, and Twitch drops available for those tuning in. Can Europe defend its reputation? Can an American team rise to the challenge? Or will China set the pace leading into the biggest competition of the year? No matter which region you're supporting, Summer Arena should give us plenty of exciting battles to sink your teeth into. But that's only part of the story. We also have AMD Onslaught Legends Cup number 5. This 7 vs 7 tournament brings together top teams from Europe and North America, with qualification spots for the World of Tanks Championship International in China on the line. And for any aspiring competitors, qualification is still possible. Expect some of the highest level Onslaught gameplay you'll see all year, alongside expert commentary and Twitch drops throughout the broadcasts, with playoffs taking place on August 1st and 2nd. And now, let's talk about the upcoming month's Boosteroid content. If you're making the most of the summer weather or travelling, then it's an ideal way to keep up with World of Tanks. The latest bundle will be inspired by the endurance and determination forged in the heat of desert warfare. Subscribers will receive the unique commander, Len Burrows, complete with enough experience to train one perk, as well as the Astron Rex 105mm. Also included in this month's bundle, 1,000 gold, the Nasher and Jaboa Zone decals, experimental equipment, additional experimental equipment components, and a set of battle missions. If you're going to be testing your mettle in Last Stand, then I wish you good luck. Otherwise, have fun following Onslaught and make sure to enjoy if you celebrate US independence or Bastille Day. That will be all from me for this month. Thanks for watching, and I'll be seeing you on the battlefield.
Do you watch World of Tanks streams? Turn your watch time into rewards. These are in-game rewards ranging from missions and personal reserves to 2D and 3D styles, tokens for the token store, and finally, premium.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMD Onslaught Summer Playoffs. Hello, Banter. How are you doing? Well, I think Banter currently is not quite capable of understanding, and he's reading my lips, so it's okay nonetheless. But yeah, that's a big tournament coming up, guys. It's the first time we get to see the other regions compete between each other since WCI. We see China, we see NA, we see Europe, and of course this is going to be the playoffs between them. And first off, it's going to be JWL versus Sicarios, which is JWL is the Chinese team. You may know them from some players from Europe, as Baby and Frugo are actually going to be playing with those. They left W to join the team of JWL Banter. So Europeans representing in China.
Yeah, Europeans, they went over there. It's quite a big change, you know, to go to the other side of the world. I apologize for that technical issue. I thought we were talking through the vMix. I didn't realize me and you were on TeamSpeak. Sorry about that.
All good, Banter. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing pretty good. It's about 400 degrees here, but I'm quite excited to see these games. I've gone for some bold predictions because my group stage prediction game wasn't very good this time, so I'm going to try and make up the points, but yeah, doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match between these two, to be honest. Then again, of course, it's going to be hard for the Chinese team because of a little bit of ping. Of course, there are some drops available today for you guys as well. This is Saturday. It's going to be running, I don't think this graphic asset is completely right, but we'll see about that one. That is for the drops, but how do you think the Chinese teams have stacked up so far?
Well, of course, the Chinese and the NA teams, they tend to perform a little bit worse, but JWL, they beat Hit and Run. And bear in mind, both of these teams are going to be playing on neutral ground. They're going to be playing on an NA server, and from my experience, it's about the same ping. I think you're more of an expert on EU to NA ping, but when I played in China on NA, it's about 200.
Yeah, well, from EU, it's like 100. Like it depends. For me, it's like 110.
Yeah. Are they playing on NA East or West?
There is only one NA server. It's NA,
I thought there was an East and West.
That's a few years ago. There used to be NA West and NA East, but now it's just NA Central. So
and then they have the South American server, right?
Yeah, yes. So for the Europeans, you're looking at like, if you're from the UK, it'd be like around 100, I guess, maybe slightly lower, but 100 to 150, depending on how far east you go. So they do have a ping advantage there as well. And of course, the teams are going to be competing it out for the prize pool that they would love to see. But also, it's the first check about how everybody stacks up towards the very important qualification towards WCI.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, especially this JWL team. We already mentioned it, Frugo and Baby going over there, like physically going over there. They got employed with this team, which is one of the first times we've ever seen a situation like that. And obviously beating Hit and Run in the group stage, you know, nobody really predicted that. Sure, you take one very good player and one English mastermind, but yeah, the fact that they managed to beat Hit and Run is very impressive. you have to say it. So now coming in here and playing against Sicarios, obviously Sicarios will have that ping advantage, but I went for JWL to win this one.
You went with JWL to win this one.
Oh, is Baby and Frugal, are they in 1-1 or JWL?
JWL.
Yeah, I went for JWL to win this one.
Well, I mean, Sicarios.
If they beat Hit and Run, they can beat Sicarios.
Community prediction in favor of JWL as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised. Listen, if you can, Sicarios are another Polish team. They're not bad. They've been in OLS before, if I'm not mistaken. They've definitely been in. They've gotten to the finals of OCS, so they're no weak team. But if JWL can beat Hit and Run, they can definitely beat Sicarios.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Sicarios reaching here, by the way, is a little bit of a surprise, right? Weekend was the one that was favored to be here, but then things really changed around on the Sunday group stage, which, of course, we have had already.
Yeah, they lost against one of the NA teams, didn't they? Cry, which is unexpected.
The team of JWL, you can see it with the European representation on the left there. Frugo and Baby.
Frugo looks very angry.
And Baby looks very small,
Yeah. So Frugo looks like he's about to attack someone. But yeah, the rest of the team, Karma, Jiangshan, Dongqin, Hokyu, and Twists. And also D13 in the center there. So, again, it's no weak lineup. Like, if I'm a bit worried because obviously I went for the same prediction as Keyhand, which is never really a winning strategy, but I have to take some risks at this point. But JWL can definitely win this one.
I mean, sure, I believe in it, but Sicarios has to prove themselves here as well. They want to make it through. I actually think I predicted for Sicarios at the end of the day.
You did. 5-2.
Yeah, well,
which is a bold scoreline.
Well, see, they were very motivated because they got into this playoff where they really didn't expect to be in, and they're also probably very motivated because of the problems Hit and Run is going through, right? With losing Monster, now Ketsai gone as well. That team is in crisis, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. They lost Barbarian. And then Barbarian went to Cashback. Cashback performed very, very poorly compared to how they do traditionally. I don't think Hit and Run performed that badly in the previous OLS season, but maybe these core players, Monster and Ketsai, these are the core players of Hit and Run. Now that Piotr's gone, them leaving, I mean, that's kind of the end for that team, right? I don't really think they can recruit anyone as good as organizing, as good as in-game calls as Monster and Ketsai. So
normally.
Yeah, concern.
No. So that is a real opportunity for Sicarios, right? Because if the setup is the same for WCI, they have a real chance of making it now. Honestly, they have a real chance of actually getting to China. So they're going to have to start doing it. And it starts here. Cliff is banned by JWL. Ensk is banned by Sicarios. Gives us Ghost Town as the very first one between these two. Then moving into Sand River after that. Westfield being removed by JWL. Tundra, Pilsen, Himmel's Tiebreaker. How do we feel about this?
Well, firstly, I do like this new UI. I mean, we haven't seen that much of JWL over the last year since Baby and Frugo went over there. Obviously, we've seen that they beat Hit and Run, so I can't really give them a playstyle. I can't really say yay or nay to these maps. I think Sicarios have traditionally performed not bad on Sand River, so I do think that's a good pick for them. Tundra's an interesting one. Tundra, one of those small maps that can go either way. We saw a lot of meta changes in the previous season. At one point, it became heavy 50B meta with M5Ys, away from the traditional kind of 430U and BZ meta. So, sorry, I'm thinking about Tundra. That's what I'm thinking about, yeah. And then Pilsen, obviously, Frugo, with his teams in the past, have performed pretty well. The Polish teams tend to also perform quite well on that map as well. I'm not sure. We need to see. One of those things where I think the first two games are going to be telling.
Yeah, that's was acid predictions. I mean, me and Phil going for Sicarios, and you and Keyhand going for JWL. You know what that means.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, I did some. The first day, my predictions were not bad, but the second group stage day, I performed horrendously.
I need to check. I haven't actually looked how. I mean, I really didn't pay that much attention how everybody's done.
You are ahead of Phil is like 4. It's like It's Phil with 43.
Uh-huh.
You, no, Kian with 39. You with 37. Me with 35. So me and you are joint bottom.
Well, I mean, it's okay. You know, we gotta give Keyhand a little bit of something, no?
Well, he's not winning. He's still
Exactly. You know, like, no matter what, he's still not winning, so it's not that bad.
I'm still waiting for my gold from the OLS. Me and Ian got the same points, so we both get to share the reward.
Reward? There was a reward?
Yeah, apparently 10k gold.
What
That's what Phil said.
Really?
Listen. Some of us are a bit poorer than others, right? 10K
I
gold,
have
that means
a lot of
Some
accounts,
us.
and I'm poor on a lot of them, you know?
In what world?
I mean,
Please, the amount of boxes you get.
if that's one, it's still one account, you know? Like, the other ones are, like, starving.
Oh, to be fair, my second account is also a bit starving. But anyway, going into this one, the first game. Where are the bans? There are no bans in this.
There's banter. You see on how it says next to Ghost Stand, ban face, and then a timer?
Yeah, I thought it normally popped up immediately in OCS. I'm confused and scared, Ducky. A lot of things have changed, and I don't know how to handle it.
I mean, maybe you're right. No, you're not. See, there it is. We're just really early into the screen. Ban K91 by JWL. And Sicarios opting to remove the EPR. Gives us the lineup of an IHM, a type double, triple T57, and double Dravets for Sicarios.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Sicarios looks like both teams have kind of like a nice fight lineup. Yeah, JWL. They have that strike medium, double 430U, double Bliska, RHM, one Dravik. Both these teams can perform some nice aggressive plays here. EBR being banned by Sicarios is obviously big, no early info.
It's a different style of aggressive, right? I mean, one's playing with 57s and the other one's playing with Bliskas and the 430Us.
Well, Sicarios is kind of like more of a cap-based play. JWL's is more of a catch your opponent out.
They're also
a
playing
bit
cap,
with the
though.
high DPM.
They're playing cap. For sure, they're playing cap. You see double 430U and Frugo being sent towards the cap. And Sicarios actually way more split. They have a Dravets going 1-2 line. The T57 is dispersing a little bit. Twist will get onto the strike before anything else happens. Peeking out. Why? He wants to get a spot. If he gets a spot, he gets a mini strike just in case he does get reset. Like is going to be peeking around and will get the reset. But at what cost? That's a lot of damage coming out very early on, baby, with the Bliska, the CS hitting the shot as well. And Twist has the mini strike to reset Like. So the triple cap is on and Miku is going to be the one to take it. And that is a good thing for Sicarios, right? Likes reset did allow Miku to not take the strike actually.
Yeah, Like actually drove out of it, so Twist manages to get that one. This is going to be a massive strike. That's 4, I believe. Triple TV7 peeking out Frugo. He is going to die, but the trade's not that bad. The damage, of course, very split on the Sicario side, but still decent damage going out there. Karma and Jinshan Frugo, he made the hero play, went side on, and now all these Clippers are reloading, and these 430Us, they can kind of delete these tanks. Recheck down to 575. Adi takes one on the way out. They're not focusing out Mayo, that big Type 5 heavy, obviously just a hit points bunch in the corner of your screen. You can see Like is about to go down to Twist. This is kind of all falling apart for Sicarios here, but the HP is still pretty even.
Yeah, they do find the kill. Each HP is a bit unplayable aspect. Baby does get tracked in the Bliska, but we'll make it around. And Adi now in that Stinger forced backing. Shan still on the cap. Milo with the Type 5's got to start peeking out. That's a big bounce. So and now Miku coming in from behind. Starting to get some shots in, but JWL leading in the HP department and also leading in the sustain, you would say. Those 57 heavies, they got a burst and they need the HP to be able to do that. But Adi down towards the one shot, the Rishak down towards the one shot, and now the 430Us and Bliskas should normally make their presence known, but they lose one of them. Rishak yet still alive on a one shot, not getting killed there. Both 430Us missing, D13 getting tracked as well in the RHM. Miku in the meantime backing away back towards the strike. Maybe the long game is what Sicarios need right now. The HP within 600 from each other. Milo with a Type 5, of course, very important. Needs to make big trades because he is a tank that the HP kind of irrelevant. He can go down even as long as he's hitting the shots in between now and then. And now Click in that Dravets is hold down towards Karma, who's getting shot from behind by Miku, but D13 is hunting. So there is, of course, the awareness of Sicarios should be there that this RHM could come for Miku. Good dodge, to be honest. Very, very good dodge there on that CS. And now Rishak coming in with the T57 heavy. Who's got the reaction speed here? Is it going to be Twist? Is it going to be Rishak? Rishak is going for a Twist, is holding the angle. Neither of the two seem too convinced, but in the meantime, Miku is getting found by D13 on the 1 line. Pay attention to that as well. I don't know if Miku will make it out. He does give a shot back towards D13, but he's dead. Karma actually finds it. Miku with the overplay. The strike from Twist will not kill Recheck. Alex is now coming in. Can Alex find the kill? Yes, Adi and Alex both finding a kill very quickly. And Sicarios, they're all on a one-shot basically. Yingshan now needs to find Click. He does find the connection. D13 desperately trying to find the shot against that Type 5, but very annoying for the RHM to do that from the distance. And now 4 one-shots, a combined HP of 524 for Sicarios. Try to take down JWL, who still have D13 very healthy, and Karma looking for the strike.
Yeah, this is now going to become one of those games that's very frustrating for Sicarios. You know, D13, he's going to roam. I think Sicarios have to apply kind of maximum pressure. We'll see if Mayo can make the peak here and kill Karma. If he makes the kill here, doesn't, but gets the strike. We'll see if Alex can catch it. Alex and Addy going from alternative angles to try and pick it up. Addy spotted the strike. No, D13 actually picks it up. Karma does keep the strike. Same with D13, and with that, they tried to make the hero play at the end. It was a necessary play. If they let the game go slow, they definitely would have lost this one. And now 2v2, and in theory, an unwinnable 2v2 for Sicarios.
Oh yeah, and there comes the strike. We'll pick up the first. The secondary strike might pick up the second as well. Karma with one, D13 with the other. They find everything. 5 kills combined between the two, and JWL comes into this tournament picking up their first round in the playoffs, but it was a nail-biter already.
Yeah, I think it was an unnecessary nail-biter, to be honest. I mean, that big strike making Sicarios peek into them in the capsule. I think, to be honest, this should have been more convincing by JWL. They had everything working for them. They had the strike in the field. They had the crossfire. They had Frugo obviously making the hold down. And Frugo, it took him a while to die. Those TV7s took massive damage. I feel like they should have been better by JWL, to be honest. But
I'm inclined to agree. Those the 57 heavies, when they only find 1 kill and then they're all reloading and getting owned by Blitzcast for Torius, you would expect it to be indeed a cleaner game. Maybe Ping playing a bit of a impact there, but yeah, normally JWL should win it. And I think the deciding moment there in the end game was the fact that D13 found Miku, Miku really overplaying, to be honest, in that scenario. Goes down the 1 line when D13 has been unspotted for a while, is on higher HP and gets found. That puts the round into its final closure, to be honest.
yeah, I think maybe he had to pressure, because I think I think Mayo was getting farmed in the back. So he kind of had to make some play.
Milo was facing front towards the RHM, so he's basically never getting penned by I mean, you know, it's an RHM shooting on distance. He can pen the cupola, he can pen the driver's hatch, but it's like
it's based on luck.
Yeah, it's like 1 every 3 shots. So there's, you know, Miku kind of drove down there, took 2 HE shells from D13, did 1 shot back, and died.
Twist only has 1,000 strike damage. I'm not sure that's right. You know, because he got the big strike off onto like 4. I mean, at least 4. Could have been 5.
There was 4 people getting striked at the beginning.
Yeah, 3 TVT7s in the type. The Dravik dodged it. But yeah, he's only got 100 strike damage, which is might be a bit of a feature. But yeah, a lot of damage dealt with that initial strike. Obviously, triple TVT7, they peak. And yeah, Frugo goes down, but that's not a bad trade. You know, he goes side on, gives a perfect hold down to his teammates. And in the meantime, what's that? 3 strikes, it's 425 times 4. Quick maths it, 1700. Plus all of the crossfire damage, the double 430U shot. Frugo gives a shot before he dies, maybe a Blitzcrank or 2. That's a lot of damage being dealt. And JWL always felt kind of in control here, which is good to see.
Yeah. And it's really hard to overcome that light tank in the end game, especially when everybody's a 1-shot.
Yeah, that was, unless Miko pulls off some completely hero play, that should realistically be before he goes down, like making maybe D13 a little bit lower HP.
It's so important for Miko to stay alive in that game, because once the light stays alive, like you know, on goes on the light in this kind of fight, not the most important until it comes down to a scenario where people start being really low HP and they no longer can like push you. All the fast tanks have basically died, and the light is just like running around the map very casually, you know, like picking up a strike, putting a play, killing off a 1-shot, and rinse and repeat, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And when some tanks go down, he has a bit more freedom. I think Miku was in a bit of a catch-22. He felt like he wasn't doing anything, so he felt he had to make some impact.
Sometimes the best thing is to do nothing.
Well, yeah, make a trap.
Or
Maybe
go to the
give a
other
good
side,
HE
take
shot.
the strike there, take information towers, you know? Like, just accept that he has control over one line.
Oh, yeah. But either way, pick and bans. EBR being banned by both sides here. JWL, 1 Dravik, 1 T57, 1 CS, double 430, double Blisker, so a similar playstyle to the previous game.
Yeah. In return, Sicarios, bit different. Double Dravets type. K91, Leopard, E4, and an RHM. So that's because both teams banned the EBR. The game before, the JWL banned the K91. And you can see that immediately being picked by Adi as well.
Yeah, so they do get that high DPM strike medium. JWL did make a change in the meantime. 1 less Blisker, dropped the Dravik, now have double 50B. So JWL, they have to play a fast game here. If this game goes beyond the 3-minute marker, that they have, without them making a significant advantage, it's going to become very complicated for them. And I think Sicarios have a good lineup to receive this. You know, a Type, an E4, Leopard, K91, Sniper mediums with the light. I think JWL have to play this pitch perfect if they wanna make this work. D13 and Baby already being spotted. Big shot by Rijek pushing in. The tanks in the cap are not spotted, but obviously the cap circle goes off. That'll give them some information and maximum pressure. No strike.
They're pushing through. They might swing left towards the Dravets.
They might find Rijek.
Rijek is... no, they're kind of unsure where to go right now. Where are they going? Yingshan, Frugo, and Karma are driving at Adi? No, they're coming back around, back towards Rijek. It is a train, but it's one with a few delays. Seems like a German train. Now, Rijek does get caught out after all, though. He was not aware really what was happening either. He did not make it out, and he dies.
Look at Like.
Yeah, Like is in trouble in the Dravets as well. And this steamroll here from JWL, it looked a little bit funny, but it's nothing funny happening right now as they're just running over, washing across Sicarios like a tide. And right now, Like is dead, and yet they will lose Baby. But Milo is not off much better. D13 comes off of reload. Yeah, Duncan dies. Now it's on JWL to get out of the crossfire, though.
Yeah, again, it looked a bit weird. I don't think that was the greatest push I've ever seen, but they managed to make it work. I think Sicarios were kind of almost stunned. I feel Rijek should have been able to get back into a better defensive position. Same with Like. Now they make it out, and this is not bad for JWL.
Miku, he stayed too long yet again on that strike. Twist is hunting in the CS63, and that is a very fast tank. Miku gets striked once, Twist is now coming as well. He stayed too long yet again in the RHM. He wanted that strike on the 4-line, but JWL with the speed is now chasing him down, and he will not make it out of this at all. Twist with a nice HE shell, 520. D13 looks to line it up, will not get it, but Twist, I think, does not need any help to pick up this RHM in return. They're picking up the strike as well, and Miku now gonna be dying against this CS63, and that's another mistake in positioning from the side of Sicarios, as Miku tried to get that strike, wasn't worth it, didn't need to be there anymore. They lose another. It was a 4-on-5, now it's a 3-on-5, and JWL in the driving seat by far.
Yeah, and it was the light tank as well, as my predecessor once said. What a mistake to make. Definitely needed to leave that area and kind of play the map, and now with the light being dead, sure, Alex and Adi do have strikes. Alex doesn't pick up the big strike, but he still has the small strike for the decap. He'll peek to get the info. Strike gets placed by both of them, actually. So after this initial... oh, no, Alex didn't place it, so Alex still has the small strike for decaps, but all of their armor is pretty beaten up. Click is the only one with really any bouncing potential. He's on 900 HP. Alex peeks to get the spot off. He will decap both of them, but takes a decent amount of damage in return. D13's not in a great position, though.
Not.
He will probably go down.
Yeah, Adi's coming from behind.
To Adi from behind.
Yeah, the 50.
But
now they're capping a bit too long. IMO. Like, this is the point where D13 is dying. He's in a bad position. Adi's going to kill him in 3 seconds. From now, Adi finds him. They get a mini strike again on Adi and on Alex.
Plus they have big strike.
No, they use that.
And they both don't connect it. Yeah, like you say, it's a mistake. They needed to push off at this point. Only Karma getting decap. Frugo.
Click is coming as well. They want to kill Frugo. Twist is coming in. No, Click actually resets Karma. Now the strike getting put on Frugo. He goes down to 480. That's not low enough for the drivers to pick him up from 1. Twist is now coming from behind. Finds the shot on Click and is Frugo. Now Twist to finish him off. It's still looking like a win for JWL, but the end game here not as clean as it could be. Alex and Adi, they've got an opportunity, albeit not a big one, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really hard because that Leopard can't really make a play.
Although Alex goes for Karma.
Though, if
yeah, Alex goes for Karma. This is the play from Alex, a good play, 425, that's a roll banter, it could happen. And now the strike comes out on Alex, he made a good move forward to get on towards Karma, he gets the roll as well. Twist is now coming in, disjointed from Yingshan. That is a 1v1 for Alex, but it's not really a 1v1 because Adi's coming in, and JWL, the nerves, the pressure, the ping, who knows, it's getting to them. They lose Twist, and now Yingshan, the last one in the dominoes, to come in to try and make something happen. It's unlikely. There is potential. Adi hits the shot, doesn't get a mini strike. Adi needs to hit this one. Does he hit it though? Does Adi get it? He does! Picks it up, and JWL in shambles. Well. They capped for too long, bro.
Yeah, for far too long. You know, there's a scenario where in these late game situations, I've said it before, you apply maximum pressure to make your enemy come close, and then you pounce on them. Because obviously if you just sit there in the cap, you're gonna get decapped and bled over time. So you, in this scenario, you know, you're two guns up, you have more HP, you probably have better tanks as well. You just wait for that leopard to come close, and you just drive at the Leo and kill him. And after that Leo dies, but even there's probably nothing else they can do.
Even then, when there was some resets, there was this moment where, you know, like Frugo is like so far on the right of the cap, yeah, all by himself, that he's getting peeked by the Dravets, and the other two are still capping. That's already
the Dravet gave Frugo.
Yeah, that's the moment already. That's the moment
shot.
already. They're going to be driving off the cap, even if they were
before that. I'd say before
that. Yes, but that was already the second moment, and they were still capping, and they let Frugo die. And then there's some like 1v1s going on, where, you know, they give Alex an opportunity to push Karma from behind in the 4 to the U, when Twist and his fellow teammate are somewhere else altogether. The moment D13 starts getting caught is the moment to push off.
Yeah, I don't know why both of those tanks went. What was it, Twist and someone else? They went around.
They went on the ledge. Yeah.
Yeah, but what they just allowed
Karma to get isolated.
Yeah, exactly, and they couldn't do anything. So Karma basically goes down almost for free, and then it's just poorly played by JWL, to be honest. I think, and
both
you
teams
can't even
giving a little gift to each other. I mean, you know,
yeah,
like
but also it's like, this was a big mistake by Frugo as well. Like him going towards the left.
Yeah, towards the outside, towards the right. Yeah, he went right.
Got outplayed by the Dravik. He got fully outtraded completely, which shouldn't really happen.
Yeah, no, he needs to go towards his teammates basically when he's the lowest HP, and make sure that he doesn't get like, or play on the side that he cannot get caught. That was bad, but like let's see it this way. Sicarios also gave a lot of opportunities to JWL that a better team wouldn't give them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Rishek needs to
JWL
not be there.
Yeah, he shouldn't be there in E4.
Like can't move in the Dravets. He cannot go anywhere really, to be honest. But
same with the Type. The Type can go on the high ground and he'll last a while. But
Rishek should be next. Rishek should be next to the Type on the lower ground, forcing them to push all the way around the corner into the open.
Yeah.
But then also, you know, Miku very greedy to try and take the strike. 4v5 wouldn't be an ideal game, but they have double strike tank, they have a light, they could have taken the one-line strike actually back, so it's playable, right? And then JWL kind of gave a lot back in return.
Yeah, like you said, I think JWL's push was interesting. We can say that. You know, they went on a roundabout. You know, they didn't know where they wanted to go, what they wanted to do, who they wanted to try and pounce on. Looks like they wanted to go for the E4 in the beginning, then the Dravik, then they went towards the K91, then they turned right, and they went for the E4 again. But
yeah, it looked a bit.
Rishek made some mistake.
Looked a bit silly, but it was alright at the end because Rishek just decided to stay.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been alright. If they turned right in the beginning and went straight for Rishek, they would have caught him. But then they decided to go all the way around. And Rishek just didn't react. And for a player of such experience, you know, Rishek has been playing this since probably Gold League, which is almost a decade, right? Actually, it's more than a decade, I think. So you gotta have that experience.
Okay, so 432 banned by JWL, Dravit's banned by Sicarios. Of course, leaves the Mivi open, which will be picked as well by Sicarios, two of them. An E5, actually, which is an interesting one on Sand River. A Blitzkowitz is also an interesting one on Sand River. A STRV,
and there's a restart.
Yeah, I guess so, because I saw somebody on a light that I would like click on a T100 is something I wouldn't expect.
Yeah, he's also one of the old boys, you know. He played, what was he, E-Super back in the day.
Click?
Yeah, Click was in Isuba.
No,
he
that's
was a bench player.
Different one, no?
Or was it a different Click?
I think it's...
Isuba was a Czech team. I remember Click was a bench player in
Yeah,
Isuba.
but Click is Polish.
Yeah, they're Czech, Polish, they both can understand each other.
Click's like 16 years old, bro. I don't think it's...
He was there,
Maybe.
all right?
Let me
He
see.
was
I'm
6 years old.
opening his Wikipedia real quick, okay? He played...
I swear he was in these... I remember
his
him.
Wikipedia says you're wrong. I think it's a different... I think...
Well, do you have it on your bookmarks? How are you getting it up that fast?
No, I just typed in Click here, Wikipedia in Google, you know?
Listen, I live in a world of delusion, okay? I like to
I remember... I kind of remember the guy you're talking about, but give me a second. If I can...
Wasn't he an arty player as well later on?
I think so. But I think his name was slightly different. No, his name was CNNK, not Click. CNNK. Yes, that was the name.
Alright, yeah. Alright, I'm getting... Either way,
let's just, pretend like you said the right thing, right?
listen, I'm spitting knowledge from decades ago, alright? I can get one or two things wrong. I think you were back then as well. Was it Wusa?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I
I
played in C-Play, and then I played in WASD. Wusa? No, Wusa was the German team.
Was it?
Yeah.
Either way. I played in Night 9 in Silver League, so yeah.
It shows.
That was listen, I was there with Jostra was there with me,
It shows.
right?
It left
in Silver League.
It definitely left some marks.
Yeah. All right, whatever. Back to this.
Any other
right?
things you remember that don't seem to line up?
Oh, Call Me Piotr was in
Who?
Target.
Target? What?
No, he was before Kazna. Before he was in Kazna, he was in a Polish team.
Out of range.
That had like a bullseye as their
Out of
logo.
range, I think it was called.
Out of range, yeah, you're right. I loved that old. Remember, it was like FE215Bs and stuff. That was great. Anyway, going back into this. So STRV not being banned by either team is a big one. We normally see on Sand River that STRV gets banned because it's quite an oppressive tank. With the camo rating, the ability making it hit for 500 with such high accuracy. So it's going to be interesting to see how they make that work. I think only JWL took it. Obviously, the lineups can change because we had the restart. So we'll need to see.
But I don't think the lineups will change that much. I mean, it's possible, but I think for Sicarios, it's like that double T100 on Sand River. I mean, no way to be.
One T100 is hard enough to make it work. Two is
although there is not JWL, but 1-1 was playing. I don't know if you saw double IHM on Sand River, and JWL is doing it as well. It's really, really hard lineup to play, to be honest.
Yeah, but RHM is more of a combat tank.
Yeah, but
it's like a mini
still
CS.
Really hard.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's easy.
So no light tank for Sicarios. I think the rest, some changes. So double K91 on SCRV and E50M, double Mivi and the BZ. So no E5. And then JWL still switching a little bit, but double light tank and STRV, a K91, an E50, a Mivi, and a 60 TP.
Yeah, that STRV taking the bond. What is it that Keyhand always says? Telescopic binoculars. But oh no, there is a Sheridan without equipment. That's a bold one. If it doesn't have the derp gun, I'll be upset.
And we're restarting again?
Maybe both teams have a restart, I'm not sure.
I mean, both teams do have a restart, so...
Yeah, but we don't know which team did the first restart.
I mean, let's assume that it's the other team doing a restart this time, since,
they
oh,
now I have to make small talk with this
they
guy.
only have one restart per match, if I'm not mistaken, so...
No, both teams only get one restart.
Yeah, but
so
we had one restart from one team and one restart from the other team.
Yeah, I want to restart. To be honest, I like opportunities.
Maybe we can restart about your history of World of Tanks and the teams people played in.
Who that is still playing remains from Gold League, right? It's Reject and Call Me Piotr. Who else? No one else, I think. Lukin? No, did Lukin? I think Lukin played for Isuba at one point. No.
I'm just going to let you.
Listen. At least I'm spitting knowledge. You're sitting here saying nothing.
Spitting knowledge. When you say wrong things,
it might be fake.
I think you're confused. I think you're really confusing.
You say something.
I think you're really confusing Lukin with Unji. I feel like you're confusing those. And
I used to love Isuba.
I don't know if it's this Lukin or a different Lukin. There was a Lukin in Isuba, but I'm pretty sure
See?
I'm pretty sure that was a different Lukin because Like, again,
Still
this
logic.
Lukin was like 11 years old when this was happening, bro. So like, I'm not sure that, like, I don't think you keep saying these guys that were born like after 2000, bro, and it's like not like it's just not.
Me and I'm sorry that we're so veterans that my dementia is kicking in. Kehan's a veteran. He has
I
golden
mean, at least you're
fists.
getting closer. There was a Lukin and a Suba at some point, but you
Yeah.
know, again,
Click, Canuck. It's like almost the same, right?
right.
Tell me, you say some facts of the old days, please. You were there. You were there before me. All right, you're
Yeah,
the
but
real
then
dinosaur.
you have to ask a question
You call
related though.
Kehan old. You're up there.
Yeah, but Kehan was already close to retirement when I was just starting out as a player.
What a beautiful map this is.
Yeah, it's great.
I like looking at San River. I just don't like playing San River.
No, I'm thinking
So-
back, yeah, Piotr. I mean, Rishek played in outer range as well.
Yeah. I think it's only Piotr and Rizek who played back then on EU terms. Trying to think. None of the modern Polish played. Monster didn't play. Deka, obviously.
But
he's
he's kind of a
is he
bench
still-
player.
Yeah, now he is, but back then he played.
Yeah, no, back then he played. He played out of range, and
was-
then he
he was
played
one
with
of the best
Oops,
players
and then he
back
played
then.
with Oops later on as well.
Alright. No Sheridan this time. But yeah, JWL. So the lineups are completely different now. One IS7, Mivi, CS, double K921, STRV, and RHM. So no double RHM on the JWL side. 4 Sicarios, 1 BZ, double Mivi, 50M, double K921, and STRV. So lighting advantage with JWL, but it's not overwhelming.
Let's see if they can actually... okay, so it's not double IHM, it's singular IHM at the end of the day. The split's fairly standard. I mean, neither team committing too much to one flank. Can't really do that anymore on this map. Milo committing onto the radio tower. Takes 2 to the face. Good shooting there from the guys from JWL. You could see some buildings being destroyed by Sicarios. Just making sure they have lines on towards that artillery strike, especially because the SCRV of Rishek will be able to hit that strike relatively easily. Adi and Like posturing a little bit here on the K-line, but not too much. Might get a reset on Frugo. They do. Good shot by Adi. Like's coming for the peak as well. Frugo will take another. Like misses, but Adi will not. He gets one more. Rishek might find a shot against Frugo as well. No. Yes, he does actually, and so does Like. And that was an expensive little move there for Frugo.
Yeah. The MVP taking the damage for the team. Karma as well. Double shot. I think he might have taken a shot
From Rishek.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I thought it was Mayo in the middle.
No,
but
it's the SCRV and G1. It's just
yeah, bleeding that amount with a Mivi. I mean, with the CS, it's not that bad, right? He can pull back to a more of a sniper role, but with JWL's lineup, it's not great. They've already got double K921 and an STRV, plus a light, so they've not got that many tanks that are kind of, you could classify as fighting tanks, right? K921s and STRV, they're not front line. They want to snipe back, so JWL giving up a lot of map control, Frugo running away, Karma, one of the few tanks with armor, him and Jiangshan, taking a lot of damage, you know, down to 2k. It's not great. They could easily pounce on him at this point, and Sicarios are playing this quite nicely, actually. They're slowly progressing in the north. They've got decent south control. Like these double Mivi, they can hold very well. So I'm a bit worried for JWL at the moment.
I am too, because right now you can see them posturing more towards the K-line, and Milo will get towards the cap. The strikes are nobody's business, to be honest. Nobody can really take them. If anything, it's Sicarios that can maybe take the D-line strike. But pushing this K-line against the double, maybe, and an SRV, I'd say it's
impossible.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Because the SRV is using Camonet usually. I don't know, I think Rishek was using it as well. And it has so high natural camo that he's basically shooting, and by the time that he's reloaded, he's unspotted again. So he's just like resetting his ability.
Yeah. But this cap pressure, don't really need to worry about it. That's Karma giving some shots in. And double strike has been earned by... No, not double strike. D13 has a small strike.
Good shots towards
Baby
Milo,
had
though.
one. He uses his as well. Jiangshan will take that southern strike. I mean, if you want a tank being hold down, it will be that I7. Adi peaks, decaps Jiangshan, but takes 2 in return. Baby retaking some North control. Adi taking more.
Look at Karma.
Karma taking a lot as well. Yeah, that's really not what you want. But still, Sicario, what's nice for JWL at the moment is Baby is pushed up so far in the north, which gives a lot of info to JWL.
Good peaks from Baby, getting 2 shots there against Click. Karma losing some more, taking another shot there from the STRV.
He might be one shot to a STRV with ability now.
He is, but he's also one shot.
And dead.
He's also one shot to strikes. You know, I mean, mini strike into big strike, and he's dead.
Yep.
Milo does evacuate, but the BZ taking the damage. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but right now there needs to be a move from Sicarios though, because I think these Mavies are slowly gonna start getting bullied a little bit. Baby backing away, good movement there. Just dragging Sicarios a little bit out of position.
It's a very atrocious round, right? Both of these teams are kind of blow for blow, but I'd have to say in a bad way, right? Both of these teams are giving up a lot of HP, even Mayo taking another one. That's a hell of a shot, by the way, through all of those buildings. Connecting into Mayo. He's now probably 2-shottable by most tanks. Oh, takes another. These are nice shots by Dongqin.
Yeah, yes,
Chin, like.
How do you say it?
Dongqin.
Yeah, okay. Banter's doing all the Chinese names, don't worry. Alex in the 1v1 against Baby, he's not winning that. He needs some support. Mini strikes coming out as well. Baby is backing away. And I will say JWL in the last 1 or 2 minutes has made some fantastic trades, to be honest, against the BZ, against the C50M, doing a really, really good job all together. And one more peek from Baby, gets another shot against Alex. Alex down towards 303. Yeah, they don't have a big strike though, but if they would get if they were to get one at some point,
and that's a dead driver as well. If he doesn't have the dead gunner even. Oh no, he does heal that one.
Although they're looking to come for the kill here against Baby, and he has an STRV in front of him as well, so...
The thing is that because Mayo took all that damage, they know that the STRV is somewhere on the K line. They might think that Baby is actually a little bit free, that he doesn't have as much support as he normally would, but... Oh, this is so nice by Baby. He feels like he's everywhere in this round, right? He's making the peaks here, he's rotating to the north, he's now punishing Reject on the runaway. Like... This is why they got him, because he is a genuinely very good player.
Like is a little far forward for my likings, to be honest, because you can see the problem. D13 pushes to the hold on. Yingshan is in front of him. Like takes one, Likes takes one from D13. Like will take one more from Twist from behind in just about a second. Takes one more from D13. Damage coming in now as well from the back lines, and he's pushed out into a bad position. Maybe you can see Adi ran away. I'm not sure why they decided to keep Like up front. Strikes coming in now as well. Of course, the RHM still has a few shots. That maybe is extremely tall, so is sticking out in a lot of scenarios. And there's the kill, actually on Like. But Baby in return getting chased down as well in that K91. He has Miku in pursuit on his tank. Frugo as the cover. Good shot from Miku. Alex is dead as well though in the 50M. That's Twist to find that one. Baby might die for this, and Frugo is not doing that much better, to be honest, in his CS63. Takes one more from Click on the move, but Click takes a strike, and Baby looking for the finish. Will ends up missing the shot, and Click finds the kill. I mean, I don't want to say it, but that looked a little bit like Reject finds Twist as well in the light.
In the middle, yeah.
In the middle of the map.
Yeah, he must have overpeaked and gone into the bushes, and Reject blinded him out. I mean, I think Baby, that shot was probably a lag spike, right? Obviously, they're playing on high ping, but that's a pretty easy shot for Baby.
It doesn't change Twist dying, though.
Well, yeah, that's a mistake. And that's a massive mistake in this type of game, because that's their kind of middle screen, right? That's the
I mean, he would win the game. He would win the game for them, like just spam planes, basically.
Yeah, but they're still in control, though. 2.5k up.
Are they though?
Are equal.
Are they?
I mean, most of the HP is on Dongqin.
I disagree simply because of the fact that they have no control left over the map. Like they don't have the. They have the.
Jiangshan will retake that base control.
Yeah, sure, but it's still going to be costly.
True, but 2 minutes to go. I think as long as Frugo and Karma stay alive, I think they can make a kill. Maybe on Mayo or Click. But they have no strikes, which is a big issue. It's a really hard one. Sure, they have the HP advantage. Miku runs, doesn't connect it, does take one.
He's gonna go... No, okay, I thought he was gonna go towards the zero line pocket, but no, he's just going to drop below.
Oh, zero line pocket would be a mistake.
It looked like he was going there for a second. Good move from Adi though, to be honest. They have a strike. They do have a strike apparently on the STRV, but Adi is going to ruin them. He is going to absolutely ruin them. He might even spot Frugo. He spots Frugo. Does he get the kill? Ooh, he misses. He misses. He misses. He misses.
Shouldn't make a difference though. Adi can just overpeak at any time. He'll take damage, but if he
Rishek
makes
uses
Karma
the
a
strike.
one-shot, those strikes will kill him.
Rishek finds the kill on Frugo. That was Rishek with the strike. He used it and he finds Frigo. Miku in return getting pushed by that IS-7 and K91. Karma is going to die here against Adi. You can see Dongxing trying to get some shots from the back lines in the STRV. Can he connect any is the question. Doesn't look to be the case at all. He misses one or two. Miku's dead as well. JWL though has a problem. The problem is that they only have 2 players left as Adi finds a kill on D13. In 1 minute left, they would need to find 2 kills to even out the game here. It's not happening.
Yeah, Twist dying in the middle was really the big issue here. I mean, again, this was not a great played game on both sides. Big mistakes coming out. I mean, we saw right on the K line, like just dying for free, Twist dying in the middle for free. God knows what happened with Baby and Miku on the 0 line, but such a brutal game by both these teams, really blow for blow. But in the end, JWL, they might have the HP advantage, but Sicarios just need to hold the line.
Can they do that? Is probably a yes. I mean, Dongxing now pushing against the Mivi, and you know, the SRV
Needs Amarak.
the SRV has a lot of DPM, but the thing is, this Mivi has a ton of it as well. And
Yeah.
Yingshan in the meantime is dead. Zhang Shan is dead, and Adi, well, and this one is going to end on time. Yeah, Sicarios end up winning that, but that was a round, again, where you would say JWL in the mid-game was right ahead, had control, and kind of let it slip.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Zhang Shan didn't have a massive impact in this game, right? He's one of 2 tanks with armor for JWL. I just felt like I didn't see him anywhere. Karma was bleeding a lot, but he was also dishing out damage. I think Sicarios made massive mistakes, but so did JWL. I mean, Baby played such a good game, but then didn't make the kill on Miku or whoever that K91 was. Twist, we need a replay to see how Twist died, because that's massive. Because he wins the game for JWL, like you mentioned. He gives you the map control. He gives you that kind of... You know, when you pick a lineup with multiple K91s and SGRV, you always want and a light, you always want the enemy at arm's length, where you can punish them for coming close. And if you lose that mid-control light, it just hurts that strategy so hard. So, yeah, we'll need to see the replay to see how he died, but that's a massive mistake. I think it was a blind shot by Reject. I think he peeked in the bushes and Reject blinded.
No, we saw his position at some point. He was like literally...
I didn't see it.
He was in front of the... So you have the strike in the middle, and they spawned on the east. He was up on that ledge there, basically high, peeking high probably, and getting owned in return. He was not in a bush. He was over peeking the mid from what it looked like, and died. Which is really weird, because even if Baby, you know, ping whatever, they don't kill that K91 with a light alive in that kind of game, you know, he can go on the cap and just spam plane. Like 10 seconds on the cap is a plane, spam plane, spam plane, spam plane. It's very annoying to deal with, especially in a game where you don't have anything left to counter him with.
Yeah, but it's a surprising round. I feel like JWL should have done a lot better here. I think Karma bled way too much. I feel Zhang Shan didn't have a good impact. Baby played a really nice game, but got caught out in the end while he was running. And Frugo made really big mistakes in this game. You know, losing so much HP in the beginning, then throwing away all his HP, trying to cover away Baby, just really had minimal impact. And you need your right. If you get these EU players, you got to have them make an impact, right? And I just didn't see it in this round, apart from Baby in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, Baby made some good plays with the K91, some good peaks, and then later on played pretty well against the E50M, pushing him also, so there was that at least. But for JWL, the troubling part is that all of the close rounds right now, they're just like, kind of losing them.
Yeah, which is a surprise, right? I mean, you could say it's ping, you could say it's inexperience by some of the native Chinese players, right? Because Frugo and Baby have a wealth of experience. But yeah, these end games, especially the last 2 rounds, the Sand River and the Ghost Town, they have not been great. They have been rounds that should have been won that just weren't closed. So I think Sicarios can think for themselves very fortunate to be in this position of being a round up.
Well,
do you want to know how to say baby in Chinese?
Bao
Bao.
Baba.
Bao bao.
Bao bao.
Yeah. Or bao bei. Bao bei is like the cute version that you say to your girlfriend. Bao bao just means baby. So it depends. Do you want to be cute when you talk to him or not?
I want to be neither. So I guess I'm just gonna call him Alex.
Okay.
It's just called Alex now. Unlucky.
But I mean, what do we think that we've seen so far, right? Because this is the first on-stream test of
shaky
JWL.
teams.
Yeah, two very shaky teams. I mean, for Sicarios, it's not a surprise, right? They were always one of those teams that are on the periphery of OLS, right? They've been in OLS before, but mostly they were in OCS. They've gotten to the finals of OCS. I'm pretty sure they've won it as well, but OCS is not OLS.
I would say JWL being shaky is far less bad than Sicarios, because Sicarios has this tournament and then a very important one coming up, you know? For JWL, they dominated the split in China. Like, they really dominated it, right? And I have no doubts they will dominate the next split as well and qualify to WCI pretty easily. So they have a lot of time to work on the nerves, whatever, and train even more, right? They are going to qualify. Let's say 90% they're qualifying. For Sicarios, not quite that high, right?
No, definitely not. But still, it's... I mean, I'd expect JWL to be in a stronger position. I feel like they've had enough time, right? This team has been around for over a year, I'm pretty sure, right? With Baby and Frugal.
I mean, yeah.
It's been around a year. And I think in that time, if you're...
bit less, but yeah.
Yeah, but even then, if you're training a lot, right?
Living
you're
together.
Dominating your own server, I feel like you should be contesting these
Eating
endgames.
together, living together, getting massages together, you know.
That sounds a bit weird.
No,
I never did that in China.
yeah, well, it sounds like you're missing out.
Definitely.
JWL though, interesting lineup. Mivi and 5 K91s and an STRV.
Yeah, that's a bold one. STRV with the Bino, Sicarios, 1 Mivi, 1 CS, 150M, double K91, STRV, and T100. I'm not a fan of this lineup. Look, K91 is not bad in OLS, but I think this amount is,
We'll see if it works,
a bit
though.
over the top.
It's like,
I mean, Baby takes 140.
yes, the Inspire. It's a bit annoying though, the JWL lineup, because it has so much camo as well, and DPM. You got to be real careful.
But Miku's in a light, and JWL have no light in return. Oh.
We're just quickly
The doors are
showing you
closed.
how nice our animations are.
I love the animations. It just when it plays.
Their
the sound,
lineup is
I
one
can't
thing.
hear
Look
you.
at what they're doing with it, though. They're pushing K-Line with K91s. I mean,
They're all spotted though.
they're not taking
They
any
won't take
damage.
that much damage on
no,
the approach.
No, they're not taking any damage so far. Baby will bail out, maybe towards the strike or to cover. They're going to keep pushing this with no, yes, maybe, no.
Twist didn't get the memo of the lag.
Yeah, I mean,
It's the pig.
I think it would have been a good move actually to keep going with one or
I
two.
think. Yeah, but they don't have full info. I mean, imagine you push all that way. They don't know.
Okay,
what
from
all the
our
tanks are.
perspective, it would have been a good move. I think.
Well, yeah.
Nice shot.
I think they would have gotten Alex. I think Rishek would have dealt a lot of damage in return. But the thing is,
that's the thing though. I don't
Alex
think
can just
Rishek would have done that much because Alex was on
But
that
the-
dune and
Yeah, but Alex can just go on the outside.
yeah, but he dives to the Mivi from the middle.
Yeah, but he dies. It takes a while for that guy to die, right? And in all the time that he's dying, he's dealing damage to his K91s in the face. And if they overpeak onto Alex, the Reject will give shots in return. Ooh, nice dodge by Mayo. But it's kind of like, now what, right? The jig is up, and they need to start using Mayo to good effect, because not Mayo, Miku to good effect with the K91. But it's nice map control taken by JWL though.
They're doing a good thing about keeping up the pace of the battle here. You know, taking back their own base as well, keeping K-line control. The SRV is in a very forward
Dominant
position. Yeah.
That K3 is really an STRV in K3 and a K91 spotting ahead essentially means that K-line is off limits to Sicario. So that's why they're kind of making this north play. It's nice that they have the light can screen ahead for the CS and K91. But there are so many options now for JWL. They can just hold their own base and apply cap pressure if they choose to. Like, JWL have all the
Piku
options.
does have a level 3 plane. He drops it now, and it is going actually on towards Karma. But in return, he takes a little bit of damage as well because of the K91 pushing up. Good damage on towards Karma, though. Very good damage.
Yeah, and that's a plane back for Miku. I'm surprised that JWL want to kind of contest this north. I really feel like now that you've got K-line control, now's the time to kind of put one of those K91s on the cap and just kind of hold that north control. I feel like pushing into a light, right? Every peak you make is going to be spotted, and Miku's going to be unspotted, which gives nice opportunities for tanks like Mayo and the K91 in the north, which I think is probably like to... No, that's Adi. To peek on you when you're spotted by the light. I think this retake in the north is really difficult for JWL. I think they're making life harder for themselves. It's like that the cap is there for the taking. North strike is not takeable. South strike is not takeable. Mid strike is not takeable because of the STRV on K3. What stops them from capping?
Not much, to be honest, but they seem to have a different idea of how to play. They want to repush north almost fully. The 140 gets spotted out. And honestly, Sicario is pretty aware of this.
Yeah, but that's why they have the light, right? The light gives you all of the info before they get in your face, which means
I think
Sicarios are kind of one step ahead.
I think JJRL should definitely at least take this middle strike, you know?
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. Like, it's there for the taking. You can just take the mid strike and just kind of build that strike arsenal. I feel like JWL are
I think they should
giving
just freeze the
Sicarios
game.
the respect they deserve.
I think JJRL just needs to freeze the game where they are now.
Yeah, definitely.
If they do that, they can take mid strike, the north strike, and the south strike at the same time. Almost.
Once you have that dominant K-line control, and the thing is now, because the SGRV left, Sicarios are retaking K-line. I think JWL need to freeze the game, keep that K-line control, and just build the strike arsenal. And now that Alex is
Too
retaking
late to build a strike arsenal.
Well, yeah. Now it's too late, but... And now JWL are making rotations again, but... Do they want to make this K-line repush a second time and risk it by going into Alex with K91s?
I mean, Adi and Miku are kind of controlling this A-line cross. They may actually opt to go for twists. You can see Click sneaking up now. Is Sicario aware of what is going on? It does seem like they have a pretty good clue. Twist now running away, gets spotted out by Adi, doesn't take a shot, and he is backing out what I think might just be perfect timing, although he's going to get chased down by Click, and Miku lining up a shot as well. Maybe the timing was not that perfect as he's taking damage for it, but it could have been
Alex
worse.
is running in the south as well, which means JWL won't catch anything in return. If Click managed to get twists, Twist doesn't have any cover in the base at the moment. Obviously, Sicarios don't know that. Twist unspotted, Click's not peeking, so Twist should get away here. Maybe takes one more. Oh, Alex got caught more than I thought he would. Down to 500, and
That's
the
a strike?
return is next to nothing. Yeah, it's a small strike. Oh no, it was a big strike actually. So Alex, oh, small strike misses. So Alex will survive, but that's Sicarios' main armor in this game.
And Twist in the meantime down towards 1000 HP, still running. Dongshin getting spotted in the base for shooting. Frugo takes one immediately for driving on towards the cap.
I'd be annoyed if I was Frugo taking that shot.
In the meantime, though, it's SRV. It's gonna get bullied. I mean, E50M, a lot of DPM. Twist still stuck. Adi and Milo are gonna find Twist by the looks of things. I mean, Twist, he might make it out, but it's gonna take that. He doesn't.
No, he won't.
doesn't.
He won't make it out.
No, he's dead. Should be dead.
He's dead because he's trying to drive upwards, which makes him more exposed. He goes now down into the low ground, manages to survive, but any small strike will pick him off. Click in the meantime, fighting against Dongchin. Not that easy for either of the teams. Obviously, the SGRV gets the heat shield in the front, but Click on paper should win this. Adi trades against Frugo. Frugo makes a big peek, takes 2 shots in return. They want to try and pick up Twist here. Small strike comes in. Twists doesn't dodge it, so he goes down.
Click is getting owned, though.
Getting the better of Click here.
Baby and Karma
This
crossing back over into the base. Yeah, the reinforcements coming. Frugo cutting through the dried out riverbed as well, and I think Click.
He's unspotted for
Yeah,
that.
Click. Was he unspotted going for this? No, I don't think so.
no,
Look at
no,
the plane,
no.
because the plane comes out on Frugo, and this is another mistake. Click is like, okay, come here, Frugo. Remember me? We used to play on a U against each other. I have found
That was a
you.
sad round.
Yeah, that was very sad. The strike comes out, and that is a strike from Sicarios, right? Click now down towards, well, not a one-shot for Frugo, but both
Frugo
of them
wins it, though.
down towards a one-shot. Is there a mini-strike? That's Milo's mini-strike. Does it hit? No, it's gonna miss. But in the meantime, though, Yingshan down towards a one-shot. Adi's a one-shot. Frugo is dead. And this game is slowly but surely starting to go Sicarios' way.
This Adi dead though. I mean, this entire match has been a complete mess, to be honest. It's been backwards and forwards, both teams making big mistakes, but in the end, as the dust kind of settles and we kind of slow the game down, Sicarios are in the better position. Like does get spotted. We'll see if he takes any damage for that. Gets unspotted runs, so no damage taken.
D13 is starting to be low, and Miku is going.
He was 2k HP last time we saw him. Now he's 750. That's double strikeable. It's not great.
I mean, Miku is going for it, but D13 did use his heal, so he has nothing of that left. If D13 peaks, he's going to get owned by Restrike, so if he makes a peak there, he's dead. Let's put it that way. If he overpeaks, Restrike should always hit this shot. Always.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the strikes on the JWL side in case either of those K91s have a strike enough for Alex, but they don't. They don't have the, the 250 damage strike like does.
Better be
Peak,
careful.
gets info, but takes one in return, takes two from Baby, actually. And that gives Karma some potential to win this 1 minute 30. Both of these teams might be just wanting to try and make a quick kill and steal it at the end.
Yeah, but the problem is Like, ooh, good shot by Karma. Like will make it out, and the HP is still pretty heavily in favor of Sicarios, and they started with a light tank. Of course, no, I mean, the 50M has slightly more HP, but that's the only thing you could say. Ooh, Baby taking two in the 140.
Yeah, now Sicarios definitely have dealt more damage.
I think they'll, because of the light, nice shot from Karma. Not the cleanest of, plays.
By either of the teams. There's so many mistakes, so many little engagements where people say, ooh, Alex, that was a big strike. Did Alex heal up that much?
He did heal up that much.
God, he healed a lot. But now he's more strikeable, and we'll need to see if D13 wants to make a play. 40 seconds.
They need to find Alex, though.
Well, yeah. But bear in mind, for both of these teams, it will be damage dealt. Baby does get connected, so that's 250. Not a one-shot just yet. But Sicarios are taking a decent amount of damage, though. They were at 7k, they're now at 6. I'm not sure if
D13 is spotted.
Sicarios
He's one
win
shot.
it on damage
He's
dealt.
one shot for the strike. Will they use it? That's the question. D13. Yeah, Miku used it. He's gonna die. D13 is about to. No, did it miss? I think he missed.
Yeah, it did no.
Miku had a strike
know.
and he used it. Base is on, but the time runs out. And let's be real, HP wise,
Dongqing takes.
I
think
it's a
Sicarios just
Sicarios
clinched
win.
it.
It
Yeah.
should be a
Yeah,
Sicarios
it
win.
has to be.
I mean, they had a maybe.
Alex healed
Alex
a lot,
did heal a lot, but still, D13 also healed. They also had one. So he may not have healed as much as Alex, but to overcome this deficit, I don't think so. I mean, we'll get confirmation soon, but I would very much think this is a Sicarios win.
You're not getting your abacus out.
I could have.
I always like it when you do. I
could have.
always like it when you do
if
that.
they show the post-battle results, but I would need to see
Yeah,
it.
we don't get to see those anymore.
I mean, technically,
don't
I
want
could
us to
start the
know.
game and observe, but
You're not dedicated enough.
it would just be more effort. It'd be like he had not forgetting to click observer, forgetting to go to garage.
Yeah. I mean, so looking at the game, I mean, to be honest, this game was a mess from start to finish. JWL, they did an unexpected push. They managed to take A-line control with the M5Y running away. But after that, you got to put the brakes on and just kind of build the strike arsenal, apply cap pressure. You have the map control. If you have such a good K-line, in traditionally that what would say eastern side of the map, they get better K-line positions, right? So if as the western side you get that K-line and you secure it with a Sturv in the back line, you shouldn't lose it. But they gave it up and decided to go for a north repush and then left the north. I don't know. I don't agree with these JWL calls, to be honest.
But even
I
if
think,
they have north, they could freeze the game where they were and go for some strikes.
yeah, but it's
not
harder
that
to
close.
go for those
Look at
strikes.
this. It's not that close.
Jiang Shan only 100 damage. That is not what you want to see out of a K91.
I mean, Rishak really
But-
didn't have much in this game either. 789.
Yeah, but that's less surprising, to be honest. I mean, he was just kind of a base cover, but all of the engagements happened kind of on K-line and in the base of JWL. So I'm not really that surprised that Reject didn't have such a big impact, because it was always Sicario's kind of, I always like the train sound, you know, the chugga chugga chugga. But but yeah, this is a weird round. I really feel like JWL should have had the advantage here, to be honest. I feel in all 3 of these rounds that Sicario have won, JWL have been in the driver's seat and have lost it. And that's a concern.
It is. It's 3-1 for Sicarios, and Tundra now coming up next. It could have been very different, but so far JWL not showing us enough.
No, definitely not. I mean, they've been in the driving position for the last 3 rounds and have thrown it away. JWL, you know, I just can't imagine it. You just take that K-line, you have complete K9 control, a K921 spotting for an SGRV in the back, and you give that up. I find that crazy to go for no free pressure. You know, these K921s, they're not pushing tanks. They're rear turreted, low to the ground, bad gun depression, but high DPM and accurate gun. That's a sniper tank. You don't want to be making aggressive north repressures against CSs and E50Ms, especially when the enemy has a light. I just think they've made life so difficult for themselves. And I don't think Sicarios have been exceptional, but they've been lucky enough to have an opponent who kind of gives them victories, and now in a 3-1 pretty dominant position. Not on match point just yet, but JWL need to step up.
I mean,
and Tundra's a close range map. That's a player skill map, right? Which I think is going to suit Sicarios a lot better.
It should, especially because a little bit of ping as well. I feel like long range should be better for worse ping.
I think, look, Frugo is a very experienced FC. I've watched him lead. I think he's probably going to be the better commander. So on maps where you can play a bit more tactical, JWL are going to have the advantage. But on close range shootout maps, where things are just pure player skill, communication, and positioning, I think Sicarios are going to have the advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sicarios win these next 2 rounds. Obviously, there's a lot of factors involved, but I expect this to be minimum 1-for-1. And that puts Sicarios on match point.
Hey, you know what? Who's that really good for?
For me.
How?
Because I predicted 5-4.
Right.
So I need Sicarios to get to 4.
Right.
And then I need JWL to win the rest.
I mean... yeah, I'm looking at the predictions now as well. Like, wow, we got owned. Jesus.
Not really. I mean, they should be 4-0 for JWL, to be honest.
No, I mean previous days, you know?
Oh yeah, the previous days were terrible. I got absolutely destroyed. Either way, lineups: BZ and 50B being banned. JWL double bat chat. That's a bold one. We don't normally see bat chats anymore. 1 Mivi, 140, triple Blisker. So those bat chats are going to need to have a good game.
They've played bat chats before, actually.
Yeah, but it's not that common on this map. We saw the meta kind of shift.
Yeah, they've played bad shots. Was it them or was it 1-1? I think it might have been 1-1. It was a Chinese team that played the bats for sure. And they pushed very early towards 1-2 line with them as well. And it didn't end up working because, you know, you play with double bat against double strike.
Yeah. I mean, double bats can work, but I wouldn't really call JWL I wouldn't really call them a Chinese team, right? Because you've got... If the FC... If the in-game leader is from the European server, that's going to be European tactics, right? So I wouldn't really compare JWL to the other Chinese server teams, but now we're in this scenario where they've taken double bat, they have self-control, but what can they do with it? Because right now they're on a timer.
The strike, will it get used by Reshek? You could almost say that it was a good opportunity against Triple Bliskovice, why not? And so far, Sicario's taken a lot of damage. Karma, Twist, and Yingshan, they're now pushing up against this, and the opportunity to strike this has kind of faded. Click now in a lot of trouble in this Mivi, forced to try and back away, but will he actually make it away from the position is another question. It looks to be okay for him though. He's backing away towards the buildings, and now the strikes started coming out on towards those positions, and Click still in trouble though. He has another Mivi in front of him. Good peek there from Twist, tries to get a shot, but is not connecting. Like loses his loader though, may not have a medkit for a while. That's going to be annoying, and Click in the meantime is dead. Like low as well, and JWL has another leading position here.
Yeah, Karma, he hit the click, the quick flick onto Karma. I can't even speak. and onto Click and manages to pick him up there. Now Dongqing and Frugo, they have a
But look at
kind of...
CS in 140. Look at the CS in 140 coming in from Sicarios. I think they also realized that the Dravets was out of position. Risha coming back in to chase down Frugo. Alex coming in as well. They really should be going for Frugo here because this Mivi is going to back away. Frugo's coming back in with 3 shots, but they are opting to push on towards this Mivi instead. Alex, gotta be careful. That Batshot, of course, has an ability for quicker reload. In return, they lose like Ari. Can he back away? No, he cannot. He will fall in that position. He's dead. And now they gotta make a big move for Sicarios. It's 5 on 4 with Miko being low, and Frugo will abandon his Mivi, but that's what he has to do.
Yeah, and now they've got kind of Sicarios bundled in a corner. And this was a really interesting game, actually. We saw Karma just flicked onto Adi, which allowed Dongqing to pick him up, and from there Frugo made the rotation to isolate this traffic in the north. JWL then, Sicarios were forced to rotate the 140 and CS north, which allowed the Mivis of Like and Miku in the Dravik. The tanks on D4, they kind of got isolated by the Blitzkrieg. This is a really interesting game, actually. I feel like Sicarios should have been better prepared for it. I feel like they had the info, but they didn't punish these Blitzkrieg enough. They made peaks, they dealt damage, but what was it? They were giving 800, and I think I saw they were probably receiving about 600 in return. So every trade was kind of good for JWL, but they made nice rotations. They played well with the bat. Frugo rotated north to assist the Mivi. The other Batchat was in the south. He kind of flanked around the left. And they used these Blitzkowitzes as anchors to try and kind of punish them. I think Sicarios made some mistakes. I think who was the Mivi on the strike who ran? I think he made a mistake. He didn't take a very good position. Yeah, he didn't. He made a mistake going into those buildings. He gave some cross shots, but he got crossfired out. So no, it's 3-2. It's just this is old technology. You see, it's like the 1980s style. So it's a little bit delayed. Oh, there's the music. The victory music is my favorite thing.
Is it?
It is. Listen, I love a good UI. I like the UI from last season. Actually, I thought that was a really nice one.
Yeah,
I like the smoke effect as well. It's like coming off the screen. I love it. Production do a really good job.
So yeah, Click was the one that went into that strike.
And so he goes down pretty cheaply. And apparently, I think the strike damage is bugged because Sicarios did play strikes, but only Alex has got 331 strike damage. It was interesting. D13 had a very good game. We didn't really see him. I think he was the flanking Batchat in the south. He dealt pretty decent damage. Frugo didn't have that much of an impact, but the trades were still really nice by JWL. Like I said, in the beginning, these Blitzkrieg, they were peaking. They dealt 800, and they took only about 600 in return, which is a positive trade, and that allows JWL to kind of flank with the Batchats and put so much pressure onto Sicarios that they can't take the strikes.
Good round for JWL. They need more of this, to be honest.
Yeah. I feel like Sicarios should have been in a better position, though.
They were they really allowed themselves to get isolated at some point.
Yeah, definitely. I think based on just positions, I agree with you. I think they should have placed a strike on the triple Bliska immediately. Like, why not?
For sure,
just
that's
do it.
3 damage. And if they use their ability, they have to come in without ability.
Exactly. So it's completely worth it to do that. But then I think Sicarios just didn't pick good positions. I think JWL were too quick for them. And I think Sicarios didn't have time to get organized and get into good crossfire positions where they could punish the Blitzkrieg enough for peaking. So JWL showing a bit of prowess here.
Yeah, it was good for them. If they can win it now, it's 3-3 and we move on even Stevens. If Sicario ends up winning the round, though, then we have a bit bigger problem, right, for JWL. But, the double bat, we don't see it very often, but it ended up working. Frugo did the right move as well, abandoning his Mivi. I still think they should have chased the bat.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think if the Dravik kind of holds off the Mivi and the double medium, the 140 and the CS just go for the Batchat, I don't think it would have changed the game. I think sure, Frugo dies, the Mivi dies. But
I don't think they win the game either, but it's like, I think they should go for the fast tank, aka the bat, get him out first, and then switch onto the Mivi.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have put them in a closer position in the late game, but they still would have had all their tanks in the north against Bliskers. They would have been surrounded. What was it? It was in the end game, it was like 2 Bliskers, a 140, and a Batchat out of the game. And so I still think JWL would have won the game, but it would have been a better decision. But yeah, I just don't think Sicarios were organized enough. I think, they took the north. They should have gotten both the strikes, placed them on the Bliskers, and weathered the storm a little bit better. I think they allowed the Bliskers to play a bit too freely. I think they should have been punished more for their overpeaks.
Yeah, it should have started with the triple strike in the beginning, and then afterwards, the secondary strike comes in as well, and that would be a lot of damage already for Sicarios. And this round, it just feels like they got picked apart. They really wasn't sure on how to deal with it, what was happening. Maybe just because they're not really used to playing against this style as well that JWL plays on Tundra. I don't think too many European teams play with double bat on Tundra.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a style, to be honest. I think, these double Bliskers from JWL, they peaked, and they traded positively. If you're peaking up and over a ridgeline with a turretless TD, you got to trade negative for that. You got to take 2 or 3 shots from people, even with ability, and you give 800 in return. I saw that initial peak. Both of them peaked, both of them dealt damage. One of them took 600, one of them took nothing. So I think the shooting wasn't there for Sicarios. I think they needed to punish those front line, those brawling tanks better. But either way, we move into the next one.
BZ and CS ends up getting banned, which means Sicarios double 50 beat triple drive at a K91 and a 140.
Yeah, we can definitely see that change of play style. JWL, 1 Dravik, 140, that's a quad 430U and a Blisker. So Sicarios going for more of the meta we saw towards the end of OLS Season 6, which was a lot of 50Bs and Mivvies, but we're not seeing those here. And JWL going for a little bit more traditional. Those 430Us recently buffed in Onslaught, more engine power, slightly better upper plate. So they're a bit more popular now than the 50M was. I'm not sure which lineup I like more. I think Sicarios' lineup is harder to play though.
It is indeed a bit harder, but this Dravat has the advantage, of course, that it's very strong when it actually gets into position, but these 430Us, they have a lot of DPM.
Yeah, and this 50Bs, with the Draviks going south, looks like they're aiming the crossing. We'll see if they can give any damage. They can't, no spots coming out. The double 50B kind of making a trap, but normally JWL would never, I never saw a team that took North Control go that deep. Right? They normally just kind of sit there and take the strike. So I'm really
they don't really have,
a
reason to go that deep.
Yeah, I don't know. Especially if they peek, they get spotted by which means why would, if you're getting spotted from A0, why would you go that way? So I really don't know what this trap is meant to achieve. Mayo's taking a bold position under there. If that double 430U drops on him, there's enough buildings that they can seek cover and kind of DPM him down. Not sure what Sicarios want to do at the moment. It's very confusing. Mayo's all on his own, by the way. He has no cover at all.
Yeah, the reason why the double 50Bs just doesn't work is where they are is, JWL doesn't need to move. They can just sit, collect more strikes, and just be happy. So Milo is about to get repushed even. Getting peaked. There's double tank retaking the south as well. That gets spotted out now. So Milo is in a little bit of trouble here from 2 sides. Baby pushing forward as well, and now Sicarios will need to repush to north, and Milo is just left to his own devices.
But these Bs will be spotted very late on this northern retake. They could catch Twists and Frugo here. Sure, Mayo's going to go down. It's going to be pretty cheap, but there's a lot of tanks out of game. If these 50Bs and K91 in the north make a good play, they're still unspotted, by the way, these 50Bs. This could be massive. Frugo is going to get a big surprise here. Twist takes a lot of damage. We'll need to see if they can connect all their shots, but if Frugo and Twist go down pretty cheap here, this ain't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, they end up kind of trading, right? Let's put it that way. They get 1 for 1.
Yeah, better positions.
Yeah, exactly. This was actually a pretty good trade for JWL. Frugo had no business being there anymore. Allows himself to get caught out, and they give up double strike for this as well.
Yeah, just the info wasn't there by JWL. They didn't spot the 50Bs until late. Now they're forced into this repush. And this is not a fun repush. Jiangshan, he will take the initial damage. Big strike coming out. Will only hit on 2. But that's Twist down to a 1-shot. Jiangshan, his position isn't great. I think he can be crossfired by the 140 in the south. And he's also bleeding a lot. you see the HP, it's 5,500 in favor of Sicarios. It looked a little bit weird, but they were cooking.
Yeah, I think JWL really gave them the opportunity to come back in this. Killing Milo, of course, sure, it's perfect, but like, to be honest, there's no reason to why the tank of Frugal should be where it was, right?
Yeah. It's like a rookie mistake, right? Frugal wasn't spotting. Maybe Sicario's 50Bs, they drove in a way where they wouldn't get spotted until late. But I think JWL overreacted to no info. They really didn't have the information here, right? They knew there was a tank on the hill. They knew there was 3 Draviks, but they didn't know about the K91 in A0, and they didn't know about the double 50B. So why would you make a play in the south based on minimal information? I mean, just play the strikes.
I think the play in the south is fine, honestly. Like, I think the play they could play for the strike, but I also think the play in the south.
I think you need info. I think you get
info by repushing in the south, anyways. Like, I think the bigger problem is.
But what happens if there's double full 30U there?
Sure, but you kind of get that info when you're pushing down 1-2 line, and they were uncontested the whole way, right? And if you're making, but the thing is, if you're making the south play, the even bigger problem, yeah, you can play for double strike. Completely agree. Like, I agree. You can just play for double strike and play out that way, but. What is a thing missing is when you're repushing south and you are expecting them not to be south, why are you so far up in the north still where Frugal is, you know? And Twist. If you're going to push south, at least be in good position in the north that if they repush, you cannot get caught.
Yeah, when the double full 30 was going down the one line, you know, they keep going because they're not getting spotted, right? There's no one in bushes spotting them. So if they're unspotted the whole way, they know that this is kind of a free kill. But yeah, Frugal should have been better prepared. You know, these EU superstars, right? Baby. Frugal, less so. But he's still the in-game leader. He should be aware of this. He should be aware that this is a possibility. You know, every action... That's the thing about World of Tanks, right? It's an action and reaction game. If you do something, the enemy has to do something equal or better on the other side to bring up that advantage. And JWL didn't anticipate that if they take the south, surprise, surprise, Sicarios retake the north. And that puts them in bad positions, right? They lose Frugal, but if they lose Frugal, it's okay, right? It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's not horrendous. But then Twists is in a bad position because he's underneath the train track, right? Calm is in a bad position because he's behind that kind of mound of dirt, right? So they either need to repush north or take south control. And taking south control is really hard because they have the 140 in the high ground. They have the double strike in the north. So I still think JWL should have just slowed the game down and relaxed. I think this is kind of the same thing they did on Sand River, right? They took those good positions and then they gave them up to go retake the north. Here it was kind of the same. They took the good north positions, the double strike, then they went to retake the south based on minimal information. And I know what you're saying. I just don't like it. I think if you can sit and enjoy that double strike advantage, build that arsenal.
That was a possibility, for sure. Now they have to, however, bring it back on Pilsen. And I think JWL will look back at this match if they end up losing like 5-2, 5-3 as a very like, guys,
we gotta improve.
Yeah, this is not the way that we should be playing out the game.
Yeah, and Sicarios, you know, I know it's kind of dumb to say, but the Polish teams, they're all good on Pilsen. Every Polish team I've seen tends to perform very well. Be it Mafia, Hit and Run, Sicarios, even Lotus, not bad on Pilsen. So I feel like your prediction might be on the money, but I'm not unhappy with my prediction. I feel like JWL should be like 4-1 for JWL at the moment.
I mean,
this was the only game.
At the same time, right? You know, like, sure, you can be in the driving seat, but it takes one team to like give opportunities and the other team to capitalize on it, right? So yeah, JWL has given massive opportunities, but at the same time, Sicarios has given some big opportunities as well. Sadly for JWL, Sicarios has capitalized more on the mistakes that they are making than vice versa.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want to win, you just don't make as many mistakes for it.
Yeah, definitely true, and that's why the winners tend to make next to no mistakes, right? The Mafias of the world, the Ws, they tend to make a lot less mistakes, and you can see that the end game scenarios are a lot cleaner than the ones that we've seen here. But these matches have gone to the wire. It's been a good watch. Is that no rammer on D13?
That's possible. I mean, the CS is...
He's a Vents enjoyer. I love him.
Why the Vents, though? I mean, extra view range.
I love Vents.
But...
extra view range is like
but
4
you...
meters extra.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why you would pick the Vents and not like the optics. No, you switched it.
Oh, he changed it, yeah.
Well, they're going to be playing without the light. Sicarios without a light as well, but Sicarios with the BZs. That we didn't really say that. 4 BZs is looking like a quick middle play potentially. Towards the cap or through the actual factory, you know? And it's going through the factory by the looks of things.
Yeah, but JWL do have double CS. That's going to be a lot of strike potential. Lights being banned on both of these teams. Looks like they're stopping though. They wanted to try and give a free shot to Baby, but they weren't able to. Baby's going to repeat this. Adi takes one. We'll see if he takes any more. Baby finding it a bit awkward with that gun arc. I think doesn't connect another one. But Frugo has taken that mid strike. Jiang Shan taking a lot of damage there by the 50B on the south. The triple cap is on.
Sicarios took the strike.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, Like took it. You can see.
I didn't notice. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Like took the strike, but that's important because of the eastern strike, right? Look at D13 now moving on towards that strike on the east. Like should be able to reset that one. They also have the 1-2 line strike, which means that Twist had to come forward to decap. He's running away now. Takes only 1 for that. That's cheap. And now you can see Sicarios actually abandon this cap attempt. They're pushing forward. They find Baby out in the open a little bit, but he will get back around the corner. But the bigger problem is Twist and Dongshin here stuck on the outside of that little factory area.
Yeah, they didn't connect the shot to Alex. Twist doesn't connect it either. Dongshin is just leading, and now they're stuck together, so they're just going to be perma-striked here. Sure, it's only a small strike, but JWL are bleeding so hard. I'm so sad because it's your prediction, but I don't see a way back into this for JWL, to be honest. Unless they massively slow the game down and use that field map control. But with double cap pressure on, JWL, they're just not looking.
They need to start thinking about blocking the cap.
Well, I mean, they do have the big strike. Frugo has a small strike as well. Obviously, they don't have info just yet. D13 has opted. He's worried because they don't have info on that 50B. So big strike does come out, does connect onto both of them. So
that's actually good. Frugo gets another one, a big one basically, out of that, because he's going to be able to take another strike. That will translate. And now you can see the reaction though from Sicarios. I think they want to give the knockout punch here against JWL. The peak from Click, yeah, he takes a lot of damage, but it's a BZ75. That's the one you wanted to be taken on, and he will probably die. That's Frugo with the strike coming back in.
Karma's on reload.
But Karma in the first B on reload indeed, and now Sicarios needs to make their move to decide the game. Karma's on reload. He did his clip. That brought the HP back in towards a playable area, but he's not going to be able to stay alive, normally speaking. Although Adi kind of not peaking anymore in his BZ75, and maybe JWL coming back in, and they find Reshek. Now Like is isolated in the CS63. Miku coming back in, but Like does find the kill. Milo looking towards Jingshan, finds a shot, but Miku and Milo, they don't really have the DPM. Can Miku find the kill? No, he shoots Frugo instead. In return, the Forge B is still alive together with his 430U, and Karma finds a kill. They wipe the corner, and they wipe the game as well. JWL will hold on in this one. I think Sicarios gotta look back because the first B is still alive.
This was horrendous. This was actually horrendous. Oh my god. You know, we were talking about it takes one team to make mistakes and another team to play well.
Yeah.
This is both of them playing awful.
I mean,
this was JWL were in horrendous positions. They were about 5,000 HP down. And you know, they peak, they pick up Dongchin, which is good, but that Foch B, I disagree that the 430 should have crossed and went to help the Foch B. I think you just abandoned the Foch in that scenario and just collapsed.
I mean, the Foch B should always die.
Yeah, no, Foch B dies every day of the week and Sunday and a day of the week that hasn't even been invented, right? He was down so low. Sure, even the healing ability, I don't think the BC peaked. This was such a confusing round by Sicarios. You know, JWL, they had a horrendous start, right? Jiang Shan got clipped out by the 50B. Dongchin was in an awful position. He bled half his HP in damage and then got immediately eliminated. But Karma has to die there. I don't know what. I don't know who was the BZ. Was it? I don't know. Maybe it's Adi on that corner with the 430U. But they should have picked him up and then killed that 430U. They should win that 2v1. But this was just poorly played. I don't know what Reject did in this game either, by the way. He got half of his damage was the initial clip onto Jiangshan. I think he made either a full clip or 3 shots. But then after that, he just had minimal impact. And I don't understand how.
I also think that the 50B was not really well positioned in the last part of the fight, because they were able to push out of this cap from JWL, and the 50B died in the process, which makes you...
Yeah, I didn't see where he died.
Which means he's somewhere around the cap, which is not where you want to be. I mean, I didn't...
No, he should be further back.
He
like
should be inside of the factory, basically,
Yeah.
and being ready to do whatever, but just not being able to get caught. Because when you have 4 BZs, you run into this issue that we saw now, is that the BZ, it's a phenomenal tank, even for Onslaught. It's, however, not a DPM tank. It's not a carry tank, to really say it in these scenarios. When it's playing against like Bliska Vitzes, Fortirius, and Foch Beast, they're the few niche tanks that really need to do a lot of damage, which in this case was the 50B, the CS, and the 140, right? They had a 140 on Sicario's side. They need to be bumping.
Yeah, but the thing about that is, right, he does 2.5. He got out either a full clip or 3 shots in the beginning. That means he only got off 1 clip or less before he died. And he was full HP. That should never happen. That's really big mistakes. That definitely costed Sicario this round. But as well, we look at the North, that engagement with the Foch, that was horrendous. You know, the double BZ, they made peeks onto Dongqin and the 430U. They made the kill, but it wasn't good because the Foch peeked and clipped them out. But I don't know, Sicarios are letting this slip so poorly. They were 5,000 HP in the advantage. I genuinely felt it was over for JWL. I thought position-wise, HP-wise, I thought there was no real way back for JWL. But it takes one team to make mistakes and another team to make even bigger mistakes.
Yeah, and now JWL has a possibility to bring it to tiebreaker.
That they do. Your predictions?
I mean, Phil's about to be right now. Yeah.
No. JWL win these.
You think so?
It's on tiebreakers, Himmels. I'd go JWL on Himmels. So if they win this, we'll see. But lineups, Foch and Type being banned on both these teams. JWL, 1 bad chat. CS, triple 430U and double Bliska.
Some changes still going on. Sicario's double B, a BZ, an E100. No, double B, double B, double Dravets, an E100, a mouse, and an IHM.
It changed more than weekend. JWL now actually opting for a K91 and 430U, so that's quite an aggressive lineup. They do have that small strike, DPM medium, no 140 on either side, so no Inspires. So it's kind of the difference in playstyle, right? Sicario's having the autoloaders and the heavy metal, JWL going more for the DPM and the DPM. But this does, with the light tank on Sicario's side, does mean that JWL will need to make an aggressive play in the beginning. I don't like this play by Baby. Because you're shooting on long range with a Bliska.
And there's like 500. So it's like 400, 500. It's not terrible either. I mean, the K91 will get the information tower. It's D13 picking it up. And the downside of that for Rishek is that he gets a mini strike, but it's not on time. It's too late. You see that he did use it, right? But it's too late. But Sicario's going to be real careful here.
Frugo.
Yeah, but he's still going to be careful if you're Sicarios, because you are going to be facing 7 tanks Click peeking out.
But Jiangshan is going to get collapsed upon here.
But Click needs to be careful though in that 50B. He's about to get retaliated back on by the 430U, who will push, but there's another 50B behind Click, and that's Frugo in trouble. Actually, Alex waiting for this. Frugo now taking a lot of damage. Alex has only 1 more. The strike comes out as well, and now JWL needs to start pouring out of that cap circle on towards the tanks of Sicarios. It's another 5,000 HP lead. A good ram there from Baby as well. Alex trying to keep Click alive, but that was not worth it from everybody's perspective, I would say. Baby chasing now in the Bliskavica. Ari starting to get overrun, and Rishek still trying to come back into the game. A strike comes out, so it does seem to hit quite a few. Still 3,000 lead here for Sicarios. Click coming back in with his 4 shots as well. Wants to get all of those out. Will he get them? He's on to 2. Didn't connect on the second. Now the 3rd and the 4th. And JWL finally shut down that 50B. But they're losing so much in return. And now the RHM has arrived into the battle as well. The 100 is going to die to the strike. No, he actually manages to dodge it. Milo in the 100 does want more because of that, and every damage matters, especially in a game like this. But now it's D13 and the K91 getting rammed. No, Rishak with the finish, and Sicarios, they couldn't do it with giving JDRL only 2 rounds. It had to be 3, but they will still knock them out of this tournament nonetheless with a 5-3 scoreline.
How does Phil always get these predictions right? I just don't understand it. He's like everything that Keyhand should be, you know? But yeah, solid by Sicarios in this endgame. It's a nice little trap. I disagree that Click should have made that peak. I think he bled a lot for that, but Alex obviously punishing Frugo in return, so it's kind of an equal trade. And I don't like Jan Shan's position. You know, crossing to there, it means he can get peeks from both sides, which, sure, you're punishing the enemy while they're making peeks on him, but it means that they can make isolations. And yeah, JWL just, they couldn't find any isolations in this game. And they had more tanks in the fight for longer.
It was this you had like the 2-3 guys, like 1-2-3 line, and then the rest was kind of like in this gap, but you know, Sicarios started doing damage. I think the one thing Sicarios has to be careful though, maybe a little bit more careful in that scenario, because you know they're pushing up with 150B on the 2 line by himself. When there's an IHM like miles away on the field, you gotta be very, very careful with that, to be honest. Ended up working, but then there was also, you know, like Alex trying to shield for Click. Just let him die, bro. You know what I mean? Just let him die. Sometimes you gotta cut your losses, no? Like this is one of those moments you get shot by a Bliskovica, you get rammed for 800 on top of it. In a closer game, could make a big difference. Like you said, Yingshan there did get caught out, and luckily the both Bs make clips happen, but there's a lot of stuff that Sicarios and JWL need to take into the future, because it needs to be cleaner if they want to really have a chance at not winning a round of a quarter here, but more like winning a semis, you know, or trying to get into a finals, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I think if it was less disjointed, I think JWL would have been in a better position, right? There's the light tank out of game,
if
the mouse doesn't have high DPM.
Sicarios pushing up, if they are like actually pushing together, I think they roll over Sicarios.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Addy played a really nice game. I think D100 played a nice game. Yeah, it was just a disjointedness, but either way, that's the score is the score, and no matter how this match went, Sicarios will progress. So congratulations to them, and yeah, let's let the replays take it away.
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design, built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
With Phil, there was only one of the two of us that was smiling, and that was him, because he got his prediction correct. I was holding it with JWL, and, well, didn't go so well.
Came to sit so close to me, like invading my personal space bubble.
Well, we can come even closer. Anyway,
I'm so happy I got a little bit of a stuffy nose right now.
Anyway, 1-1 against W. It's the second and also the last remaining Chinese team in the tournament that is going to take it on with the, let's call them vice champions of the past OLS season.
I'll make a big statement. I think the last Chinese team will see for the rest of the tournament as well. I got a feeling that's something's happening. Yeah, JWL was kind of the hope, I think, for the Chinese teams. 1-1 still seems to be like a team in the construction phase towards a better part of the year. And W has had a tremendous group stage. So it's not to say this without any evidence backing it up. W has demolished everybody they played against.
Yeah, I mean, there were kind of two EU teams that were coming out of the group stage looking pretty hot, which was W, of course, and also Cashback was not looking too shabby there. But yeah, first of all, 1-1. Are they going to win their first match in the tournament? Because the way that the cross-group stage actually works is that it took the top two teams from all of the groups, and well, 1-1 was the one that lost,
Key,
by the smallest margin?
Yeah, what makes me, think about it again is, Dao Ye, dude, I think he's older than you, and he's still putting out the numbers. So what is your excuse?
I kind of retired to being a caster, so I'm focusing.
Yeah, but
on
you weren't putting out the numbers before that either.
Well, I was preparing to.
I mean, you were putting out some
some
numbers, just not very big ones.
Well, talking about retiring, this might be possibly the last tournament that we are going to see the German superstar on the screen, as Jakifa, I don't think, is gonna hang around in W for too much longer, unfortunately.
Who is our next victim in that game? Who are we moving on to?
I don't know, but it's certainly not going to be Mentos. Looking at his average damage, I believe
whoever it is, it's not going to be that fun. But we can try.
That as well. But yeah, I mean, top 2 in average damage. Of course, if your team wins a lot and you stay alive a lot, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage. But yeah, now talking about the map bans. All of these games are obviously going to be played on the US Central server, but yeah, Westfield and Tundra getting taken out. I don't think anything there is too surprising, to be fair. Whereas Ensk and Cliff, those are two pretty brawly maps. I'm surprised to see 1-1 pick Ensk, to be fair. And I mean, 95 to 5%, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, but at the same time, it's not really a surprise, to be honest. It's kind of really W's game to lose.
Yeah, let's see, as we hop into the map video for Ensk here. 1-1 against W, and as we said, I think things for 1-1 are looking... Well, let's say they can only surprise us positively.
Hopefully. Ensk, however, is a map I could see W do some very amazing things on. Let's see what it comes out to be. Bliskovice band, E4 band gives us triple type 5, a mouse, a drive as a push B, and a 268 for W.
And for 1-1, we see one Dravets together with a T57, double type 5, double Foch B, and the V4 actually. So looking at the lineups, I think 1-1 are lacking a little bit of a punch when it comes to penetration of the tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of meat for W's side, to be honest. Let's see how it plays out. Lucan according to Banter, was playing when he was like 6 years old, so he's got a lot of experience under his belt.
I think Bunter may have been looking at the wrong player there, but yeah, WildQ and Lucan are going to be exchanging spots and also shots as WildQ puts in the second damage of the game. The first one actually went into Brain Breaker, so far so good for 1-1.
Yeah, they just end up getting the first 2 shots, so not too unhappy is what they're going to be, getting in some shots. It's a slow game, but they will get control over that Western Strike. Mentos in the 268, of course, that tank has a very good camo, the 268, especially if you skill camo on it as well. Type 5 doesn't really have fantastic view range. He's able to use that little bush even on the back lines and be annoying, get some shots in onto the Type 5s, and this is a trend that will continue throughout this match. I think that 268 will be playing around those rails, trying to get those shots against those Type 5s, especially, like Daoye is 300 meters away from him. If he hits, he will pen. I think he just did that as well, and that's the thing, 395 millimeters of pen, which is basically 395 in Onslaught because of the reduced RNG together with the ammo tuning skill. Another shot going into wind as well, and Mentos so far having a pretty good time. I mean, Nepal facing off against the Fush B. We talked about penetration issues. Yeah, the Fush B not the greatest tank against the Type 5, especially on distance, but the Type 5, the T57 against the Type 5 with that 340 doing a lot better.
Yeah, Itox currently on those rails trying to get spots out for the 268, but to be fair, I think so far 1-1 a little bit ahead in the damage dealt department, and keep in mind as well as Brainbreaker takes another shot, keep in mind that currently only one team between the two of them is picking up those neutral objectives. There has been one info tower and an artillery strike collected by 1-1. Meanwhile, on the field, Supermouse in the Dravets together with Liege, they seem to be able to kind of keep it on lockdown. That being said, though, Supermouse taking some damage, and Clerf now advancing in that Foch B. He definitely has enough shells in his clip to simply go up and over to just demolish the Dravets. If he doesn't get help from, for example, Daoye, that would be an HE in the side. That could be tasty. Let's see as Supermouse gets engaged upon the first shells coming in, and I think that Dravets is not long for this world.
No, he's not. But can Daoye get the HE shell or the shot? Yeah, he can. Kloof dropped low, 514. He might even die against the Fushby. He's behind a building now. They have the strike to delete that. They were not quick enough to do that on. And now you can see the Fushby ticking up. Not on screen, but he just ticks up so much. And now I think they destroyed the buildings with the strike. But that's a little bit too late because Win no longer has an opportunity to get Kloof out. And Kloof is very happy with that. Mentos and Brainbreaker will now be joining him. IOS covering from the back, who is low, but yet still alive. And Mentos with that 268 becoming a real looming danger here for the side of 1-1. When he starts popping off in that 268, it's going to hurt.
Well, let's see. The Foch B of Wind immediately sees the 268, activates the ability, takes the HE shell as well. Good shot by Mentos with AP through the tracks of the Type 5, but he takes damage in return. Wind now in the healing phase, but the artillery strike is going to come down and is going to eliminate Daoye from the battle. That's 2 tanks gone for the side of 1-1.
Mirmaker tries to HE pen Wind because the Fushby has that little bar that can be penned by HE. Klorf now trying to get it against Wind. Will end up winning that one out due to Mentos being in the position as well, and Wind bouncing a few shots by the looks of things. Klorf finds the kill. 3 tanks left standing from 1-1 who had some good trades in the beginning, but that's all they're going to get. The experience, I think, from W carrying him across the finish line as well. A well-executed 8-line push by our Romanian torpedo called Klorf. Finds the Dravets and then the ball gets rolling, and the ball never stops rolling, and unlike Germany, they actually end up winning.
Well, well, well. I didn't think you were going to make those references, but I guess it is what it is, not only for 1-1, but also for Germany in the World Cup. Good start for W.
Let's just say you were in the cup because you didn't spend a long time in the rest of the world.
We
you
made
went
it
back
further
home
than
really
last
quickly.
time, it is what it is.
Great, dude. So what did we go? We went from groups to going out in the only reason you made it further in groups is because they decided to add like 20 more teams.
Possibly fair, possibly fair. But we also know that both of these teams here have made it past the group stage, and, well, one of them is going to share Germany's fate. They are going to be knocked out. And, well, this first round here, I think 1-1 had some good, openings and approaches. I think at the start they were actually trading better than W. But the problem after that was that I think 1-1 were trying to literally do too much, right? They had people in the city taking the information tower and the artillery strike. They had people on the field trying to keep that on lockdown. And W was just like, wait, if they're everywhere, they can't defend everywhere.
But it was a good realization from the side of W, though, that they could push on towards the Dravits. And they did it very well. And Mentos with that 268. Good lord. Good lord. 7,679 damage. That's a lot of 6s and 7s.
Indeed it is. Although there is no 7 in the tank name, at least. That one only has 6 and 8. But yeah, good, I think, adjustment from W going into this round. And, well, we see the damage spread, apart from Nepal, who, I guess, at the start was trying to take a lot of damage so that Mentos could farm. Yeah, I think everyone here pitching in.
Yeah, but 268 definitely proving its worth for those long-range straights, right, on the back end of the map. You know, does well, gets a shot, and especially, you know, later on in the game, and thanks to being low HP, that 268 gets a pretty big buff from its ability, and those slow, low DPM heavies can't really do much against it.
And the fact as well, right, I think that might be an additional point why the 268 is being picked, is that unlike, for example, an E3 or something, it is more mobile. Yeah, of course, it has less armor, but the difference in the ability is going to give you a lot of DPM in those fights that with other TDs you simply don't have. So, yeah, good on W for doing that. Caster predictions, by the way, all of us agreeing that it is going to be a comfortable W victory. Yeah. I mean, 2 points compared to 1, realistically, we all have an idea who's going to win.
I think we're all joined in our predictions, you know. I predicted 2 for 1-1, but that's simply because you don't know what happens in the playoffs, you know, like... But maybe I was too generous.
Well, we'll see. They'll have at least 4 more chances to get around on the board. Would be a little bit sad to see them go out without a single round, because I feel like they, throughout WCL as well, which is essentially the Chinese equivalent of the OLS, they have shown that they're actually a very competent team, and the only team that's consistently been able to edge out 1-1 has been JWL. Of course, they have been beaten by Sicarios already, so maybe the JWL players even holding it with 1-1 now to see their countrymen advance further.
Well, they're gonna have to do something that W cannot play against, though, where this first round is a bit too easy, you know? Maybe a bit too standard, even.
Well, let's see what we're gonna get, as the CS63 and the E4 respectively are being banned out, and that leaves us with currently 1-1's lineup of double 50B, Type 5, double FOSH-B, an E3 and a WZTD. That is more penetration this time around.
W in return, triple FOSH-B, a 140 and triple Type 5. Very straightforward.
Absolutely. Interestingly enough, Mentos once again with the low noise, while the other two are rocking purple IRM, turbo and HP. So maybe Mentos is going to hang around a bit again at the back lines, although the FOSH-B obviously not as good as at sniping as the 268 would be. So let's see how this one opens up. The double 50B together with the Type, and 2 more TDs from 1-1 are going towards the city, and there as well the wolf pack of FOSH-Bs is going to be from W.
Yeah, you got to be real careful against these FOSH-Bs, though. Like, very, very careful. Because they are an extremely potent tank, and especially in the trio of them, if they find a good engagement, it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen. But, you know, 1-1, pretty passive. Mishen, however, finds 2 shots. I don't know if his ability was on time, but
wasn't.
Was still kind of cheap, right?
Yeah, I would say the info that he got, maybe it wasn't worth the 800 HP, but it was kind of the best thing that could happen. Lukin once again on the receiving end of a T110 E3 shell as Dao Ye opens up together with Brainbreaker. They end up trading, but now Lukin needs to go back a little bit because that 50B seems to not have any issues going through the front of the Type 5.
No, and it will not have problems later on as well. And honestly, it's a good start for 1-1. Like, sure, they take some damage on the first B, but Lukin, if you gotta keep him honest. And now they're trying to push the city. That's 4 tanks, 5 tanks if you include Daoye. From the side as well, he takes the shot from Itox, which is a good thing actually for 1-1, because that means the Type 5 Itox is not ready to shoot towards these tanks in the city. But now the double 50B, Supermouse trying to peek against Itox. That is covered off though. Hey, gonna be peeking out. Will give the shot towards Itox, but will start getting clipped out in return. Mishen needs to be careful. Doesn't have ability on that first B, so this is not really a good peek. And hey, it's Permatrack. Supermouse is not there, and hey, is going to die. Shy comes in as well. Mentos finds the kill, and Mishen, he's not gonna survive this onslaught either. Nepal still has 2 shots, which is, oh no, he only has 1. Maybe the ram will be enough. No, it will not. So Mishen will heal a decent amount, but that is just a extension of his life by not much time, to be honest.
Well, Brainbreaker in the meanwhile is getting sandwiched between Liege and Wind, but Ios coming in with that 140 is going to shoot into the back of the Foch B. That's continuously going to mean Inspire for the team of W that are currently up 2,000 HP, but those stragglers on the field from the team in white, they need to be careful to not die too quickly. Finally, W with the reloaded Foch Bs in the city, though, are starting to clean up shop in the western part of Ensk.
And as a result, you know, of this VCTD dying, the rest of the game is dying with it as well. The push Bs find the target, they execute this target, and then it just all falls apart after. This was a very disjointed push from 1-1 on that one line. You know, you had the VCTD peaking, and then the 50Bs are still moving, and the push Bs from W just get a free opening into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was really well played by W, the way that they had the tanks from different parts of the map support each other as well, so that the overmatch that 1-1 initially had in the city wasn't going to spiral out of control. But like this, W once again finding the answer to whatever 1-1 was doing. Really good adjustment once again.
Very good adjustment from them, and a successful battle. Nonetheless, they should be very, very happy how it's going for W, because, you know, like all in all, it's not bad for them. They find the second round pretty straightforward, ends 2-0. They're on track. No mistakes so far on their part.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you could say that the opening by 1-1 and the initial trades maybe were favoring them, but I think for W, the topic of Ensk right now was just, hey, we see what the opposing team is doing. And after that, we're just going to, you know, absolutely wreck them with our reaction. Coming out of this, I mean, not really surprising to see 2 of the Foch Bs there on top of the scoreboard, but that means Ensk is also very quickly done, and we are headed into Cliff, which is a pretty quick map as well, Darky.
Cliff is an extremely fast map if you play it fast, you know, to be honest. But you don't always have to play it super fast, but compared to Ensk, you know, compared to the Ensk we just saw, it should be.
It should be. And then we haven't even talked about the rest of the maps that have also been banned/picked. So Ghost Town, very technical map. 1-1 doesn't want to play it. Sand River, we are going to see at least 1 round on it. It's W's pick, but to be honest, that deep into the pick and ban, it's of course just deciding the order of the map. So if we get to it after that, would be Himmelsdorf. And the tiebreaker could be happening on Pilsen, but for now, that possibility remains rather elusive.
I mean, we're far from it. You know, 1-1 hasn't really shown us anything that is looking towards tiebreaker, to be honest, you know?
Yeah, nah. Nah, it's... I mean, you're correct with what you're saying. There is no counter-argument to make. But maybe Cliff can be where 1-1 picks up the pace and picks up some rounds, possibly. I think Cliff, for this, because it is the coin flip map that it is essentially, right? It kind of favors teams that are not favored. That's possibly why you can pick it, just because sometimes you win on opening and sometimes you lose on opening. And Cliff, the opening is just so much of the game there, really. Yeah, as we see below us the scores as well, and even after this match here, which is possibly the last one with Chinese participation in the tournament already, that's of course not going to be all of the content below. As you can see, there's two more matches headed your way, and those will also be between regions, just EU against North America, or should I say Americas this time.
Anything is still possible there, but first let's keep our eye on Cliff. What can 1-1 do? That's the big question. How can they bring it into a playable scenario? Because so far we haven't really... Maybe a brawl would be, like a real brawl would suit them best.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for W could be if they like overthink it, if they try to do it too cleanly, and thus end up fumbling the bag somehow. But yeah, none of these teams so far strike me like teams that would try out some kind of pocket strategy here. I don't think, for example, FV or something is going to get picked, as both teams do agree on the tank they do not want to see, which is the 50B, and 1-1 in turn is going to play with quadruple BZ and MVY and double CS.
In return, we see a double CS as well, a 140 and quad BZ. So only like really minor differences. 140 for a Mivi,
Yeah.
which I would prefer the 140 if he inspired as well.
Same here, to be honest. Same here. But overall, I think both teams kind of have the same approach towards the battle. It's, yeah, they're really just trading better positional play for the Inspire for the entire team. As also the tactic from W is fairly straightforward. We do see all of them going towards the middle of the map. Same for the opposing team.
Well, it's going to be a real brawl, and like we said, maybe this is what 1-1's possibility might be. Hey crossing over, Klurv crossing over, so both teams sending one across. Mishen gonna be playing the hill against Itox, who's also going for it. Itox ends up missing some damage towards Klurv. Now we gotta see which team can really make the difference here. It's gonna be BZs facing off against each other. The focus fire's gotta be good. Can they get it out? And Mentos is the first focus. So good shooting there from 1-1, to be honest. While Q is also down towards a one-shot. One of the CSs looking to find the finish. Shielding going on from both sides. But who gets the better of it right now? Mentos still alive. The CS from the top coming in with some shots as well. The Mivi starting to climb on the hill. Not too sure about that one personally. There's a strike from Klur. Finds the first kill. Mentos yet still alive. Nepal now backing away as well. And W doing a very good job at rotating the guns and keeping them alive. There's the secondary strike coming in. That's a stun that they cannot really get away from Daoye and Liege either. And the Mivi so far not too impactful, but the HP very, very good on the side of W. There's another strike coming in. This one finds Daoye. Now on top of the hill, you see Supermouse is just shooting down. He's kind of ignoring Ios as well, just trying to get the shots on towards the BZs, and that HP that we were talking about is evening out simply because W has so many guns in the game. They've managed to delete 3 from 1-1 and about to make it 4 with Wind, who is going to go down as well. And with that, a commanding lead will be taken. And also keep in mind, the cap is on.
The cap is indeed on as Wind boosts towards the middle of the map. Lukin is going to get struck. Reset here down to 20 seconds still though again. And this means that 1-1 they need to drive into the waiting guns of W that obviously know that the timer is on here. 13 seconds. Mission on top of the hill is also getting 1v2'd by W. The amount of guns, it's really starting to hurt the team of 1-1.
I mean, the gun advantage for W is what carries them across. Just better focus fire. Maybe not better shooting, but focus fire in general was just on top for them. We're able to delete 3 tanks without losing a single one of their own. That just is such a big advantage, you know? Can't really do much against it, and they end up capping out as well. So 3-0 for W.
3-0 indeed. W taking 3 consecutive rounds back-to-back, and I think especially here in this last round that we saw, the kind of difference in team play was very, very apparent in my opinion, because for this engagement of the BZs there to happen, and no one from W goes down, and like 2 to 3 BZs from 1-1 are taken out of the game, that's just outplayed on a tactical and like personal level, to be honest.
Yeah, So it was really good from W. Like the focus fire, just so good. You know, like getting the kills out, even the CSs, picking up their kills with the strikes, where 1-1 also had double CS, and they weren't able to do that in return. So really, really, really good stuff from W.
Yep. I mean, hey, getting away to tell the story of this game. Also top damage for him. I mean, he continuously kept his gun in the game and probably was doing a lot with artillery strikes as well. But it just felt like W in the brawl just had the better idea of what to do, the better shielding going on, the better focus fire to take out the guns. So skill diff at this point, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, good focus fire. That's really what matters. Getting those kills out, and you can see they were down 3,000 HP, I think, at some point. But that HP is just a number in some scenarios. When you're down 3 guns, you know.
I mean, HP, you can regenerate a little bit. Kills, you cannot make it unhappen, so to speak.
No. And it's really hard to get a kill back after that on Cliff, because they're just hiding between the rocks. You can't push forward, you know. So it's just kind of annoying.
I mean, as well, I think W were using their HP better, like as a resource in that sense, where they wanted to, take out the guns and not give any to 1-1. And for 1-1, it felt like, yeah, there's damage that I can take, so let's deal it, right? Which sometimes, even in team play, especially in team play, is not the correct thing to do.
No. So now 3-0 for W, and starting to look a little bit like the group stage performances from them.
From either team, to be fair, and that's not a good thing for 1-1.
No, it's definitely not, Kian. You would like to see them put at least 1 on the board, right?
I mean, yeah, and for you it's 2, I guess. Did you take that from the team name? It's like 1 + 1 is 2?
Oh, actually 0 would be... 5-0 would be okay.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, my predictions also past weekend. Like, after the morning matches on day 1, I was ahead. Like, I was leading, and I knew it wouldn't end well this tournament.
Short-lived leader.
Yeah, pretty much. Round number 4, though, in between 1-1 and WBZ and 50B, respectively, getting banned out. So 1-1 will start into the match with, or rather the battle, with a 60 TP, double MBY, double CS, an E50M, and a 140.
W in return, IHM, 444 to the U, a 140 SCS, and a BAT. So they will get the initial info. Question is what they can do with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of how the game is going to unfold is going to depend on how much Clerf spots where. I mean, on Cliff, obviously, you can put the plane on the approach towards the top side, or you can also put it on the other side. As you can see, the delayed start by the 140 and the 60 TP to avoid getting spotted as the rest of the team is driving in, and they were all spotted, so W currently missing 2, and Clerf has a replay.
Very important, and W taking 1-2 line. It's only the 140 of IOS that's going to stay behind in a bush, probably to spot them going on the hill. They're taking the info on 1-2 line. They're taking the strike on 1-2 line. Itox is crossing straight deep behind that rock position in D2 as well. And IOS gives a shot, will now back off. So W opting for a slower round.
So it's going to be kind of a west-east split here, as Daoye on the approach gets shot at but doesn't take damage. And Itox, he was spotted going to the position, but he is kind of safe there from almost everyone except that 140 of YLQ.
How does W approach this? Like, Nepal taking some damage now. Daoye in the 60p is going to be a little bit annoying, but yeah, you got that CS strike, you got the big strike as well, so you do have some weapons to deal with the cap. Nepal from behind, sure, I mean, but the slow game is not necessarily the great game either for W.
No, I think especially with the 60 TP of Daoye, 1-1 have a very good anchor tank. That's going to keep them safe for a long time as Wind starts to approach against the 140. Takes a second shot, but the problem for W is there's no one that can actually properly cover against this E50M that's just going to proxy. Good shot into Wind here.
Yeah, but Wind can't win this.
But yeah, he can't really go close to the 140 either. That's the problem.
No, and IOS, because of the way that Onslaught works, it's a 25-meter proxy instead of 50. Cannot get proxied either, so they cannot find angles against him, and they're missing the tank on the 9 line for that either way, which would be to find an angle on towards. And now the RHM is coming in as well, and I think the RHM is going to find an angle on Wind, normally speaking, and then I think IOS and the RHM are going to kill him.
Well, an artillery strike goes down on IOS just as shells start raining on towards Wind from that 140 and RHM crossfire. Those strikes that are currently going onto IOS in the 140, they seem a little bit panicked, to be fair, because they're not going to be able to take him out with it.
I think Wind is going to die. They have 2 strikes, so if IOS gives 1 more, they're going to double strike him if there's no cap. IOS looking to shoot towards the hill to reset, doesn't get it. There is a shot being given to Hay, but it's too late. But IOS could peek Wind, give a shot, and if he does that, double strike him, and then he's gonna die. I mean, Wind is gonna die.
Yeah, the shot goes into Wind, and we can hear the artillery strikes going down. The E50M gets eliminated, and this also opens up the map once again for that 140. That now, all of a sudden, has a lot of open ground in front of him.
Yeah, the bigger problem is this RHM is gonna sneak back up on the south side of the map as well at some point. For free, and there's not much that can be done. Like him and the Bat even is gonna rotate around the south. They could even come back towards the middle, pretty much for free. They could outspot the hill because, you know, that's an RHM, and then close back towards the middle of the map, and it's going to be a very tough situation to be in for 1-1.
Absolutely, especially considering that they're down a tank as well, so in the long term they're going to be losing. An info tower getting popped by the side of W. A shot goes into Liege for it, who has really given up on capping this entire thing as well. I mean, W, they had to use the RT strikes to kill the E50M, but in turn they're going to pick up more of those, and that's going to make cap an absolute non-issue.
No, and Itox will get a strike at some point as well, right? So Brainbreaker will get the reset. Mentos is already sneaking in the south. I mean, they're up a kill as well. They're finding angles on towards the tanks on the hill. Sure, IOS is 900 HP, but he cannot be killed, so...
No, he's in no immediate danger of dying. They don't even know if he's there anymore. They were blinding a lot, but he has taken a different bush, so all of those blind shots kind of don't really phase him. As Mentos, I'm not entirely sure what he is doing with the Batchat there on the open ground. Could be in a little bit of a pickle if he gets spotted, but I think he's starting to drive back anyway.
I think they're trying to create some angles on towards Leech, and I think slowly but surely they'll be able to do it as well.
Yeah. While Q also, there's some shots whizzing towards him. I mean, 28 seconds here, but W have a strike. I think it just went down. Yeah, so Liege, it starts all from the start again, right there for him. The amount of possible base capture points that he's going to have racked up at the game, at the end of the game, is going to be quite high. But you can see Lucan already waiting for the strike to respawn. 1-1, they could reset it, but I don't think the timing works out to be able to cap with a singular tank.
The one mistake Liege is making, right, there's only one mistake, is that he's not using his heal. But he had time to use his heal and cap, because cap also generates prestige points, right? Now he's getting pushed, he's getting shot from behind, the 4 to the user crossing over, Liege drops for 833, while Q is re-pushing Nepal in the meantime together with Hay, so that is looking like an opportunity, but Itok still has crossfire on towards that position, so he will give some shots for this, and still, you gotta remember, W was up already a gun, a second gun, now back to one gun, but still ahead the whole time. They retake the middle, there's time to climb back on towards the hill as well, and there's nothing to be done here for 1-1 side to stop that repressure on towards the hill either.
And now the Batchat is even going to come and establish even more presence on the hill for the team of W. Yes, Mentos is taking a little bit of damage for going up, but it's not going to matter at some point. If he wants to, he can just dump Mishan, as that one wasn't looking, gave a shot into Itox, but his HP actually is the most crucial right now for 1-1, and it is absolutely dwindling as Clerv puts in shot after shot. Yes, he gets tagged from the back lines, but Mishan starting to evacuate, and as well he should. Daoye missing a shot onto Mentos in that Batchat as well. And Ducky, I think W, they're just being methodical here. They could be quicker, but they want to make sure that they are going to get the 4-0.
Yeah, it's gonna be 4-0 no matter what, to be honest. While Q might get Itox, he does. So there's that. But in return, Lukin repushes him. He dies. The cap is on Dao Hey. No way back in. Mishen stuck on the side of the hill. And yeah, it's just looking like a pretty sad affair for them. You know, they just law of the strongest. And they're facing all of it right now. And W, not the kind of team to show any mercy.
No, and I think W, they don't even have to show anything special at this point in time. They're just, you know, doing fairly standard openings, and after that they just see what 1-1 is doing. Most of the time, at least for now in this match, they also then see a mistake coming out from 1-1, and W just absolutely exploit it. 4-0, and once again, it didn't really feel like this game was too close, to be honest.
It wasn't. I mean, it really wasn't, to be honest. W was always ahead, found every opening needed, and came back in it, and just did everything they're supposed to do. Got the first kill out, then repushed properly towards the middle, got the second kill, and then there's a repush coming out from 1-1, but, you know.
Well, it is what it is sometimes, and 4-0, I mean, pretty brutal scoreline. In the cross-group stage, the match would be already over, but here, of course, it is a best of 9, so one more required for W, but the past performance in the match, really, it didn't look like they were struggling at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think they were struggling at all. I mean, why would they? They were well ahead the whole time. They're cruising through it. They're now going to Sand River. They can opt to play it fast. They can opt to play it slow. Kind of depends on, you know, how they want to approach it.
Yeah. I don't even know who is spawning west or east on Sand River first. Of course, the western side does have some slight advantages. So does the eastern side. But which one do you favor at this point in time, Ducky?
West.
West still. All right, makes sense.
I mean, nothing really changed, you know. We just added a few rocks.
Yeah, true. But sometimes that can be a big change. I think back to some past tournament, and all of a sudden there was a house close to the cap. And we had to revert that because it was, like, not intended. But yeah, Sand River, I think the positive messaging that that 1-1 can take away from it is that Sand River is played rather differently to how Ensk and Cliff both are played. Like, both of those are, it feels always like kind of small maps with, in terms of the room that you play in, whereas Sand River is vastly larger.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really disagree with you, even though when I want to, you know, sometimes I gotta look for reasons. But right now, you know, all good.
I mean, right now it looks like we will all be right and wrong at the same time. We'll have the correct team, but not the correct prediction. But I would have been closer in this case, if this one goes W's way as well.
Yeah. But 5-0 is ideal. That's fine for me.
I mean, I
I'm
guess
okay with
for
it.
all of us, it would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know...
Nothing gained, nothing lost kind of situation.
Exactly. Although I feel like my gain is bigger because, you know, I was further away from the truth.
I mean, you have been, you have had some gains recently. That is pretty true. All right. Anyway, do you think there is a realistic scenario where 1-1 brings us to at least the second round of Sand River?
Okay, yes, maybe. Second round, yes, but more than that, you know.
Unlikely?
Very unlikely. Like, you know, second round, yeah, but like more than that, they haven't really shown anything yet for that. Like, to have that kind of fate, they need to show something, and so far they've just been like kind of rolling over and like showing their belly to W, and they're like, I like bets.
Well, 430U and RHM being banned respectively, that leaves a 113. Not often that we see this tank together with double BZ75, Dravets, MBY, the CS63 and the 140.
In return, an EBR, an SCRV, double 140, a K91, and a CS and a Dravets for W. So EBR coming out. First time we see it in the playoffs, yeah?
I do think so. Also, first time we see the 113 in the playoffs. I mean, what does it have that the Dravets doesn't offer? Maybe the heat penetration?
Yeah.
All right,
I don't
opening
know.
spotting
I mean,
run by the
I would
EBR,
not
he's
pick
going to
it.
see so much. I personally, I hate the 113. Like, I have
I
been
don't hate the
hating on it.
115.
Really?
You're just a generational hater.
I have been hating it for so long. Wind getting deterred from taking the artillery strike by that K91 of Mentos. Also outspotting with the K91 against the 140. So Wind taking 2 immediately. Same for Daoye, who took some damage on the approach. So the initial damage favoring W, the double 140, which is a very weird thing to see, starting to drive up and north towards that CS63.
Yeah, but they didn't take any damage in return. Hate taking 3 shots. Now you can see how far away W is playing on the J2K line. It's only in EBR with an SCRV screening, and we talked about how the SCRV is very powerful on that K line because of its overlook position. He will also shut down any peeks in towards the middle of the map. If WildQ tries to overpeak, and he may even aggro up a little bit further along their red line to get better shots, so they can't really peek the middle of the map anymore. And now you see Lingdu and Wind pushing back across the 140s from W will put a little bit of a break on the gas battle, but I don't know, it was a bit late to run away, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's going to make it out. Maybe he's going to take some damage for it, but that's going to be it, as WildQ getting a cheat currently in that artillery strike position, getting outspotted by Mentos as well, who puts a shot into his cupola. That's crazy.
Yeah, Mentos can kind of peek this for free because there's a bush in the way. And now Leech is forced down because of the SCRV position. Mentos gets spotted out by WildQ, but might still find a shot. He does. Nepal finds one as well. So down towards 1.2 is the 113. IO's playing around with Leech. They gotta remember that the cap is on. They will do that as well. I mean, the EBR could even block if he wants to, and he's doing just that. He's even just spotting out Daoye. Gets the spot. There will be a strike coming in. That's a mini strike from the CS63. And now Brainbreaker and Clurfire, I hate to say it, going to put this round in its final moments, in my opinion.
Yeah, it almost looks like W is doing whatever they want at this point in time. The EBR in the cap, not getting spotted, not getting punished at all, as Brainbreaker and Clurf are approaching Liege, and they're going to absolutely shut him down, as Clurf even has the time to shoot at the 113 in the middle of the map. Brainbreaker, another shot into Liege, as Daoye comes in, has to sacrifice some HP for that as well, and the BZ75, it just doesn't have the DPM to win against the Dravets. Liege goes down, and with him probably the hopes of 1-1 to put even a single round on the board.
Yeah, no, this JK line repush with the CS and Dravets is perfect against this. I mean, SRV is covering, you have this low HP Dravets already. You know that the rest of the lineup from the 1-1 is really not that fast, because you look, you have 113, BZ, Mivi, another BZ and a Dravets. It's not one that really drives across the map like the K91s we saw from JWL, you know? While Q is now going to die to the strike from Clurf as well. And it's 5-0. It's a hard defeat, but W continue what they were doing in the group stage and absolutely demolish these weaker teams.
Yeah, W so far in this tournament have looked absolutely stellar. Some of them expressed a little bit of bewilderment at how the group stage worked, that you were not allowed to drop any rounds, but that has not fazed them from putting on an absolutely stellar performance now also in the playoffs, and they are going to be eliminating the last hope of the Chinese server. 1-1 is gonna get knocked out, and W is gonna go on.
Yeah, and there's not much to say about this, to be honest. W played well, and 1-1 didn't not play that well. I feel like that's like the conclusion of it, you know?
I think the concerning thing for 1-1 as well is that W didn't just beat them like in one kind of style. Beautiful eagles on the map of Sand River, by the way. But like whatever 1-1 was doing, W was there to one-up them instead. Whether it be in shootout, whether it be in positioning on the map, whether it be in shooting onto cupolas, like every single time, it was just W all over. And to be honest, sometimes a 5-0 victory, the score kind of doesn't tell you the entire story about the game, but I feel like here it does. There was not a single ray of hope for 1-1.
No, I mean, the ray of hope, I think, at some point was the end of the match coming closer, you know? So you can just log off and go to sleep.
Well, as we take a look at the last battle results for this match, and Mentos in that K91, he's been performing 7.4k, 6.4k, sorry.
No, Mentos had a really good performance in this K91, playing a little bit of a free game around the middle of the map, outplaying those slow heavies, and yeah, I mean...
Also, the double 140 working out. I mean, they didn't get the biggest amount of damage done between the two of them, even. But that was also kind of because they were a little bit out of the game, out of what was happening. But still, they were able to provide a lot of inspire towards their team. And I think that's the only reason why you would really pick that double 140, is because you want to make sure that you have continuous inspire available when you need it.
I mean, it's also just a good thing, though.
That
Very
as well.
mobile, you know. You have the inspire. It's not a CS speed, but in terms of mobility, it's just a good thing.
All right, and so this leads us to the conclusion, at least of the first half of the stream, where, well, I guess China a little bit back to the drawing board before WCI, which of course is going to be happening later this year in November. They certainly have their homework cut out for them.
Oh, they have a lot of work ahead of them to get there, but they still have, like, I think a split to go before they even approach that. So, you know, and of course WCI itself, we've seen it as a different ball game for all of these teams. You know, playing on completely even footing usually makes somebody slip and slide.
Yeah, anyway though, that concludes this match. We are going to be back after some replays, and after that we'll see if North America is able to do better than the Chinese server. Take it away.
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design, built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello and welcome back everyone. I guess the previous match could have been an email. Now we are up to Cry versus Mafia. Ducky, what are your expectations?
Closer than the previous one, but I don't know if it's going to be that much closer either. You know, I expect at least one round from Cry, you know, preferably more.
I mean, I would like to see a nice game that we had, like the first one. It was pretty good, very interesting predictions there, but I don't know. I think the first one was the expected fastest one, the expected closest one, and the other ones were like expected a bit faster, especially the second one. Cry versus Mafia, I mean, 90-10 is kind of like what we would have maybe expected, but maybe some people didn't even expect Cry to make it because, as you might have seen, Stacked is nowhere to be found on the leaderboard, on the bracket.
Yeah, and also we don't have Mantecito here, which was finalist in the previous OLF, right? So there's a lot of things to look out for, not just for this tournament, but for OLC coming up after this, for who gets to qualify towards the WCI finals.
Yeah, and here we can see the lineup of Cry, a bunch of returning players, older players, but also a bunch of new ones. And obviously External regrowing his hair in the middle there, and a bunch of confidence there. Let's see if they can translate that into some victorious rounds.
Right. Yeah, a lot of External regrowing his hair is crazy though. Let's see how Cry can do against Mafia. Mafia is never the flashy team, but they're also very, very solid. They've of course added Monster to the team. I think it's their first playoffs with Monster, right?
Yeah.
And let's see how, you know, it was working for them in the playoffs. Let's see how it works for them, of course. Working for them in the groups. Let's see how it works out in the playoffs, right? Map, pick and ban. Sun River banned by Cry. Himmel's banned by Mafia. Gives us Cliff as very first one. And then Mafia going with their, I would say, signature Pilsen pick.
Yeah, and keep in mind, obviously, as there is no middle server in between, EU and NA will do some server switches in between. So we are starting on the European server for 3 rounds, and then we will switch. So Cry was allowed to basically pick the map that they would like to play on the away server, and then on Pilsen they were allowed to pick the side on which they play, and then we switched to the other side, and Mafia picked Ghost Town, which they will play on the US Central server then.
Yeah, so we get 5 rounds per server, right?
It's 3. It's 3 and then 3 again.
Okay, so 3 rounds per server. Let's see how it plays out. I mean, I think Cliff already Cry needs to start off well, because I see Mafia just winning Pilsen 2-0 every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Cry is a team that has a bit of a disadvantage compared to Mafia. Mafia has played, aside from with Monster, basically with the whole setup and lineup since basically like middle of 2025, and Cry kind of like regrouped as a mix of Burbology and some stacked players, some returning players. Witty was an Arcane, so like a lot of different teams that got mixed in there, and players that got shuffled together. So maybe they need to still build up their synergy a bit, while Mafia only had to integrate Monster. And they already know each other from 50 to 50.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they should already know Monster pretty well, you know?
I see, you were, again, more on the generous side.
Very generous, no? I just, you know, throwing a curveball out there. Seeing if something sticks. So far, you know, the last one was okay, because 1-1, you know, didn't even take 1 round, which is what you expected, so, you know.
Yeah, but now it's, I mean, if it's faster than your 5-2, one of the other predictions will be.
Yeah, that's the standpoint, you know, like you guys split up this time. That's the problem. I liked it more when you were unified.
You mean when everyone copied my homework?
Copied your homework.
I mean, I'm always the
Interesting.
first one to put it in. Because I set up the
because
sheet.
Yeah, because then you can say that other people copy your homework, you know?
That is a nice side effect indeed. Okay, the pick phase has started, so the bans are no ban for Mafia, interesting, and CS ban for Cry. Double 50B, double BZ, Fush B, EBR, and Niklas in the 140. How do you feel about this very heavy setup? It looks like a restart, no? I mean, I'm not
unless,
yeah,
you know,
yeah. I mean, that would have been very interesting to see, like
mouse? We've seen
E100s and mouse.
we have seen that though, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can push the donut with like a single mouse, which kind of like works in a position like the 50B that reloads its clip onto the hill, and then the mouse obviously much stronger in re-pushing or holding there as an anchor tank. But yeah, I think that was a bit too much steel. The teams are about to get ready, so we just need a short moment. Ducky, are there any tanks that you feel like are the big surprise tanks still? We saw like a TVP here or there, Mentos in the 268. Anything that is like left missing that you would like to see? I mean, we
Not
saw
really.
a 113 on Sand River. I would really not like to see that one again.
Aha.
I mean, some teams play STB on Cliff, I guess. It's an option, but I feel like the Senti...
STB? We haven't seen STB in a while, no?
We had a bunch of them during the cross-group stage, I think.
Maybe I missed the STBs, thankfully.
I mean, there were
I hate
always
the STB.
two streams in parallel, so maybe you were on the other
I was
stream.
watching the good games, the ones that were not playing with STBs,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, and obviously it's also a matter of which strategy do you deploy. We had a 60 TP, I think, played by Hit and Run in like more of a defensive Cliff setup.
We saw a 60p from 1-1 in the previous match.
Yeah, exactly. So Dao Yi played the 60 TP there.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see E100s.
No, I don't think so either. But you never know, right? Anything could happen, Phil.
I mean, anything could happen. We saw Cry win against Weekend, which is the reason that they're here, while everyone was telling me that Weekend is ripping teams apart in trainings. Yeah, let's give them a moment before we lock in those things. So 50B seems to be banned, and CS. The Jagdpanzer E100 is gone. We have 4 times the 430U, a 140, and double BZ on the side of Cry. Triple BZ, double E50M, a 140, and an RHM for Mafia.
I mean, there should be a lot of info gathered here by Kono, right? But remind me, what server did they start on?
U1.
Okay, so, you know, we should favor Mafia coming into this, right?
I mean, does it really matter that much? Like, most of the guys will have like
just comfort,
120-ish maximum.
It's
no?
comfort.
Yeah, for sure. But I know that I know that the guys also did basically train on the other servers. So we had a bunch of like EU teams that were training with other EU teams on the NA server just to make sure that they're used to that situation. Urzich will be able to spot out the 430U push, and now it's important how much damage will there be done. It looks like it's fairly cheap, and now the repush is happening immediately, right? Like, Monster is kind of left behind. Conrad has already arrived. Yusek takes a shot. Witty is a bit exposed, but good timing maybe from Cry to push in before the BCs are arriving.
Yeah, now Cry is trying to make this push happen. Profuse is a little bit out of the open in the 140. Will he get back away? He does seem to be okay right now. He's escaped. External's chasing him down, but the rest of his team is kind of ignoring him. So the first focus fire was towards that 140, but that's not really good because he is escaping and living. And in return, all of the Mafia tanks come back in, swarming over Paradox, Witty, and Gator, of which 2 have already fallen. And Profuse will finally die, but that is the first one down for Mafia. And that, I feel, has taken far too long for Cry Cry to achieve that first objective in this battle. Now Paradox, he was going to have to deal with Orchek and Rexar chasing him down, and to be honest, in a cliff battle like this, the recovery would be miraculous.
Yeah, I mean, even Kono, who is on the hill, is now in the game, putting in shots left and right. There is the advantage of having Nicholas still alive, but just as I was talking about it, the Inspire vanishes on the side of Cry as well. Mafia now with double the HP, triple the tanks, and they will close in this first round of Cliff and go with a, I would say, pretty comfortable start into this match. I think the re-push from Cry was probably the right idea. They had the option of basically falling back onto this like E4, E3 position with the 430Us when they saw the BCs crossing, but in the end it was just a very good coordination from the side of Mafia.
Yeah, just a good round from Mafia as well. Good reactions. And I will say Cry, with this repush, they really need to keep focusing this 140 at first. Like, they give him the first volley, they drop him to within, if they all hit him, he dies range, and then they all stop shooting him, and it's just external chasing him down in a 430U, where you would really just hope, guys, just kill him. You know, just kill him and then move on to the next thing. Just switching the target randomly is not good on Cliff.
Yeah, and then additionally, I mean, the double BZ came in like very late from Cry, and we mentioned it that taking damage in certain tanks is more important or more critical than taking damage in other tanks. And if it is like the tanks that you want to keep alive, then you see like E50Ms staying alive, dealing 5k each there on the side of Mafia. Sure, Profuse wasn't really able to provide a big impact with only 1.4k damage, but you mentioned it still took quite some time for them to die.
Yeah, so, I mean, first round here on Cliff, good for Mafia, good warm-up, right, in that regard. Cry, try something, doesn't work, they gotta look at the second round now, and like I said, I think it's important for them, honestly, to pick up a round on Cliff, because I feel like Mafia is such a good Pilsen team that it will be hard to do it there.
Yeah, I mean, for my prediction, they only need one round, so I'm fine with them taking a Cliff round, otherwise maybe hopefully later. Talking about rounds, I think it's very important to highlight that with the best of 9 and switching the servers, you also kind of want to not end up playing multiple rounds in a row, being already back against the wall on the other team's server. So we start on the EU server, then for the middle part we'll switch to NA, and I think there's something wrong with the KD ratio, because I'm fairly confident Kono doesn't have 46,000.
I could see it. On a good day, you know. Why not?
Yeah, I am not sure about that part. But yeah, good stuff by Kono either way. I think he had like around 3 KD and among the top damage dealers while also playing some light tanks, which is always great. But we'll have to see if he can translate that into performance here, because this time with the light tank it was very difficult for him to get into the game because he was a bit isolated at the beginning on the hill. And obviously there were 2 BZs that were positioned in the area around the ramp and the cap circle from Team Cry, so he couldn't just immediately help out there. But he put in some good shots from the hill, and the team was able to convincingly take the victory.
Second round on Cliff. What do we think Cry should consider doing against a team like Mafia that is not always fond of the brawl?
I mean, I think it's one of those things where you ask yourself, like, if I play standard against a team that is great, will I just lose? So do I need to play something crazy or something special? And then if you play something special, it's harder for you to implement it correctly. I mean, we have seen like FV or Grille being tested on Cliff to different levels of success. So maybe this is something that they can try to do. But Mafia is a hard nut to crack.
Mafia is always a very, very hard team to play against. Like super, super, super hard. Just because They're just that solid. Like I said, not flashy, but very solid. Round number 2, 50B banned by Mafia, CS banned by Cry, gives us the lineup of the Quad BZ, the RS, the 140 and the Blitzkrieg. It's not the first time they've used the RS.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure what I feel about that tank. I understand that in certain situations it can shine, but I feel like a 50B is just like a more solid tank. I understand 50B is banned right now, but yeah, what do you think the RS will do? Like, is there any good position or like specific thing that the RS is supposed to do?
Yeah, he just goes middle and clips. They used it before. He's just like a damage dealer, you know? If he can actually get a first clip out and then play on ability, he's actually becoming very strong. If ignored. He's good at finishing off targets as well, you know?
Yeah, low alpha again. Or like very easy to distribute the damage. Kono seems to be making it up the hill without any issues. Even puts in a shot into the BZ, and now we'll have to see what Cry will do, because obviously they will have to push into something if they don't want to just stay in the cap and potentially be crossfired. Talking about it, obviously Niklas in the 140 will be the stronger tank than the RHM there, just by firepower. But the initial trade's going in Mafia's favor. You can see a bit of an HP advantage there already developing.
Good shooting from Niklas though.
Yeah, for sure.
Gives Kono
is,
2 for free.
He is obviously playing from Europe, so he doesn't have any issues with the ping right now.
Is he even going to find an angle maybe on towards Yuzek in that BZ from the top of the hill? Is Niklas. He's looking for some gun depression. Kono realizes this, is starting to get ready to give a shot back. He does that as well. Gotta be careful if you're Niklas. I mean, Kono is not stupid, you know. He's just gonna see you're trying to shoot and peek you in return. So, gotta play it smart. The Ares picks up a strike, but the HP has dropped quite significantly. For Cry, there comes a strike. Hits on Meryl as well, and he's down towards 33 HP. He's dead.
Yeah, and Gator now trying to retaliate with another strike on his own. But yeah, I don't know, the RS doesn't seem like it can really get into the game. There's a lot of like shot for shot peeking with bigger hitting 650 alpha guns of the BZs, and I haven't really seen, I mean now the first clip comes in, but that's 600 damage. That's pretty much exactly what the BZ would have done, and you have so much less of everything else, basically like armor, like HP to share and so on. Like Ox should pick up the kill now, and the guns are still fairly even, but I think we'll have just the domino effect of overwhelming HP leads with Inspire Tank having moved up, the double E50M being there, 3 kills being picked up in quick succession, and I mean, the RS might just pad some stats in the end. You can see like 750 again into Profuse. But I don't want to say it was the RS's fault, but
no, but the RS is designed to play around the brawl,
yeah,
right? And if the brawl doesn't happen, the RS is not that great. However, you know, Mafia picks the slow option in this battle. They decide to stick back, and yeah, the RS doesn't really work against that, indeed. But you know, it was more like Cry had no reaction after the initial play. They drove to the middle of the map, they sat on the cap, one of their BZs died, and then they lost the game.
Yeah, and I feel like the HP bleed was also very critical. Like they ended up going down like 4k, 5k HP before the actual brawl even happened. And yeah, in this case, it's just something against Mafia. You can't make this kind of mistakes.
No, you cannot. You cannot give them this kind of opening, right? Where they kill somebody for free. And
you can see
just let them get in the game.
3.4k damage by Gator. Keep in mind he had at least 1 strike, and he did like 1,300 or something damage when the game was basically over. So yeah, wasn't really able to get into the game, but I think it's also very difficult for the Blitzka to trade there without a turret. You don't have the gun depression either. So
the Blitzka is also like a real tank to, you know, brawl. It needs a brawl.
Yeah, yeah. And it wants to kind of also not end up in a scenario where it has to maneuver so much left and right, because you have such a small gun arc, And then, you know, the hilly terrain in the middle, it's not great if you're being forced into those, like, fighting around the stones situations. Next map will be Pilsen, and as you said, like, Cliff is maybe the map where we could have expected Cry to have a decent chance. I think on Pilsen, Mafia is definitely even more the favorite.
I'm a bit worried about Pilsen, like really worried about Pilsen, because Mafia is very strong on Pilsen, and it's really hard to surprise in Pilsen as well. To do something like out of the box where you're gonna beat your opponent with is very difficult, because the map, you know, everybody's tried everything known to mankind to try and play quick with, so Mafia should be aware of it. And like I said, they usually play a really solid Pilsen as well. I feel like Cliff is more of a surprise factor.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also the choice of vehicles, right? Like, you have on Pilsen, obviously the possibility of doing some rush into the base, or things like cap pressure with like double CS, things like that we have seen, but they have kind of gotten out of fashion, especially with the 50Bs maybe. And we'll have to see if they can come up with something new and something like surprising. Because just
7
like,
K91s.
Yeah, I mean, it would be surprising. It would be new. I'm not sure how much success that would yield.
Well, if it's never been tried before, how can you know that it wouldn't be successful?
I mean, you can't know for sure, but...
Exactly. So...
If you're the one that has to make a decision on the lineup, would you be the one that suggests the 7 K91s?
Sure, why not?
Well,
especially when Kian's in the team and I've already given up, you know?
I guess desperation time has already started. We're about to load into the game, but there seems to be a very short delay. Nothing to be worried about. Talking about the Alienware stuff that you can right now see on the screen, we obviously give away a bunch of laptops for players that performed really well. Great performance for great performers. Did you already have some standout moments or standout players that kind of like caught your eye?
I mean, there was Franek in the group stage that played an extremely good game in the RHM. Does that count?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you're getting eliminated in the group stage, I'm not sure.
Sure.
The recency bias is for sure a thing. Let's take a look at the tanks. 4-speed band on both sides. That leaves us with an IS-7, a 268, a 140 and an RHM, plus the triple BZ for Cry. And triple 430U, a K91, interesting equipment there as well. Conrad in the CS, an E4 and the RHM for Kono. So Kono not going for the EBR that we see him quite often play, and generally speaking quite low amounts of E4s again.
Yeah, the IS-7 is an interesting one as well on this map, does not pick that often.
Yeah, and also no Dravek, even though it's not banned. Interesting to see. With a big one into Witty, losing 1.1 KHP immediately at the beginning. Niklas is making his way into the cap circle of the middle RT strike, while the triple BZ is now rushing towards the main capture. You can see both the K91s and the CS from the side of Mafia do not have a strike yet. Conrad just got the small one and the plane is being deployed, so with the decap onto Merrill now with the HE shot, very expensive one by the way for Kono. They should be fine for now, but the cap pressure is something they need to pay attention to.
I mean, Profuse has a strike,
yeah, so does
and
Conrad,
then there's of course Conrad, yeah, so there's the first one, will hit on Careless. And now Yusek and Vexar looking for Gator and Witty, and Gator is a bit slow on the run. He's going to take quite a bit. Good strike.
He might actually get double tracked even. He makes it around the corner for now, so I guess he's fine for the moment, but that's not a great position to be in with your 268, because you kind of want to finish off the one-shots in a brawl and not face off against 2 high HP tanks rushing into you. The BZ rotation
big repush
is big, but it's also quite late, no?
I mean, Gator's gonna give Rexar a shot here, and Rexar does out-reload Gator. It's not by much, but he does out-reload Gator, and he does find the kill. Nicholas is already repushing, Witty on the crossing over, and that RHM is gonna get caught out as well. Rexar might even find the kill on that RHM. He's behind the bush. Does he get it? No, he bounces it, but Yuzek comes in with the kill, and now Yuzek kind of isolated as well, but Cry is just abandoning teammates along the line. They're trickling in one by one, but, you know, we've already lost Paradox, Gator, and Witty, and now Yuzek will die, but it's been more than costly. It's not been a trade that I would be very happy about if I was an investor. So, you know, Nicholas finds Yuzek, and that makes it a 4-on-5 in favor of Mafia, but they're surrounded.
Yeah, I mean, the stocks on Cry wins are definitely not holding their value. The HPs are already like 4k down, the guns as well. A bit of a problem. They have the isolation on Conrad, but the same can be said about the other side, where Mafia tanks are right now swarming the side of Meryl and Carles. Conrad drops, Niklas takes a bunch of damage as well, and now it's a 2 versus 4 with less than a third of the opponent's HPs. Kono with another good shot, takes one in return. Should be able to take at least 1, if not 2 more from Niklas, and Niklas gets eliminated. Profuse makes it around the corner. Bit of a nice glide there, showing off his skills, and after all that is being said and done, it's 3-0 already for Mafia, converting all their rounds on the home server. Let's see if the server switch, would obviously buys a bit of additional time, will help the team of Cry to kind of calm down and maybe like get a bit of breathing room, because Mafia didn't give them an inch so far.
It's not been pretty either. I mean, this repush, you know, you try it, but at the same time, it's very hard to make it happen. And you saw just how much they lost along the line, you know. You already lose the 268, maybe because you ran it a little bit late. But who says that, you know, Rexar would push that if Gator wasn't so low HP, you know? So, you lose the 268, then you lose the RHM on the crossing, the I7. I don't even know where he died. He got lost somewhere in the sauce as well. And then, well, you do get the repush, you kill 2 tanks, but you lost 3.
Yeah, and I mean, remember, the game started off with, like, I think Kono and Orzech both hitting Witty, and Witty dropped to, like, I think half HP. He lost, like, 1,100 or something, so a bit more than half. But it was a bit of a snowball there, because Mafia applied pressure, and Cry tried to kind of like come up with some ideas on how to defend themselves. They were permanently pressured into making a move, but none of those moves really turned out to be successful, and you can see the damage numbers as well. 10k extra damage dealt by Mafia, so that speaks a very clear language to who is dominating this match.
I mean, the server switch does buy some time, but we're still like, it's not been a good showing from Cry. Like, they're always behind in every battle, you know, trying to react. They're not really able to take a moment and bring it towards them. I mean, the first clip they kind of tried, but even then, you know, you really have to find the right, almost perfect point to push if Mafia's playing like this passive.
Yeah, and I mean, this time it was Mafia kind of like aggressing towards them, and they weren't really able to like set up in a way that was good enough for holding this position. And I want to also reiterate on something that Bunter said during the first match. Like, when you're applying cap pressure, it's often not with the intention of basically sitting there and like fully capping through, but to get the others to like react and put them close enough that you can maybe over push and get some like favorable trades, let it be an advantage in guns or even just in positions or HP. But yeah, they went into the cap, they got reset from all angles, the K91s got some nice shots in, which also gave them an additional strike. The CS was able to pick up the big strike, and they knew that this would not be an option, but they kind of overstayed as well. and then they only moved out when they saw Gator was in danger, and all this
It's a bit too
HP
slow.
spent didn't really give them anything.
No, if you're gonna bait like that, you gotta be even quicker on repushing, you know?
Or like
gotta-
getting some map control maybe.
Or either, you know, in that case. But now we got a second round of Pilsen to go. And then, what was the... We're gonna see at least one round, but I don't remember what the third map was.
Maybe Ensk, but I'm not 100% sure. Mafia is usually a map connoisseur for like the a bit slower maps, like not.
Yeah, there was only a
risking,
place I could check, right?
Yeah, I think it's with Pilsen
It's,
into
it's,
Ensk,
Ghost
and then
Town.
Ghost Town. Yeah.
Ghost Town, yeah. I just checked on Wikipedia, actually. You did too. I could see your eyes wander.
Yeah, I mean, production team helping out.
Yeah, but a little bit too late now. I already
Yeah.
know what it is, you know?
Same like Cry, very late with the rotation.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean the community prediction you can see still holding up. Ghost Town, a map where we are not yet there, but we'll definitely get at least one round. Do you think on Pilsen it's already a bit like a lost hope situation, or is there something that Cry can cook up to maybe get a round?
No, of course they have chances, but you know, to beat a team like Mafia, in Cry's case, you got to be really, really on form and make all the right moves. You cannot give them too many free openings. Like, let's take a step back. First Cliff, you know, they tried it. Okay, they could have maybe done more with it if they focused on the 140 in the beginning, right? But then the second round on Cliff, there's no reaction after the initial play.
No.
On Pilsen, there's no real reaction after the initial play either. Only when it's too late, they try something, which is already at that point, you know, too late. So you cannot really sit like that and wait for too long. You know, you gotta be a little bit more proactive. Like we said, the cap is a tool in many cases. It's not it's not a hard stuck point where you gotta be in it at all
Yeah, it's not
times.
the
You
finish
can
line.
indeed repush. Yeah, exactly. So it's just a step, and they gotta be even faster here against this kind of Mafia. Of course, you know, Mafia is. In a way, it's not 100% fair for Cry, you know, because they don't get as many practice runs as Mafia does. They just come off OLS as well. And of course, you know, Mafia is building towards what is the most important moment of their summer. It's, you know, going to be the make or break moment of their summer. Do they qualify to WCI or do they not qualify to WCI?
Yeah, and obviously it's also a matter of you know, having the team cohesion with a team that has been playing on especially this map for so often with the same guys. You don't have to talk about all those micro decisions anymore. You're kind of like a well-oiled machine, and so far Cry, yeah, I mean, has not shown the same promise. Let's say it like this.
But let's see. You know, they still have at least 2 rounds to go, and maybe they can do something with it.
Yeah, also, I mean, Cry is here because they won against Weekend, and Weekend is a team that has their
And Weekend is not
moments.
here because of that.
Yeah, I mean, Weekend is basically like, sometimes you see those matches where they play like in the lower bracket final of the OLS against Hit and Run, and basically just like, you know, swarm them and like overroll them. And then you have other days where Weekend looks like a team that can be beaten by anyone. Maybe not by Keyhand, but like, you know what I mean? And Mafia is not this kind of team, you mentioned it. They don't have to be flashy if they're playing well, if they're playing without a lot of mistakes. And that is exactly what they're doing today.
I just don't want Banter to be right, you know? So we need Cry to win a round. I'd rather have Kihan be right, to be honest.
I mean, they still have at least 2 chances. They could get themselves another chance by winning a round, obviously. But from what I've seen so far, I am in the situation where the hope is dwindling.
I mean, we can probably watching this with unhappy noises, you know?
I mean, there are other teams where I feel like they have more reasons to be unhappy about how everything went. Like, look at Beton, who played a great tournament, but just ended up with teams in the group that were just much stronger than them. Maybe not much stronger, but in that case, more consistent, making less mistakes, dropping less rounds. But yeah, if you would have had Beton play against the teams in their own group, like face off against Mafia, Cashback and Hit, maybe they wouldn't have ended up with such a positive result, but at least it would have felt like more deserved for them, because if you win all 4 games, you kind of like expect to advance. Do you feel like if this ends up 5-0, there should be a consideration of like how many spots should be given to an A? Or should we wait for Dopamine to play first?
Spots to any in what?
Like for playoffs or WCI, things like that.
Not really. To be honest. And free for all, you know? Both teams actually ended up banning the first B. You ask for E4s, you will get E4s. 3 from Cry with double, with a CS, a 4 to the U, and double BZ.
I mean, usually the E4 you pick if you want to play something that is like more controlled. And we've seen W do that a lot. If they feel like they're playing against weaker teams, they just play like a very controlled and slow game. I have to say, this is also the kind of style where you need to make sure that you have all fronts covered and you're not being surprised by something like a light tank, something like 430U hunting together. And we can see this very standard-ish approach of 2 tanks pushing into the cap. One of them gets spotted. Obviously on this side of the map you don't have as much as an easy time than on the other side to give some decaps. But the K91, the moment it puts in 1 shot, will immediately be able to get a strike as well for the decaps.
Monster picks up the strike, which gives him a mini strike, so he'll be able to deny that Western cap attempt on the main base. Maryland Paradox very split up, but there is triple strike,
No, I mean,
which
it
will
takes
be
like
quad
50
strike at some
seconds.
point.
It takes around 50 seconds for Profuse at the beginning to get the strike. And yeah, I mean, maybe a bit very overeager, but good dodge there from Kono in the RHM. I'm not sure how important the radio is right now because they have already a lot of information. But 18 seconds left. Monster has a strike. Everyone is spotted. He should be able to get some more decaps. Great strike there.
That's everybody.
And that will definitely ensure that Monster gets another strike from basically the previous activation immediately. And I think Conrad will even be able to like get the strike in time as well, right?
Like Profuse, does he have an angle from there?
I don't think
I
so.
mean, he's trying. I don't think so, but I saw a tracer. There comes a strike. That's Profuse, actually. All 3 again.
Yeah.
And almost back to a strike.
Just wait a moment and he'll be able to get it back. And this leads me to what I was saying earlier. It's like, what is the plan? What is Cry doing? Like, are they just gonna stand there and wait? Hope that for some reason there's no strike left?
But
Okay.
okay.
Well, the train has started.
The train has started, and Meryl is going to be the one to take all of the damage. Meryl's actually going to be the one to die on the train. The locomotive is being shut down. Paradox is going to hide behind them. Niklas speaking from behind Conrad. They will get that BZ-75 on that ID strike, you would imagine. But will they get much more than that? In the meantime, you have a CS63 of Witty taking back some control over that 7-8 line, but he's getting repushed by Kono and Monster and the CS and the RHM. And Rexar comes in to finish off Paradox together with an HE shell, I think, even from Yuzek, and they will not find Conrad. He's on a 1100 HP. Witty now running away, has nobody left to support him, and this first round on home soil is not really getting them anything either, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Witty makes it out, but it was either way quite expensive. Now they're down 2 tanks. Yusek is a one-shot, but they first need to get access to him either way, and you saw another 700 damage flying from this big Type 5 gun directly into the back of the 430U. 4 tanks left alive, while Mafia is still very much with their starting 7 tanks. Nicholas drops, Rexa is gonna bounce, but I think the E4 ability will run out shortly as well, and with Witty being picked up by Kono and Monster, this should be just a matter of time.
I mean, it's one way to kill the CS, and it's going to be a match point, well, multiple match points for Mafia, and 7-0 on top of it as well. Yeah, this camp attempt against all of those strikes, very hard. You can see Mafia just cycle them through big strike, small strike, big strike, small strike, and you can't cap against that.
No, and I think it's also sometimes this typical like idea of like, yeah, we will just try to cap, but then you feel like the team just doesn't have anything else prepared. It's like, so what are we doing if we get decapped? Which direction are we pushing out on, and so on. So it was very late when they pushed, and it was very expensive, and I feel like they didn't have really like a target towards which they were pushing either. Like they tried to kill Conrad, but as you mentioned, like the locomotive, which was Merrill in this case, was basically destroyed before it even got properly into the train station, and then yeah, it was just a snowball effect, one thing coming to the other.
Yeah, and you know, good job for Mafia, 4-0. Now, can they be stopped? That's a good question. We're going into Ghostan.
Yeah, I think there is a chance for like something crazy. Like, you know, Ghostan has still those options of maybe like over pushing with some fast combination of heavy and medium tanks, or doing something like we have seen Hit and Run or Weekend do with 50Bs, bringing the aggression immediately. But the reason that those things work is that the teams are very, very coordinated, great focus fire, making sure they're not losing any unnecessary HPs. And it's so hard to execute for a team that maybe doesn't have the same amount of practice. So I don't see them getting another round here against Mafia. After the first 4 rounds, they look very like out of ideas.
I mean, maybe they got something cooking for Ghostan.
I mean, now would be the time, right?
I mean, you would hope that now is the time. There's no second chances, so it's really now or never.
Yeah, and I think it's also like a bit of a sad situation for them to basically end the tournament on 0-4 if like you have like 1 round left. So what do you do? Is like, do we go out with a bang? Do we go out with like a slow game and might still
go out with a bang?
5-0?
6 4005s and a light tank, Phil. That would definitely leave a bang.
Well, I mean, you can reach out to external and maybe suggest it to practice that strategy for the OLC, because obviously not just the EU teams and the Chinese teams that we had earlier playing will qualify for WCI, but so does the North American server. And I guess the biggest hope of NA is still playing, because Dopamine is usually the front runner there, right?
You would imagine such a thing
I
to
think
be
they won
true.
the last 3 OLF seasons in a row.
Is it 3?
Yeah, I think Stacked won the first 3 and Dopa won the last 3. And then in between, some teams won the OLC, which basically always qualified to China. First it was Smile, then it was I mean, Smile won the VOD7, then we had Dopamine in 2024 winning the OLC, and last year we had Stacked taking it.
About this prediction looking ever more likely.
Yeah, this is how the cookie crumbles, you know. But it's also always like, now that it's 0-4, you're like, I should have been on the 5-0 train, but it takes quite some focus, and we have seen only a few teams being able to consistently do that, do the 5-0. W did it, Mafia might do it as well, but I don't think we will have any semi-finals that are that one-sided.
Oh no, it shouldn't be, to be honest.
I mean,
you get
Sicarios is definitely kind of like the weak link.
Yeah,
After
yeah,
I've
sure.
seen the first match, they won against JWL, but I feel like even though they might have had among the strongest opponents, it was a very shaky game.
Well, EBR being banned by Cry, Mafia banned in the 57 Heavy, gives us a Type 5, a Leo, a Gorilla, an E4, and triple light tank for Cry.
Yeah, I mean, talking about cooking, maybe they have overcooked a bit. Mafia has a lineup which is not necessarily the best against this mobile setup of Cry, but I'm not sure if Cry is a team that has enough focus to like implement this kind of a strategy that requires you to do a lot of things at the same time. Like every player needs to do their own stuff without being micromanaged and so on. I think what they did right now is that they used both the RHM planes at the same time to pretend that it was just one plane. And Niklas in the T100 will make it basically without the information of third light existing the whole way through in the bush line. And I guess like an important thing to notice is as well, like the only radio towers are on the 9 line, so if you have a tank that controls that, Niklas will not get spotted, right? Like they will not find out about him until he fires or like leaves that area.
Well, the Gorilla is going to have a really hard game here, to be honest. Ooh, good shot against Conrad, because Yuzek and Monster are capping already. And the light tanks and the Gorilla, what they like least, I think, is a battle in which they gotta deal with the cap. Because it's really hard to do.
Yeah, you only have one Leo, and no K91, like no second strike opportunity with... Yeah, I mean, usually it's like, oh, the Gorilla got spotted. Usually it's like the K91 and or a second Leo, but you don't want to play 2 Leos against potentially Type 5s that you're facing. Maybe a bit of a wasted strike from the Leopard. I mean, yes, you get 100 extra damage, but you placed it in the middle of the big strike. Witty will be able to pick up another strike, which is great, but that means they will not be able to further boost the prestige level of the Leopard to get a small strike. Conrad has it already, like, pretty much made it around the corner. He will face off against Ox, who bounces as well. This is, by the way, on the NA server, so there are no excuses. And now I think the elephants are assembling. You can see the Type 5s there moving slowly but steadily. Conrad, another good pen.
Yuzek come in as well now in his Type 5, setting to heal up. Monster looking towards Rexar, where he was getting pushed by 3 tanks, by Double Light and the Leopard as well. And Conrad and Yuzek not bouncing the shots whatsoever. Rexar trying to do what he can, but he's very much dead in this one. Witty actually bounces, so takes one more from Rexar. Needs to get it on the next one, has to connect this. If he doesn't, would be a disaster for his team. Does one more. Rexar bounces! I mean, there comes the strike. Needs to be done. Good stuff from Paradox, needed to save his light tank. Rexar bounced the shot from Witty, and that put Witty down to a one shot. But now look at these tanks from 6-0 line from the side of Cry. They're kind of isolated.
Yeah, and Carlos will be the next one to be aggressed onto
Gorilla
by
spotted.
the side of Mafia. The Gorilla is immediately eliminated. The Type 5 has no issues whatsoever to get those shots in. It's not even that much distance, and I think that's the end. That's the beginning of the end.
I think the end has been coming for a while here.
I think it was inevitable, and now it is just all over.
It's a certainty at this point. All roads lead to defeat. It will be 5-0 for Mafia. A clean sweep, dealing with Cry, putting the first North American hope in the bin. But the biggest North American hope yet still to come, Dopamine. But a tough opponent as well that they're facing.
Especially against Cashback. Like, Cashback went 16-1 during the cross-group stage. Like, they really made sure that they are not the team that again misses out on the playoff stage. I think Monster is trying to find a shot into the side of Paradox, maybe getting one into the Leopard, but Leopard fairly small turret, so a bunch of time that was used there to aim for it. But yeah, now it's just a bit of like cosmetics in the end. It was a very one-sided affair, and Yusik maybe also a bit greeding for a bit of extra damage there. Bounces the shot from the Leopard, not able to hit him, but especially with the cap being down to 10 seconds, that should be it for today.
It should be it. Well, not for today, right? We have one more match.
I mean, for both those teams.
Yeah, for both those teams indeed. The cap goes through. Mafia pick it up. 5-2-0. Cry got a lot to work on before the OLC. That is going to be coming up a bit later. But so far, Mafia doing what they're supposed to do. They are now looking at what happens in this last match, especially as a sort of like looking into the future between who they're going to play, styles.
But they're not
Stuff to
playing
notice.
against Cashback, are they? They are on the other side of the bracket. We just
The
ordered the
future is-
matches this way because then
the
18 need to
future-
play in the evening.
Phil, the future is a wide aspect, all right?
Okay, so the far future, like 2
Could
hours
be
later
distant,
maybe.
could be distant future, but it's still the future, Phil.
I see, I see. Well, taking a look at the damage number, not much to be seen there, obviously. When we check the numbers, we usually highlight the top performing players, but if you see a team where everyone does at least 2k damage on the side of Mafia, you can see that the rest was basically just, let's say like, they knew it was over and then they just like drove in. We saw Monster losing like a bunch of damage at HP at the end, so the last remaining tanks were maybe able to farm a bit more than they were supposed to. Leopard dealing 3k in the end, and Meryl as well 4.4, which puts us to just 1.5k damage difference, but it was a very one-sided affair because the Gorilla was not really able to get in, and then the Type 5s just had also so much more HP left, right? Like they started with how much HP extra? 4k, 5k?
A ton, because of the Type 5s. Probably like 4 or 5k, because, you know, every
so
single one of them has like 1,000 plus over the light.
Yeah, and it was 3 light tanks against only 1, so that comes on top. So 5-0, I mean, congrats to Bunter as well, not just Mafia, for the correct prediction.
Some things don't need to be said, Phil.
Yeah, any last words for Cry? I mean, maybe go into
No,
a corner
actually, I
and
was
cry.
not about Cry. I gotta say, you know, Monster made a good move, huh? If you think about it.
I mean, he
Abandoning the sinking ship.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Normally the captain goes down with the ship, but in his case, you know, he abandoned the ship early on.
Yeah, I mean, Ketsai was the next one to follow, but maybe a bit late. And I guess he will potentially replace Jackifer and W then. But yeah, it will be an interesting time, those couple of weeks before the OLC.
It will be. But before that, next match, we do have a little bit of replays for you to take a quick breather from this very exciting game.
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design, built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience. Banta, can you hear me?
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Banta, can you hear me? Okay. I will do intro.
Hands.
Soon.
Okay, you're really quiet.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena, and now we are fully and completely, we are so back, Bunter. We're gonna watch Dopamine against Cashback. What are your thoughts?
I was so concerned. I was like, where's my legs? I lost my legs. Now, another one. So, NA versus EU game here. Dopamine versus Cashback. Dopamine, hopefully they'll put up a bit more of a fight than we saw Cry did in the previous round, but Cashback have had their troubles. OLS Season 6 didn't even make the playoffs, did they? They were dumped out in the rounds before, so my memory serves correctly. So Cashback wanting to come back strong here.
Absolutely, and I think especially during the past weekend they have actually proven that they're quite the force to be reckoned with, to be honest, because especially for the EU teams it was very, very hard to go through the cross-group stage and go to playoffs because they were literally competing against other EU teams without even playing against them. There was absolutely no room for mistake when playing against the other servers, and Cashback together with W as well, those were, at least for me, the two standout teams. So I think for Dopamine, yes, they were the second best NA team. That's why they're facing the first seed of Cashback from their respective group. But to be honest, it's going to be a tough ask from the people in front of us on the screen right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough ask, but these guys have made it. Some of them have made it to WCI before. Ferret was there. Melly, standout performer in the NA OLS. So I remember her performances in the IS4 were really good. Yeah, but some standout players. I think they can take a couple of rounds, but we have to see what Cashback team turns up. You know what I mean? Is it the dominant Cashback that can win OLS seasons, or is it the Cashback we saw in the previous season where they were getting dominated by teams that they never should lose against?
Yeah, and to be honest, especially with this, we have to look at the most recent past performances, and here Cashback have just been absolutely brutal during the last weekend. And well, weekend isn't even here to play anymore. Part of the reason of that is that Cashback was just so dominant. And here we can see them, one of those teams that chooses to only play with 8 players. Doesn't want to split the rewards in between 9, I guess. But all of this being said and done, yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like, maybe a couple of rounds are going to go Dopamine's way, but that is probably going to be it. We're going to start on Westfield, which is going to be interesting to watch just because Westfield actually wasn't in the pool for OLS Season 6. And then we're going to go to Ghost Town, picked by Cashback. I think historically Ghost Town is one of those maps that they have done exceptionally well upon. Ensk, I mean, pure brawl. And then Tundra, being picked by Dopamine, I can see it, but first of all, they need to get there. And if we get to it, of course, Himmelsdorf as the tiebreaker. Quite iconic.
Yeah, I love this by Dopamine. They're doing what I do. If you're the quote unquote weaker team, you've got to you can't play the traditional standard way that you can in an A. You've got to sub opponents, and they've gone and picked 2 maps here, Westfield and Tundra, that aren't commonly picked on EU, right? They're the maps that nobody really likes to play, right? People, they prefer to play Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Sand River, Ghost Town, Pilsen. So Westfield and Tundra, they were probably the least played maps in the previous season. So they're kind of picking these maps that Cashback might not have so much experience on to try and catch them out. So I do like that. Ghost Town's going to be hard, though. We've seen Cashback perform very well on Ghost Town before. So I won't be surprised if it's a 2-0, but Dopamine definitely need to take minimum 1 round from this Westfield.
It should also be noted that the first 3 rounds are going to be just like the last match played on the EU server. So this is where we will start, but well, we saw in the last match as well that the EU team, even on the North American server, didn't break a sweat. So now we come in with the predictions. You're actually going again with the 5-0. I mean, it served you well in the past match, but I think Dopamine, as the longest standing team with the more experienced players, should be more of a problem for Cashback than Cry was for Mafia as we go into the game. And it looks like Cashback actually chose to not ban, whereas Dopamine is going to go with the MBY, and they will have a setup that consists of Dravets 1-1B, very interesting pick from Boba, together with Blur in the 140, Bliskovica, E3, WZTD, and an RHM.
Yeah, the equipment is very, very small. E3's a bold choice, not that much of a fan of it, just because it's very slow and turretless. Cashback, IS-4, Kranwagen coming out. We did see one in the previous season, but it's not commonly taken. Batcha CS, Centurion Action X, Concept. I've recently fallen in love with the Concept. Such a beautiful gun, and that's even without the Onslaught modifiers.
I mean, could this
and
possibly
EBR-105.
be a restart?
A restart?
Because
yeah, I'm hearing...
Yeah,
I'm hearing some sound.
If it
like
sounds like a restart, looks like a restart, and it smells like a restart, then it's probably a restart. But yeah, obviously both teams do have one available on each side, for each side in this match, just in case there are technical difficulties. We want players to be able to play full 7 versus 7, and not, 6 versus 7. So yeah, there we go. Not sure who called it, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to resolve those issues rather quickly, and then we should be able to go back into the game. That also, unfortunately, probably means that we're not going to see the 1-1B.
No, I mean, there are a bunch of tanks there that we might not see. E3, VZTD, Kranwagen, Concept. These are not standard tanks, so they might get switched. I'm quite curious to see. I have fallen in love with that Concept recently. I never realized the gun, since the buffs, that gun is beautiful. I mean, the tank itself is horrendous. A wheeled vehicle that can barely turn, and it's the size of a boat made of paper, but that's a really nice gun. Better than Leopard, even.
If you like the gun, try out the Executor, the tier 11. It's an absolute blast to play.
I've heard that one's nice. I want to play Ashigaru at some point, but I'm too poor. Phil hasn't given me enough gold. I do need to complain about that. By the way, to management, complaining right here, right now. I'm owed 5k from last season's predictions. So you get 10k for winning. That's what Phil said. I have it written down in the contract. Give me gold.
All right, you'll actually have to complain to the management then, which is
you are
I guess,
the management.
What do you mean?
Says
it
manager.
Is Phil in this case.
It says manager under your name right
there. Yeah, sometimes things are different than they look, but this one looks actually pretty crazy good. Look at that, 4,020 Blaze It average damage coming out from Little, top 1 DPG of the entire cross-group stage. I mean, obviously the tanks that he's playing lend themselves towards damage, 50p Dravets, BZ and STRV, but still, 4k plus, that's not something we usually see in competitive formats like OLS, for example.
Yeah, I think Little was also top 3 on EU for the last season, and he is leading in game. Well, he was, at least, before Barbarian came back, so definitely one of the best players in World of Tanks generally, but looking here, we now have the ban from Cashback, so I'm assuming they probably couldn't select it. So BZ banned by Cashback, M5Y by Dopamine. Dopamine with 1 Dravek, 1 K921, 140 Bliska, double Fosh B and an RHM.
Double Fosh B is actually quite the curious choice on Westfield, and this time around we hear the engine spinning up, so off to the races we go as Dopamine. Ooh, a lot of their players immediately spotted by the plane, but it's only 3 actually, so this means Liberty doesn't get the replane to his name, as Ferret immediately going to the info tower that is being taken by Liberty on the other side of the map. Full information available for Cashback first of all, but now info tower popped from Dopamine, so either team is playing full info.
The thing is, what Dopamine's doing, I love it, right? When you're the weaker team, you have to make a surprise. So they put the double Fosh Bs. Maybe if Cashback went full upper side and they pushed towards the 140 and A3, Ferret should make it out though. But the thing is that there's info towers. So now that the double Fosh B is spotted, what's the plan? because I don't see a plan for Dopamine now. I think they anticipated Cashback to go full upper side, go for the fight, push the A3 corner where double Fosh B would clip out a few tanks on the crossing, but that hasn't happened. So you got to ask the question, now what? And I don't think there is a now what for Dopamine.
Yeah, besides, of course, losing a bit of positions here, the other problem is that Dopamine's double Fosh B, they were immediately spotted for this counter push, and you can see the tanks of Cashback starting to scatter to the winds, trying to keep the distance towards the French auto-loading tank destroyers. And now Liberty, from the sidelines, he knows he has the HP advantage even against the RHM of Dopamine, and this means essentially he has such a free play immediately. The info tower coming in again, so Ferret, he has spotted Liberty. He knows that he is in no danger at all. The shot's already starting to come in. Chopper doesn't want to use his ability right now, and for now, Cashback certainly are looking like they have the strongest start, especially considering that they have created a 2 versus 1 in A3.
2v1, as I mentioned so often, every action needs a reaction, and Dopamine just don't have one. They're being slaughtered in a crossfire. These Foshes, they're just driving, getting striked, and then getting striked again, and they're just not catching anything at the moment. Barbarian is the closest thing they can catch, but he's backing away. Squeezy's above them. Mindbreaker and Akka, they're coming back now from their blur snack, and this opening game, you gotta take risks. And I think Dopamine, they were praying that Cashback would go upper side, but you gotta make a secondary plan. You know, Westfield's a simple map. You either go up or down. And Dopamine's entire plan was Cashback go up, we catch them. What happens if they go down? It collapses, falls apart, not even close.
Yeah, I was about to say, you either go up or down on Westfield, and for Dopamine it certainly looks like they are about to go down. I mean, 1000 HP left on that RHM, and we have seen comebacks before from light tanks, but not against 7 players, not against double info tower, not against Little with that bat chat that is currently reloading but should be able to fully clip out on Ferret. I mean, even the artillery strike coming down now, he's not able to dodge it, down to 850, tracked, held, planed, everything as Aphrodite shuts it down, and Cashback go up around. I didn't even know that there was sheep on Westfield.
No, neither did I.
That is...
I mean, it's based in Scotland, so it's not a surprise, but map knowledge there. I know where all the maps are. I didn't know there were sheep there. There's a cat, though. You know, there's like a bunch of cats dotted around.
Really?
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, on what's the monastery map that's for lower tiers?
You don't mean Abbey, do you?
No. Just
Province,
for low tiers.
Province.
Yeah, Province has a cat on the roof, and there's a few maps with low poly cats on the roofs of buildings.
Oh.
Fun fact.
You learn something new every day, and well, I mean, Dopamine is now learning that playing against Cashback can be a problem for them. 7-0 the score in tanks, and to be honest, the damage numbers don't really matter that much here, just because Cashback, wherever they were meeting their opponents, they were kind of dominating them, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. I like what Dopamine have done. Look, it doesn't work out, but when you're the weaker opponents, and they're the second seeded on A and an A against the first seeded on EU, right? We're not really anticipating them to carry this home outside of some mass events. You got to try some things, and they took a risk. If Cashback goes upper side and they go and push Blur in that hole, they could delete 2 tanks on the crossing with those Foshes. They could do double tracks and catch people with the double Fosh. So there is an idea by Dopamine. I like it, but you got to have a backup plan. And, you know, the moment Ferret gets chased away and loses over half of his HP, the game is basically over because he can't retake field control. The Foshes have no real play in the game because Foshes don't like open ground. They like corners and buildings and stuff they can hide behind. So I like the idea by Dopamine, but you got to have a backup plan.
I think there was also possibly an overreaction coming in from Dopamine upon Ferret losing so much HP. The double Fosh B rotating towards the lower side to then be able to engage people that would possibly chase after Ferret. Like, I think that was the idea of the Fosh rotation, but Cashback just didn't take the bait. They were like, alright, we just did 1,500 damage to the light tank. That means our light tank now plays on the field for free, and we can focus on the other side.
I mean, I don't think it's an overreaction. They had to go field, to be honest. They can't sit on the back line with 2 Foshes doing nothing. They either have to retake north or go south. If they retake north, they're crossing, what is it, like 200-300 meters of open ground, they would be slaughtered. They'd lose a minimum 1 Foch B driving there. So South was the play. I think if Ferret doesn't lose that much HP, it's going to be a better game because Ferret can use his HP to try and win the field, which means the Foches won't be stuck in no man's land. Because Ferret loses so much HP, the light tank of Cashback can just leave and go to the field, and he's always going to put pot shots into the back of the Foches. So I think it kind of collapsed when Ferret lost all that HP. If he didn't lose the HP, there's a chance. But this was always going to be a hard game for Dopamine. They had a plan, but their plan involved Cashback going north. If they don't go north, this is kind of a throwaway game, which is what it was. Ferret losing the HP doesn't help, but I think they made the right decision putting those Foches south, but this was a write-off game, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how it will go in the second round in between Dopa and Cashback. And to be honest, if you're gonna try, let's say, a tactic like this...
you hear the bagpipes?
Yes, yes.
You see? Scotland.
I think even the bridge is modeled after a bridge, like somewhere in real life in the Scottish Highlands. I'm not entirely sure, don't quote me on it, but I think it is. Anyway, though, what I was going to say is that Dopamine, if they were going to use a throwaway tactic like this, then maybe now is the time, because best of 9 is a fairly high best of, as we see the bans coming in. 50B and CS band respectively, and that leads to Dopamine picking a very straightforward lineup. Quintuple BZ75 together with a 140 and a Bluskevitze.
I love it when you say quintuple. But Cashback quadruple Dravets, 140, 1 Bliska, and 1 RHM. I like the fact that Cashback are taking this RHM on every game. You know, they don't need to take risks. They can play a control game and try and rely on that team play and player skill. The light tank gives you a lot of versatility, even if you are playing full upper side. So I kind of like it. But starting in this game, it's going to be interesting to see where both teams go.
Well, let's see. This time around, Liberty using the plane sees 5 people. And this, of course, means replaying for him as well. That also is a lot of information for his team right from the get-go, together with the information tower that Dopamine this time around are just absolutely bypassing. And this means Cashback, they have all the info that they need. They now only need to act as Barbarian, inching closer towards Blur in the 140, and that trade does not favor the Inspire medium.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade is not the... It's not that much 1-for-1, you know? It's kind of almost 3-for-1, but Liberty taking the South Strike, but now Dopamine are asking the question, now what? They're forced into this push, but the thing is, this is kind of what Dopamine wanted to do to Cashback in the first place. They have the Dravik and the 140 on the red line, double Dravik in this home. PM's almost dead by the time he makes it into the hole.
Exactly, PM even getting helped by Mindbreaker on the upside, and this means that Aphrodite can come in and help with that kill. All of a sudden it is a 3 versus 2 for the tanks of Cashback that also have the higher DPM between the Dravci that are tearing those BZ75s to shreds. The MBY has to be pulled into the equation, but I think Vova is about to go down a strike. Whose is it? It doesn't matter. Vova gets eliminated, and still it is a 3 versus 2 for Cashback.
Yeah, it's a 3v2. Cashback double the HP, and it's all basically over. Bear in mind, Dopamine are pushing Dravex with BZs, and BZs have such little DPM. The nice thing about BZs is it has so much HP, so you want to use that HP in the high alpha to try and delete someone, but there's just nobody to delete. Aphrodite did go down, but that was it. Akka down to low HP, Spirit all alone. Little will pick him up in a moment, which he does, and Blur now running hammered and peppered by Liberty, and he's not winning this one. You see Cashback they just read the game really well. They read it so much better than Dopamine do. Blur shooting a shot in frustration, trying to hit Liberty on blind, but yeah, 2-0 to Cashback, and it's a deserved 2-0. They have been the better team thus far.
Thus far, but also by far thus far.
Yeah.
I think, like, especially in the second round here, there was no plan B. I'm not even sure there was a plan A, to be honest, for Dopamine, at least by the looks of it.
So harsh.
I mean, I feel like it's warranted, right? I will call out great plays when I see them, but yeah, Cashback, just perfect reactions. Dopamine was sacrificing 4 tanks in that northeastern square to kill 1. And all the while they were pushing, the 140 of Cashback was also putting shots into those tanks that were driving into the ditch, and that means Perma-Inspire coming out of the 140 for the Cashback players. Like the decision for the Dravets push, for the BZ push on the Dravci, it doesn't really make sense because you have to cover open ground, you're giving Inspire to the 140, and then also you will be on equal numbers with enemy tanks that have higher DPM. Like literally, in this kind of scenario, the ability of the Dravets, even if you pick 4, like it's going to diminish a little bit, but what it does in this kind of scenario is give you more DPM. So, yeah, the BZs are coming with, I guess, a lot of HP, and that's kind of it. You can see Vova 2 shots of damage, PM 0. So this push it fell apart before it even started.
The thing is that Dopamine are playing in a kind of way that they have to, right? They can't play control. If they play control, Cashback will pick them apart. So they're going in all in every strat they make, right? In the first strat, it was all in that Cashback would play north. They didn't. In this strat, again, all in that they would play north. And then after, I love the choo-choo train, but after Cashback didn't do what Dopamine wanted them to do, Dopamine had a choice. They either boost the corner or they boost into Barbarian. They boost into Barbarian, there's multiple angles of crossfire. They're going to have to go in the open. Barbarian takes forever to die because he's got ability. If they push the corner, maybe they can pick up a few free kills. So it's kind of like do you boost the corner and risk it, or do you go for Barbarian and then try and continue down the row of buildings and try and catch the light, which is never going to happen because the Cashback have one of the best light players in Liberty. He will run on time. So it's difficult no matter what Dopamine do because they're in these kind of bad positions. They can't cap because of the strikes, and they have to make a decision, either push the corner or push Barbarian.
Well, that was Westfield, and that was a Dopamine's pick, and from here on out, is it going to get easier for Dopamine? I am inclined to believe that the answer to that question is a big fat no, because we are going to go to Ghost Town now, and Ghost Town, it is a very, very technical map in a lot of ways, but good news for Dopamine is you can definitely surprise. Be it, for example, cap rushes straight, stuff like this. We saw last time around, a triple light tank being played by Cry, but
I actually think that I was gonna say if I was Dopamine, I'd genuinely play triple light. I'm not even kidding. I know it's risky if Cashback go for that cap rush, but I don't think they will. I think Cashback will play control and expect to rush. That's why you take the triple light to try and surprise what you think Cashback will do.
Well, let's see. Dopamine banning out the EBR. Cashback getting rid of the 50B in return. Feels like the 50B is enjoying a very high ban rate at this point in time. So Dopamine are going to start with Akano, Type 5, double batch at CSK91 and RHM.
Yep. Cashback. Double BZ, Dravik, double TVD7, CS and RHM. Kind of control lineup for both teams. That double bat by Dopa, they definitely want to control that 7 through 0 line. Use that can opener in the E7 spot so we can get the decaps with its high structure.
Absolutely.
We'll need to see if Dopamine can even push Cashback off those kind of red line positions in A9, A0.
Well, first of all, Dopamine really fanning out on the field here as the Dravets of Little was already spotted, but he's actually going to reach the artillery strike first. He's going to get the priority. Maybe Ferret will be able to reset with an HE shell indeed. So this now means that Spirit is going to... No, actually, it's still Little to take it, as Ferret takes a blind shot by the Dravets, and of course he will know that he hit because his ability just ticked up that, pun not intended, little bit, as he is still on the strike, still collecting it, and Cashback have put 2 tanks on the cap.
Yeah, Hockey did get the spot off on those two, so he generates a small strike, which he might need to use because Spirit's about to get decapped. He does, which means there's no big strike on Dopamine's side. It will have to be the small strike or a old-fashioned decap on these tanks in the cap. We need to see what's happening in the cap at the moment. Strike does go down. It decaps on Mindbreaker, so Akka has the cap at the moment. Spirit's going to go one-bow combo. Doesn't connect the double, so... decent damage dealt in Return to Spirit, and the cap's still 15 seconds. And
Cap.
no small strike for Hockey.
Yep, cap down to 10. Blur now spotted in the Batchat on the field as well, is going to take damage for this as Liberty with another shot. There is an artillery strike, but Aka actually dodges it. 1 second remaining, no resets available. And just like that, Cashback take round number 3, and Dopamine end up looking kind of silly.
Yeah, if Cashback got somewhere to be, like, calm down, guys. Win a little bit slower. But yeah, this was always a difficult one because trying to take that strike on the 7 line, Cashback are very good at contesting that, and they're decapping the can open every time they can, and that only leaves the CS and K91. The CS didn't have a small strike, the K91 got a decap, and then you just 50-50 it. Do you place the strike behind, or do you place the strike in front? Because the moment those BZs in the cap, they hear that tick that says the strike is on top of me, they get a sound cue, they just boost forward and dodge it. And we saw that. I mean, it's a good play by Mindbreaker. Not the hardest game by the boys in the cap, 0 damage dealt, but...
I mean,
yeah,
Mindbreaker blocked
better.
320, so... yeah, he can be happy about that.
That was the shot in the beginning.
Well, then never mind.
Hockey shot at him in the beginning when he was entering the cap, so that didn't really make a difference. But yeah, Dopamine had a game plan, and their game plan was trying to take that 0 line control and deny them the cap. I don't think they expected Cashback to actually put on immediate cap pressure. But
I feel like this is, to be honest, it's kind of in fashion at this point for teams that are playing control. At some point, you also transition into the cap. Cashback was doing it extremely quickly, to be fair about that. But yeah, Dopamine, it's not looking too hot right now. That being said, of course, 3 rounds have been played, and this in turn is going to mean that we will now switch servers. It's going to take a little bit of time, and maybe that is good for Dopamine because they can possibly mentally reset a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big advantage. Like, bear in mind, Dopamine are the weaker team, but they're also playing on EU, which is about, what is it, 100 plus ping, about 100, between 100 and 150 most of the time. And that's not easy, especially against a team like Cashback. So now, going into the server swap, it's going to be interesting to see because Ghost Town's difficult. I think Ensk, the thing you need to consider as well is Ensk. Ensk is close range. So the differences in ping don't make that much of a difference, right? Because it's close range, you don't need to snipe as much, and it's a lot easier to hit your shots when on high ping at close range. So I think Ensk is a map that really favors Cashback. But this is kind of do or die for Dopamine. They need this round. If they lose this Ghost Town, I think it's over.
Well, the silver lining for Dopamine obviously is going to be that they will be playing on the North American server now, which is going to favor them at least a little bit when it comes to ping. But then again, I think Cashback are a team that have probably trained on the North American server and against North American teams before, so we'll have to wait and see how all of that goes. Of course, the map selection as well matters a bit when you take into account the server switches, etc. When you're picking and banning the maps, it's not only about which map you're good at or which map your opponent possibly is a bit worse at. It's also about which maps do you want to play on the best possible ping, and which maps do you want to play maybe on slightly worse ping. And I think Ensk here might be good for Dopamine, because like all those corner fight, close quarters brawls where you possibly have to snipe a cupolas, etc., having low ping can be good for you.
Yeah, but this is Cashback's pick, the Ensk. That's what I'm saying before. I think this is a good pick by Cashback because Ensk is a close range map. It's not that tactical. It's a lot more about player skill. So obviously the ping is an issue, but I'd prefer high ping at close range than long range. And the map after Ensk, if we get there, is Tundra. Tundra is also a pretty close range map. So that might favor Dopamine, might favor Cashback a little bit more. I'd prefer to have the good ping on a map that's long range. On maps like Ghost Town, Pilsen, where fights tend to be pretty far away. Because if you're sniping with high ping, it's a lot harder than close range.
Yeah, then again, at the same time, I mean, the most important thing is actually not that the ping is super low. Like, I might sound a little bit like I'm coping, but for me, the most important thing in those kind of scenarios is that the ping is actually stable. If you're experiencing package loss or the ping jumps between like 100 and 200, that is actually a lot worse than if you just have stable 150.
I'm kind of curious. I'm in the UK. Some of these guys from Cashback are in Ukraine. Do you know what the difference is between, let's say, UK playing on NA than Ukraine playing on NA? Because I assume it would be even worse for them.
Yeah, the physical distance, I think, adds around about 20 latency, something like that.
Okay, so they'll be around 150, 160 probably.
Yeah, I think when they last time tried, and some of them are even using VPNs to control the ping and keep it stable, I think they're about around 130 and 140.
130 is very playable.
Yes, absolutely.
130 is very, very playable.
And I mean, we even saw in the past match, right? Okay, it wasn't a Ukrainian team, it was a Polish team, but those two countries are kind of beside each other, so yeah.
Yeah, it's not horrendous, and Cry... I would probably say that Dopamine are better than Cry, I think. Maybe I'll rethink that decision in a minute, but I didn't see anything from Cry that showed me they're better than Dopamine. Dopamine, I think, are better, definitely tactically. I like is a strong word, but I don't mind the strats they're playing. They're just playing against a Cashback team that is, one, incredibly strong, they top their group, and two, Cashback haven't really been doing what Dopamine want them to do, right? If in the first game, if Cashback go up a side, it's better for Dopamine. In this last game that we just watched, if Cashback don't trigger the cap immediately and play a slower game, it's better for Dopamine. So we need to see if the luck starts going Dopamine's way. I mean, they're on their own server, so why not?
Well, I think the biggest problem that Dopamine had so far was not the ping, but rather the decision making, in my opinion, in the games. Like the calls, they seemed at times off. The tactics, they seemed at times a bit too all in for my liking, and Cashback was just able to adapt so well.
Like, believe me, I've made basically a World of Tanks career out of taking the worst team and beating the better team, right? And when you do that, at least in 15v15, you've got to surprise your opponent. You can't play standard control. You'll get beaten every time. You always trade worse. So you got to do something out the box. But anyway, into the lineups. TVT7 being banned by Dopamine. On the Cashback side, 430U being banned. Cashback might be fearing a bit of a rush, but Dopamine, that's triple batch, quad batch chat even. Double E4 and a K91.
And meanwhile, for Cashback, we do have a Dravets, an IS4, a VZ55. That one's probably still changing, or we might be headed a Caro. Okay, I am pretty confident to call restart on that one. Obviously, it's like not 100% sure, but yeah. Seems like...
Have you played the Cano in Onslaught?
I have, in fact, not. And
it's not bad. I mean, the tank itself is terrible. I played 1,000 games in Caro on Chinese server, and I think I named it. The top 3 worst guns in the game are Death Star, FV, and Caro. Every Italian tank has such a horrendous gun. For some reason, the shell always goes lower than you aim it. Do you ever notice that?
I haven't, but I guess to counter this, we kind of need to nerf the Progetto 65, you know?
Oh, yeah, because that's so strong. But Ares is nice in it's not nice in competitive just because of the nature of the tank, but Ares is actually really nice in the random queue, especially in the lower levels. Because obviously you do your 1,000 clip and then you do ability, you get another 500 back.
Yeah, but
I really like the tank.
Then again, like with the Ares, I think the problem is that you don't have the amount of burst that, for example, a 50B could do.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that you have to be close range to do it, you can't really snipe, it creates a lot of issues. I mean, I had some ideas pre-nerf, like taking double Ares on cliff lower side in 15-15. That was quite fun. But since the nerf, I don't think it's... And especially not competitive. It's just not playable just because of you can't deal damage on range and things. But yeah. Any thoughts on... Like, we had looked at the lineups. Dopamine had a pretty interesting one. What was that, three bat chats, 2 E4s?
I believe it
140
was
cannon to
3 bat chats at the end. But yeah, I mean, essentially the role of the bat chat, I think, throughout all seasons, it hasn't really changed. It has been weaker, it has been stronger at some point, depending on how many charges, for example, the ability had at the start of the game. But like, what you're doing when you're picking triple bat chat is, once again, you're hoping to surprise your opponent and catch him off guard. And I do believe the technical issues have been resolved for whoever it was, because I do believe we're just about ready to hop into the round number 4, this time around hopefully without a restart, in between Dopamine and Cashback, where we will find out if Dopamine on their home server will finally be able to strike gold for the North American server.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of mind games by Cashback, you know. 3-0 down, do a restart to frustrate them. Probably not, but probably they just didn't have ammo in the tank, I guess.
Well, let's see. Issues seem to have been resolved. Bans have stayed the same. This time around only... No, never mind. Triple Batcher once again together with a K91, double E4 and an EBR. That means no heavy tanks at all for Dopamine.
Yeah, but those E4s are basically heavies. Cashback, double Dravik, 1CS, double K921, E4, and RHM. So, Dopamine, it looks like they got to see the bans. They saw that EBR wasn't banned, and they switched up their strat maybe, and told Blur to play EBR.
The thing is, as soon as basically the restart gets called,
they have to play...
you don't have to play the same tank. I mean, otherwise we would be seeing a Caro again. You don't even have to keep the bans, for example.
Yeah, but Blur didn't have EBR before, so that's a change.
Well,
at least I think he did.
Let's see if the change will be positive for his team or not. As Mindbreaker goes into the 7-line strike with that Dravets, he has Barbarian behind him to back him up, but as we can see, Dopamine don't even have any interest to going there, as PM immediately took a shot of damage, and damage here that Dopamine take is going to be permanent. There is not a single tank that has any kind of healing ability, as the triple Batcha makes their way to the 1 line, the EBR scouting and screening for them. Claire from the top of the mountain, 2 shots actually whizzing past him, and Aphrodite taking 1 on the way out, but I think it is a small price to pay to keep the tank alive.
Yeah, the triple bats are now spotted, and Aphrodite, he ran just in time. The E4s of PM and Ferret, they didn't connect their shots, so Aphrodite, that was probably the cheapest he will ever pay, but Chopper, Misha, and Spirit, they're now crossing. They're going to take pretty big damage. The RHM should deal 1. That's double K91 shooting. Misha, 1200's not terrible. They should be able to every strike they make.
Aphrodite
getting is a lot.
Yeah, Aphrodite getting clipped out here now as Choppa goes down towards a 1-shot. He's not going to peek anymore as Squeezy is trying to suppress Vova, but yes, they do get the pickup, so it is a 7 versus 6, but the cost, it has been absolutely astonishingly high as Vova takes another 1,000, make that 1,500 for the way out. The W4 is going to peek on towards Akka, but Barbarian is there to capitalize on that. PM down to 1,100, takes another shot. The ability makes him lose his track as well. Barbarian about to be reloaded here. PM down to a 1-shot for that E4, even with the ability, gets clapped, and Akka falls to the grave as well, but Dopamine, they're losing so much HP.
Yeah, gun advantage in their favor, but Ferret's in no man's land. He can't leave, so he'll die over time. Barbarian does have a superior position. Blur's chasing away the K91s, which might give an opportunity for the Batchats to reposition, but Ferret will die over time. That is a basic reality, unless he tries to leave, which he's doing now. It looks like he's actually going to this hole. Might try and catch. Is that HE? Intuition? Do it, Ferret. Do it.
Oh.
Oof.
What?
It won't make a difference, because Ferret will die here, but big number is satisfactory. But Ferret, he's just in no man's land. The strike will take out his building. Liberty even peaks, doesn't connect it, and Ferret does go down, so everything for the big number. Well, Chopper goes down, and now it's such a hard endgame to play. Blur would have to play the game of his life to give Cashback a way back into this one.
I think the problem as well with the EBR compared to the RHM, for example, is that the EBR simply doesn't have the firepower to contest. It also doesn't have this kind of quote-unquote global ability where he can reveal tanks anywhere on the map. For him to spot something, he actually needs to be in person there if he doesn't pick up, for example, an info tower, which is what Liberty is doing right now. Good damage into the K91s, but I think they're in a rather unpushable situation here. Oh, the reset, it doesn't come in time, but Blur takes another shot of damage, and Barbarian, actually with a blind shot here, does connect onto the EBR, but oof, that was close.
Only in the tracks. Yeah, only in the wheels even. That's a close one. Hockey coming forward because he has to. The no plane because of that EBR, so Spirit goes down. Hockey soon to follow. Barbarian. Big connection, 770, strike coming down. That's going to be Mindbreaker picking it up with the strike. 10 seconds remaining, and Dopamine gave it a good shot, but they needed to connect onto Aphrodite when he ran. If those E4s connect onto Aphrodite, I think this could have been a different game.
Well, it was not to be, and thus Cashback are going to be picking up the 4th round in a row, and it seems like this map as well does have an animal on it.
What?
Like the final shot of the gameplay, it was a bird sitting on the.
That's okay. That's an animal. I was like, what? Well, so we've had birds and we've had sheep. What's an Ensk?
I actually don't know if Ensk has any kind of animals, but yeah. First of all, let's see the post-battle results and Blur with actually for an EBR surprisingly much damage here. 2,700, but when the EBR has to do this kind of damage, you already know that something has gone horribly wrong.
What does snipe damage mean?
Damage over 300 meters.
Okay. I prefer it when we had the strike damage, actually.
We are looking at bringing it back just for you, Bunter.
Thank you. I'm just saying that OLS Season 6 UI, mwah, perfecto.
Yeah, then again, like the damage spread on Cashback, it's not that far apart either. I mean, yeah, of course, Aphrodite got YOLO'd by triple Batshot and died for it, but it felt like the Batshots were just taking too much damage for it, to be honest.
The thing is that this wouldn't have been such a horrendous trade if Vova didn't try and go behind Aphrodite. When Vova went behind and lost all that HP and went down to 1,000, that kind of forced the E4s to do something. So they had to push in and make crossfire. It's not a good trade. You know, you have one Batchat going down to 100, another Batchat down to 1,000, but you pick up that gun. And with the EBR, you can kind of control. The EBR does have advantages over the RHM. Sure, it doesn't have the plane, but there's opportunities. I think Dopamine definitely had an option in this game, but Vova needed to not lose all that HP.
Well, all of that being said and done, Cashback on match point. 0-4 the score, if you're taking a look at it from Dopamine's perspective. And your prediction, once again, looking more likely and likely with every lowest that we play. Yeah.
I'm still losing. I did my group stage predictions were awful. I can't lie. I don't know why I made some of the predictions I did, but today I've not done so badly.
Well, let's see. The E3 and the Bliskavitz are getting banned out, and that leads us to double T57, Type 5 Heavy, 140 Foch B, and double E4 for Dopamine.
Yeah, Cashback, 50B, the old man of World of Tanks, D100, 140, what's that, triple Foch B, and an E4. What a nice lineup by Cashback. Gives a lot of versatility. Optics on that 140 as well, going to give early info down the rails. Dopamine's lineup looks a little bit more controlled. Those E4s need to have a hell of a game if Dopamine want to counter those Foch Bs of Cashback.
Well, let's see. Liberty with that Optics 140 is immediately driving towards the enemy tanks. Is going to get spotted immediately, but lucky for him, most of the big guns on that lineup of Dopamine are still on reload. Liberty immediately getting a shot of damage into Ferret as well. That's going to mean that the Inspire should be available soonish. He has the level 1 right now. Doesn't pop it because, well, there is nothing really that they would gain from Inspiring, but so far so good. I think for either team they were able to deploy their tanks where they wanted to, and now It'll be about reactions, it'll be about positionings. The E4 of Aka actually whiffs a blind shot, but yeah, Blur is playing probably a dangerous game with trying to side scrape there as Ferret gets spotted and Barbarian drives into the city where he's going to face off against Spirit.
Yes, this is going to be a tough game for Dopamine. Spirit loses the initial trade, loses the trade overall because Barbarian will heal some of that back, and Spirit took 3 where Barbarian only took 2. This is a really hard game for Cashback because for Dopamine, because Liberty is controlling the rotation with the optics. The type of PM is on the field. Aphrodite hasn't considered the fact that the type would be there, so he's playing more in the middle now. But we'll need to see how this game progresses. But, you know, Spirit needs to connect those shots into Barbarian. You're on your own server, and you have a turreted tank against a turretless tank. You can't be getting out-traded in a corner fight like that, especially when you're pre-aiming the Foch.
I think he was moving at the start of the engagement as well, but now Little fully loaded here, and we can see that hit squad of Dopamine starting to move up with the E4, with the double T57. Little takes a shot of damage from Ferret, who immediately pulls the long reload, and all of this is going to mean that Bova will be able to pick up the artillery strike, but of course this one has been contested, the other one not so much. The E100 of Aphrodite on the field, Long has one.
Yeah, and the big wild card for Dopamine is the fact that PM has never been seen. So if PM can sneak behind Aphrodite, there's some potential for him to get some free damage and make a surprise. I feel like Blur needs to rotate to the field as well and cover against PM. PM is spotted now, so gives one for free to Aphrodite, and you can see immediately the 140 of Liberty from Cashback. He's rotating immediately over to the field to make crossfire on PM against Aphrodite. I feel like this is what Blur should have done in the beginning, but instead he opts to go to the city, so that forces Dopamine into a city play. They're gonna need to play the city aggressive if they want to get something, because PM is gonna die.
Well, let's see. PM is starting to draw back a little bit, and the tanks of Dopamine in the city starting to advance. Luckily for them, they haven't been spotted yet, but Hockey actually takes a lot of damage. That's a full salvo in towards him, but now Aka actually finds the double T57 right in front of him. He gets tracked, he gets held, double track coming through, but I'm not sure if the T57s are able to deal damage, as Little trying to defend the E4 that is beside him, but on the other side of it, the tanks of Dopamine have wrapped around to Mindbreaker, going down, and now Chopa Misha will be able to outflank Little.
Yeah, it picks up the kill, but Aka still so healthy over such an amount of time. PM is still alive on that side though. He is being a very good distraction. Just keeping Aphrodite and Liberty occupied for such a long period of time. It takes them so long to kill him, especially because they have to aim all their shots because of the ping difference. PM surprises him, gives a big shot, and PM actually will kill Aphrodite if Aphrodite doesn't heal over the threshold. But Aphrodite should have the reload here. If he gets the roll with Liberty, yes he does, so PM doesn't get out another shot. And now that the dust has kind of settled, Barbarian ran from the city, and it's a 5v4. Cashback need to make the move because right now they're losing.
Indeed they are. 4 tanks versus 5. This situation is looking pretty okay for Dopamine, especially considering the tanks that are still available for them. They've managed to keep the Inspire tank. They have the double T57 available with ability. Most importantly of all, they have the Foch speed together with Boba in that E4 still. And the problem for Cashback is that their lineup is way less explosive. With that E100 that is very, very low on HP, doesn't have ability, cannot heal back, and cannot really engage.
I disagree with that. I think Cashback's lineup is the explosive one. You've got the high HP 50B, the high HP Foch. They're going to kind of explode into one flank at one point and try and clip out an enemy tank. The E100, he's kind of a non-factor at this point. He's just trying to stay unspotted so he doesn't get double striked, which is probably what's going to happen. We see Chopa Misha, he's waiting for the strike, and also he got the info tower. So at one point, they're probably going to info tower and double strike onto Aphrodite, and that's going to kill him. I know it's a bit dumb to say, but I feel like Aphrodite needs to go on the cap, generate some cap points, and heal above the 850 threshold that these double strikes will give. You see, it gets done, strike gets placed. Will it be a double onto Aphrodite?
It was a double strike on Ferret, who is now down to a one-shot. So Cashback used all of the strikes. which is kind of
Yeah.
okay, to be honest. The T-57 going down to a one-shot, that's never where you want to be in an autoloader, just because you cannot really take a shot of damage and then go into clip. Like, that is what makes autoloaders so valuable. If you're a one-shot, then you might get off maybe one shot in your clip, and that's kind of it. Barbarian taking one from Blur. Doesn't get retaliated upon, however, and this means that, yes, Cashback are going to be having less tanks, but they do have more HP, roughly 1,000, and now Barbarian, they did use the info tower, and Barbarian is storming over the open ground, and they know, they see it now, but it might be too little too late. Barbarian even ability active, Aphrodite going down in the E100, but now Barbarian does have the 140 right where he wants him, and that is in front of him. Another shot is required to put Blur into the grave. It doesn't connect because Barbarian has to reverse a little bit, and now all of a sudden things get awkward because from the backlines Chopper Misha is coming.
Yeah, Barbarian needs to just go up and over. He's taking too long with this. Does pick it up, but Barbarian will go down to Chopper. Chopper only has, what was that, 2 shots remaining. Squeezy only with 1 more, and that Spirit's going to make a full clip, and with that, it's only Liberty remaining. So Dopamine will put 1 on the board. It was hard fought. I don't think the city engagement was great for Dopamine. I don't think they played it very well. I think Hockey shouldn't have died. I think they should have. The T-57s bounced a lot of shots into into that E4 of I think it was Akka in the city in the beginning. So I don't think the city engagement was played very well by Dopamine, but they do win it eventually. And PM's kind of the MVP. He didn't do that much, but he held their attention for so long that it allowed Dopamine to clear the city and eventually, well, unless something wild happens, win this game.
I think Liberty has won a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3 on Ensk before,
He
but
doesn't win these.
it was not while he was essentially half the HP of the 3 tanks around him. Also, Ferret is going to drive away, doesn't want to offer himself up freely. The shots whizzing past, Spirit actually doesn't connect, but yeah, Chopper, enough HP, enough everything with that Foshby to just chase after the 140. Spirit waiting over there with the T-57, puts the 3 remaining shells into Liberty. And now, well, Chopper is going to come with that Foshby, and Liberty is going to be like, all right, guys, you got me. And you also got a single and first round, so the North American server can maybe celebrate a little bit because they're not going to get whitewashed out of the tournament.
Yeah. Oh, the celebrations. But yeah, it's my prediction gone. Phil is gaining points. That's a concern. I think he's basically won it. Can we make it so it's like the last day is like triple points or something?
I think we have double points for the grand finals, but that's about it, unfortunately for you.
Boring. No, I'm very much out. I think I'm how many points? I'm 8 points behind Phil. No, I'm actually 9 points behind Phil. Okay. I'll just stop talking and pretend I didn't participate.
Well, anyway.
Look on the bright side, you're not last.
That, for me, that's already a great success in prediction games. But anyway, we do see this time around, for the first time today, a North American team winning, and Chopper coming in with top damage in his Foshby. Spirit second right there. Blur also able to do a lot with his 140. And I think on the other side, the problem that Cashback really had was, well, the city engagement that they got themselves into at the start of battle, really. They didn't have enough firepower there. Cashback seemed undecided what they were going to do, for example, with their 50B. The 140 wasn't there to cover. And to be honest, like, the E100 completely got outflanked by the Type 5 Heavy, which is not a combination of words that I thought I would ever say, but it happened.
Yeah, he got surprise attacked. I was going to say something, but now. Yeah, so PM managed to sneak up on the back of the E100, and I still think it would have been better to send the 140 with PM and try and collapse on that E100, but it worked out very well. The Type lived for a very long time, and he bought enough time for Dopamine to win the city. Like, again, I'll say it, Dopamine's city was awful. Hockey died for no reason. The T-57s only penned, like, what was it, 8 shots between them, and they penned about maybe 3 or 4 in their initial clip against the E4. So the city engagement took a very long time for Dopa to win, but PM bought so much time that they were able to finally win it and get the tank advantage. But you gotta say, PM was the MVP. He did his job. He flanked Aphrodite, and then he lived for a long time.
Well, Ensk round number 2 is now almost upon us, and here we will see if Phil will get another prediction or if Ducky and I stay in the race with a 5-2, because I do think a team with Dopamine's kind of long-standing reputation to go out 5-0, it would have been very, very harsh. But then again, they have it kind of in their own hands. The only people that can realistically dispute it with them are the ones on the other side of the game, and those are the players of Cashback that are probably a little bit annoyed mostly with themselves as to how this past round went.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback have been so dominant in this game. I think Dopamine, you know, they should be happy with this round. It's on their own server. They've still got one more game. No, how many more games have they got on their own server? It's
one, this one, and then we go back to you.
Okay, Dopamine, good luck.
Well, let's see. First of all, Type 5 and Bliskovica have been banned. And so this means Dopamine are going to start with a double Dravets, 140, double Foshby, and double E4. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. Cashback opting for the quintuple.
He said it.
50B. I know, I love it. This and telescopic binoculars, that gets me riled up. IS-4, one of my least favorite tanks in the game, and T-57 Heavy. It's a bold strat by Cashback. Looks like they want to go full city with the IS-4 going down middle and try and catch something. With this ping, it's not that easy to hit all your shots with a 50B, but we'll need to see what they can catch and if Dopamine can be in time and prepared for it.
I think the main priority... not sure, but there is like a wall anyway, so you wouldn't see through. I think the main priority for Cashback here must be to not reveal the tanks that they are sending to the city. They must not reveal all of those autoloaders, and they must make it seem like this is just a normal kind of game. This is not one where they have just picked 6 autoloading heavy tanks. For now, though, PM is going to take the strike uncontested. Little on the other side is going to do the same thing. And Dopamine, you could see they were preparing a little bit of a Foch B trap, but of course the tanks in front of them didn't see anything, so they are going to continue on and over. The info tower does get used. They need that info tower. Well, the info tower does get used, but it is by Cashback, so Dopamine still absolutely unaware as to what's happening. The 140 is going to capture the info tower for the team of Dopamine, though, and now finally this very cheeky lineup, looking not so cheeky after all, as a light has been shown, been shining on all of them.
Been lit under them.
Been lit up,
you could say. Yeah,
all right.
That native English speaker. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a similar thing to the first round between these two. Cashback tried something unexpected, and now that the info tower has been lit, that surprise factor is removed. So now Cashback have to think, what side do they want to push? Do they want to push south or north? Because a slow game is just not gonna work for them. I'm very concerned for that Dravik in the south. Yeah, I don't know why little opts to peek that again. You know, fool me once, fool me twice, but especially on the high ping that little has. I'm really surprised he opted to peek that again. I like what Dopamine is doing though. They're rotating to the north to prepare, so if they push the north, you have all their tanks there. If they push the south, you can re-pressure, but I'm a bit worried for Ferret.
Well, Barbarian gets to clip out in the T-57 now, and of course the damage reduction is there, but in comes the reaction of Dopamine, sending the Foch Bs together with the Dravci, but already the 50 Bs are there to capitalize on that. A lot of shots going over. Spirit and Bova both taking damage for this. Yes, it's going to get healed back a little bit, but that is a lot of punishment onto the tanks of Dopamine.
Yeah, that it is. And not for such great positions. Akka does take a lot of damage, but it does survive. If a strike comes out, it won't Cashback do have double strike on their side. We need to bear that in mind. I mean, if you want a tank to take the damage, you do want it to be that IS-4 and Cashback. They're opting to re-push this, but they are spotted with 3 of them. PM is not in a good position though. If Squeezy and Aphrodite push through. Pull a halt though.
Well, let's see. Spirit is going to start side-scraping against the 50B. He does not connect the shell, though, and hasn't seen Squeezy, actually, who tucks himself in behind the corner again. But for now, Dopamine taking defensive positions with those Dravzi, the 50B. It would have to cover too much open grounds in these streets here to be able to actually engage onto the single shooting heavy tanks of Dopamine. And so far now, I think we're settling into kind of an uneasy stalemate for either side, really, as Vova again taking a lot of damage for this cross.
Mindbreaker put the strike. He did. Vova down. And that puts all of the pressure now on Dopamine. But bear in mind, Ferret is on the other side of the map. He's taking the strike. And now the 50Bs are kind of thinking what they want to do. I think losing that Foch is more important than losing an IS-4, which will eventually happen when Akka gets spotted with the strike from Ferret. These Dravex, they have decent DPM, but it's not that high. You want a bit of burst, and that's where that Foch of Vova would have been quite nice. But right now, what's really important is that Blur is controlling rotation. That's what's really important. If Blur is controlling the rotation on the map, strike placed onto Akka, Akka goes down, so now we have parity. And with that, Cashback are opting to make a move, but it is spotted early.
It is spotted early, and they would be driving into the Foch B of Chopper as well as Little starts to pour out those shots against Spirit. But now PM in that Dravets, he needs to really get out of there. Aphrodite, I think, taking an HE by the E4, but now Squeezy and Aphrodite have arrived, and together they do have enough clip potential. The first one is good by Squeezy. Second one as well. Make that 3. And make that 4. Actually, yes, he did convert all of them, so now Aphrodite is able to get the pickup. That is another tank removed from the Dopamine lineup, and the 50Bs will get to reload because Spirit in that Dravets, who was able to cut off the rotation initially, also goes down. Good strike even by Cashback on 2 tanks.
Yeah, it was a really cheap kill on the Spirit in that corner. Don't know how PM went down in the window, but he does, and now Dopamine in such an awkward position, 3k down, 2 guns down. Cashback don't even need to do anything, but looks like they do want to end this game. Squeezy peeking out into Blur, doesn't have the clip potential, but will make him minimum 1 shot. You see Squeezy really taking his time with these shots because of the ping, wants to make sure he connects them. There's also the corpse in front. Squeezy aims it, does connect. And with that, the hopes and dreams of the NA squad go down to the grave. Chopper will pick one up before he dies, but Little behind, Liberty in front. He's just about done. Ferret takes a big one there, and yeah, the NA dream was there, but I mean, we got to see some nice HEs.
Well, the NA dream was there, but it turned into kind of a nightmare, to be honest, as Cashback are going to lock in this next and final round for themselves. So the final score is going to be 5-1 for them. They will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow, which are going to be, after all of it is said and done, an EU-only affair.
Yeah, an EU-only affair. But, I mean, the team should have performed a little bit better, I think, especially JWL. I really had high hopes for them, but so many misplays in the first match of today meant that they are out, and yeah, Sicarios, W, Mafia, and Cashback all progressing through, but this last match, I'm not sure. I kind of liked what Dopamine were doing in some of the games, but I think the player ability just wasn't there, which is a bit of a sad thing to say.
Well, at least we can be fairly sure that the best teams are going to be advancing to the day tomorrow, where we are going to have not 1, not 2, but actually 3 best of 11s cooking, and I do believe that the matches tomorrow will probably be less one-sided than the stuff that we saw today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the best match of the day was definitely the first one. JWL against Sicarios. That was a really good game that I felt JWL should have been much better. That's why I voted for them to win. But yeah, the rest of these games were a bit of a whitewash. And it do be like that sometimes. EU is such a dominant server since the CIS region was, let's say, changed. So Yeah, what can we say? NA is NA. CN, they did show us a good showing today, but it just wasn't there.
No, and this overall, I mean, it makes me look forward to the matches tomorrow. The results of today's matches also mean that tomorrow we are actually not going to do service widgets. It's all going to happen on EU. All of the teams are going to be playing with, well, the best possible ping that I guess their internet providers are going to be able to give to them. And yeah, other than that, maybe we can take a final look at the drops that are still claimable, by the way, because even if you joined a little bit late, as we did start the stream earlier than usual for a weekend today, they are, of course, still going to be available until, I believe, midnight UTC, that is 2 a.m. Central European time, 3 a.m. Kiev time even. And yeah, some nice stuff in there for today, but of course tomorrow is when the juicy stuff happens. There are going to be mystery drops as well, with the possibility, I think, even for a Chrysler K or a Nemesis. So quite the fancy stuff.
What's the dice next to that tank?
It symbolizes that this is the mystery drop. So there is a chance for it. It's not guaranteed.
Very mysterious.
No,
Yeah, because I'm casting, I obviously can't watch the stream. So can I just get the rewards?
Well,
can you put them in my account, please?
No, you can just watch it on the second
Why?
screen. You can watch it on your phone. What do you mean?
I don't want to risk. Listen, this stream is everything to me, all right? I don't want to risk my internet going down. Do you want me lagging? Do you want me robotic? Do you want me talking like this? No, you want me with the crispest voice.
Absolutely crispest. And the bluest eyes, as we can see. But yeah, anyway, before we make more compliments towards each other, I guess thank you very much for watching, everyone. We are, of course, going to be rating the kills or after, where you can keep claiming those drops. And other than that, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow with the semis and the finals of the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena. Bye-bye. The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design. Built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.